The story opens with a flashback to my childhood. Back then, as a young boy in class, I had only one obsession: scoring a goal. I held onto a dream that felt almost impossible. I would picture a legend like Park Ji-sung hammering in a dramatic equalizer. During a high-stakes match, the roar of the crowd echoed like thunder in my mind. My dream was simple yet massive: to become the greatest football player in the world. During a warm family dinner, my father turned to me and asked about my dreams for the future. Without a second thought, I shouted that I wanted to be a superstar like Park Ji-sung. My father just smiled, his eyes full of pride and unwavering belief. He told me that becoming a pro requires true talent, and he was certain that his HO-YONG possessed a very special gift. My mother beamed with happiness beside him. In that moment, I believed it. I fully believed my father's words were the absolute truth. I used to be convinced I was a natural-born football prodigy. That was until reality decided to slap me in the face. In 2002, fueled by massive expectations, I joined a football academy. But the reality, there was a far cry from my fantasies. I was constantly outpaced and knocked around. I was simply no match for the kids who had been receiving professional training for years. Every time we clashed for the ball, I ended up sprawled on the grass. Another fall, another scraped knee, but the sting in my heart hurt much worse. The coach walked over. "HO-YONG." "Yes, coach. I'll just go over there and practice on my own." I followed the coach's finger toward the sidelines, the area reserved for the weakest players on the squad. Surrounded by the cheers of my more talented teammates, I felt like a total outsider looking in. A massive, insurmountable wall seemed to block my path. And then, like a deserter fleeing the front lines, I quit the academy. I sobbed my heart out that night. My father sat by my side, offering quiet words of comfort. He told me that everyone blooms at their own pace. Just because a sprout grows fast doesn't mean its flower will bloom any sooner. It was a kind sentiment, yet it planted a nagging question in my soul. What if? What if I hadn't given up that day? Did I actually have talent? If I had given it everything I had, would I be seeing the fruits of my labor right now? Those questions haunted me. Years passed, and by 2016, I was just another young man drowning his sorrows in a noisy bar. Damn it, the friend sitting across from me asked what was wrong, wondering if the alcohol had finally gone to my head. I brushed it off, raising my glass to toast his success. "It's nothing. Congrats on getting hired." "You already said that," my friend replied. I could only manage a forced grin. "Well, you have to celebrate days like this. When something good happens, we drink." I lifted my glass, trying to look happy. But behind that smile lay a dark pit of comparison and bitter envy. The guy across from me, Lee Yong-gu, had just signed with a pro football club. Meanwhile, I was nothing more than a part-time retail worker. "Bottoms up," I yelled, slamming back my beer. But deep inside, a much louder scream was tearing through me. A long-buried hunger was clawing its way back to the surface. I want to be a professional football player. The alcohol stripped away my filter. I am such an idiot. I never should have quit back then. If I had stuck with it, I would be on the pitch with you right now. My friend tried to snap me out of it. "Stop talking nonsense." "If that were true, I would probably have a Ballon d'Or by now," he said, his voice cold and blunt. "Besides, regretting it now won't change a thing. It is too late." Those two words, "too late," stabbed me right in the chest. The truth was, I had been living in regret since the moment I walked away. I did not want to just play for fun. I did not want to quit. But I did. Even afterward, plenty of chances came my way. But they were all swallowed by my regret and the belief that my time had passed. I stumbled home and sat alone in my dark room, staring at the cold glow of my computer screen. A burning desire ignited in my heart. I want to go back. I want to do over. I collapsed, clutching my head in total agony. I am such a fool. Then, at my absolute lowest point, a familiar sound broke the silence. My phone was ringing. It was Yong-gu, the friend from the bar, calling me back. "Hey, you want to play some ball right now? Sang-ho needs to more for a 4 versus 4 futsal match now. Look out the window. Man, it is still pouring." A brief hesitation, a moment where fate hung in the balance, and then I answered firmly. "All right, let's do it." I had no idea that this seemingly small choice was about to change my entire life. Under the drenching rain at an outdoor futsal court, my friend and I finally arrived. "Hey everyone, long time no see." A few guys waved back. Everyone seemed ready for the friendly match, but not everyone was welcoming. A cold, condescending gaze was fixed right on me. A sharp, derisive snort echoed across the court, heavy with challenge. I muttered under my breath, "That guy, Yun Sung-ho, could not even manage a simple hello." So, we have a fated rival here, a classic trope. Yun Sung-ho was once a rising star, talented enough to chase the prestigious Cha Bum-kun Award. Word on the street is that he might even be the heir apparent to the legendary Park Do-hyung. But a devastating injury forced him into an early retirement, leaving him as a brilliant talent that withered far too soon. And it seems there has been some serious bad blood between him and our protagonist since they were young children, a rivalry that continues to smolder even now. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is starting to complain. Good grief. Why do we have to play outside in this absolute downpour? I heard the indoor courts are all booked up. So let's just finish one quick match before more people show up. The rules were set for a 4-on-4 match, and the first team to score 5 goals takes the win. The match kicks off. A teammate bellows, "Ho-Young, get up there and attack, got it." As Ho-Young charges forward, he thinks back to his days at the football academy, where he was a renowned striker. Both his physique and technique were well above average. He confidently carves through the defense, and he is in the clear. "I have the skill to nail a shot from anywhere on this pitch," he tells himself. But just as he prepares to pull the trigger, Yun Sung-ho shuts him down with a clinical tackle. The ball is stopped dead in its tracks. Ho-Young is hit with a bitter reality. Despite his talent, he is no match for a seasoned professional, and the ball was stripped away with ease. "You bastard," Ho-Young grinds his teeth, but instead of losing heart, a fire ignites within him. This is exactly the kind of challenge he has been craving. A high-stakes match against a worthy opponent. "Yun Sung-ho, today is the day I surpass you." He lunges back, determined to reclaim the ball. But Sung-ho simply smirks and easily bodies Ho-Young. Then he throws out a stinging insult. "Your passing is absolute garbage." Boom, Sung-ho clears the ball with pure contempt. Ho-Young's temper finally explodes. He lunges forward and grabs Sung-ho by the collar. "Don't you get cocky with me." The others quickly rush in to break it up. Hey, calm down. "You pathetic brat, I will let you off the hook this once." Sung-ho brushes Ho-Young's hand away. "Go fetch the ball. It bounced off your leg and flew back there." He turns his back and walks away, delivering one final, lethal jab. What a total loser. Ho-Young stands there with his fists clenched, pure rage and helplessness boiling over inside him. The ball sits still on the pitch amidst the puddles when suddenly crack. A massive bolt of lightning arcs from the sky and strikes Ho-Young directly. A blinding blue light consumes him. Well now, it looks like the soccer in this story just got a massive upgrade into something supernatural. Talk about an intense reincarnation scene. Floating in a void of darkness, Ho-Young can't believe he was struck by lightning. "I haven't even achieved anything yet. This is so unfair." He feels the very spark of life slowly draining away from his body. "I can't believe I got hit by such impossible odds. Is this really how it ends? Am I going to die a meaningless death like this?" In his final moments, he screams out in pure desperation, "Give it back, give it back. Give me my life back." He shouts into the void, but then he realizes he is standing up. Wait a second. Where on earth is this? He looks around in a daze at the strange, empty expanse. Ha ha ha. A haunting laugh echoes as a massive vortex of energy swirls before him. And from within that vortex, a bizarre creature steps forth, sporting bat wings, noble attire, and a haunting bird head mask. Ho-Young trembles, stammering out, "Are you a demon or something like that?" The creature looks at him with a hint of amusement. "You'd know, wouldn't you? After all, you look exactly like a demon yourself." "That is right. I am the demon of greed. Humans call me the brain eater." A message flashes in Ho-Young's mind, an offer he cannot refuse. "Do you wish to make a deal with me?" Ho-Young's eyes widen. A deal with a demon. His true story was only just beginning. Facing the demon of greed, Ho-Young doesn't flinch and gets straight to the point. After a brief silence, he speaks up, his voice filled with determination. "First of all, what kind of deal are we talking about here?" Now that is a true protagonist move. Keeping a cool head and negotiating like a businessman even in a crisis. The demon seems pleased. HMPH, very well. He holds out his hands, and 2 orbs of energy, 1 purple and 1 green, flicker into existence. "There are 2 things you can trade with me." He raises the green orb. "First, time." Then he lifts the purple one. "And second, this ability." Ho-Young gulps, his heart hammering against his chest. The demon explains the first option. "Let's start with time. You can turn back the clock by a minimum of 10 years, up to a maximum of 23 years. Ho-Young can't believe his ears. This is a literal second chance to redo his entire life. But a demon never gives anything away for free. However, there is a price to pay. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Ho-Young had already expected as much. What is the price? The demon raises a finger, then lightly taps Ho-Young's chest. For every year you go back, your lifespan will be shortened by 1 year. Ho-Young's eyes go wide with horror. Going back 23 years into the past means losing 23 years of his life. The demon gives a sly, devilish smirk. But hey, nobody really knows when they are going to die anyway, right? Ho-Young gave a strained laugh. Talk about a perfect balance between risk and reward. Then a confident smirk played on his lips. As long as he didn't end up bald or lose his manhood, he could handle anything. So those were his top priorities. He was a brutally pragmatic young man. He kept on with his reasoning. Besides, people live to be 100 these days, so I'll be fine. Now, what about this ability? The devil smirked. "I shall grant you my power." A sphere of violet energy flared in his hand. Demonic power. Ho-Young muttered. "What kind of power is it?" "The power to take whatever you desire." "What do you mean by that?" Ho-Young frowned, still confused. "Exactly what I said, it's the power to seize the talents of others and make them your own." Ho-Young fell into deep thought. Words alone weren't enough to grasp the true nature of this gift. he'd have to test it himself. So, either way, I can get whatever I want with this power, right? He realized that under these conditions, this wasn't even a deal anymore. It felt more like an act of charity. The devil reached out, and a blinding light enveloped them both. Now, tell me, the demon's voice boomed with authority. How many years do you wish to go back? HO-YONG lowered his head, hiding his face. He let out a dry, mocking laugh. But when he looked up, his eyes were ablaze with raw ambition. If this is real, then I want to go back. Then, everything faded to black. Suddenly, HO-YONG's eyes snapped open. Wait, what? He was in a familiar room, and his body had shrunk. He glanced around, spotting a calendar, a photo frame, and a television airing the news. The news announced that a major transfer to Frankfurt had been finalized. He froze, his heart racing. He had actually done it, he was back. He moved his limbs. Even his voice sounded different. He clenched his fist, feeling the rush of his youth once again. He checked the calendar on the wall. May 2002. It was exactly 14 years ago. I'm 10 years old again, a third grader. He tightened his grip as a fresh surge of energy coursed through his veins. He was back at an age where anything was possible. Just then, a familiar voice drifted in from the doorway. Sweetie, can you give me a hand? He turned around. Coming. It was them, his parents. His father was reading, and his mother was in the kitchen. HO-YONG stood there, stunned. They looked so young. Dinner was a warm, cozy affair, exactly as he remembered. Then his father asked that same old question. HO-YONG, what's your dream? This time, his answer was different, no longer the rambling of a naive child. I want to be a football player. His father smiled, surprised by his son's sudden maturity. Still want to be like Park Ji-sung? No, Dad. His father looked taken aback. I want to be even greater than that, HO-YONG added. With a bright grin and eyes full of fire, he declared, I'm going to be the greatest football player in the world. His parents shared a shocked look, then burst into happy laughter. That's my boy. They pulled their little son into a hug. In his mind, a vision of the future began to take shape. A future where HO-YONG, clad in his national jersey, dominated the pitch. Shadowing him was the spectral silhouette of the greedy devil. With this second chance and a devil's power, he swore he'd make it happen. HO-YONG took a sip of water, his mind already calculating his next move. He was 10 now, the perfect age to start anything. He quickly realized just how much of an advantage he had. As a third grader, he had all the free time in the world from the final school bell until bedtime, to do whatever he pleased. The first thing on his mind, Dad, he called out, running to his father's side. Where's my Fever Nova ball? His father smiled and handed him a brand new ball. The official match ball of the 2000 Korea-Japan World Cup, the Fever Nova. Young HO-YONG pulled the ball close, his eyes gleaming with pure, unadulterated joy. Why was his heart pounding just from looking at this ball? It was a rhetorical question. The answer was written in his soul. The love for the game was etched into his DNA. Without a second thought, he bolted toward the school's practice field. The sound of cleats digging into the turf, the rhythmic roll of the ball. With a 10-year-old's body and a grown man's soul, he sprinted across the grass, feeling the wind on his face. He felt genuinely happy. It hit him then. As a kid, he'd always been in such a rush to grow up. But only after becoming an adult did he realize that these simple moments were when he was truly most content. He brought the ball to a halt, a knowing smirk crossing his face. Time for a little test, then. Let's see if this power is the real deal. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Whoosh. A golden aura flared around him, and a holographic status window flickered into view. HO-YONG, talents, none. His face fell, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He'd always thought he had some skill as a kid, but the system showed absolutely zero talent. He wasn't even close to being a prodigy. He wasn't even fit to be a ball boy. Still, he started juggling the ball. My movements are still awkward and unrefined. Mastering complex techniques will be a challenge until I fully adjust to this young body. Having a benchmark for comparison would be ideal. As if on cue, a voice I recognized instantly called out from behind me. Hey, HO-YONG, what are you up to? I turned around, thinking about how small the world truly is. You can't even play soccer. It was Yun Dongho, my sworn rival, looking exactly as he did when we were 10. A 10-year-old Yun Dongho. I was stunned. He strutted toward me with a smirk. What? Looking for a fight already? I'm just calling it like it is. What else am I supposed to say? He mocked me, sticking out his tongue and making a ridiculous face. That old irritation flared up. My fists clenched instinctively. But I wasn't that hot-headed little kid anymore. Instead of throwing a punch, I decided to analyze him. My eyes shimmered as a sudden realization dawned on me. Was it possible? Could this power reveal not only my own potential, but the hidden talents of everyone else? As I locked my gaze on Dongho, a transparent status window materialized. Name, Yun Dongho. Trait, soccer prodigy. Rank B, powerful long shot. Then, a crucial detail caught my eye. Meet the requirements to copy this talent. The requirement, play soccer together for at least 60 minutes. Yes. I cheered internally, thrilled by the discovery. This gift from M was incredible. I wasn't just monitoring myself. I could see right through everyone. I considered the possibilities. So Dong-ho isn't a genius, just a prodigy. Still, it's better than nothing. However, that wasn't even the biggest revelation. If I met the criteria, I could literally siphon his abilities. This had to be the demonic power M was talking about, the essence of absolute greed. I had no idea what the consequences would be, but I had to try. I turned toward Dong-ho. Flashing an unnervingly friendly grin, I made him an offer. Hey, you want to play a game with me? Our one-on-one duel kicked off immediately. We clashed over the ball, a faded rivalry reignited 14 years ahead of schedule. In our past, an exhaustion set in. Dong-ho scored effortlessly before killing the ball. He stood there panting, looking completely bored. I'm done. You're no fun to play with. The prodigy didn't hold back his blunt, stinging criticism. His words didn't bother me. A new notification was hovering in my vision. Select a talent to copy. Soccer prodigy rank B. Powerful long shot. Requirement fulfilled. A smirk tugged at my lips, the look of a predator finally cornering his prey. Without a second thought, I went for the top option. I locked in my selection, soccer prodigy. Rank B. A golden aura erupted from Dong-ho's status window, flowing directly into mine. My stats began to shift and update. HO-YONG, soccer prodigy rank B. I'd actually done it. My very first successful talent theft was complete. A satisfied grin spread across my face. The real game was only just beginning, and my status window looked beautiful. Talent, soccer prodigy. Perfect. With this skill, I finally leveled the playing field between Dong-ho and myself. I tightened my grip, my eyes burning with a newfound, unshakable confidence. My future depends on my own hard work. But now I know growth is possible. That is the biggest shift from my past life. I finally had the foundation I needed. I glanced back at Dong-ho. His status window was still visible. Two things became clear. First, copying didn't strip him of his ability. It was a surprisingly humane system, all things considered. Second, the requirement for his remaining talent had dropped. Instead of 60 minutes, I only needed 50 more. Was it because the remaining skill was only rank C? It seemed like a logical assumption. Hey, Dong-ho, let's go again, I prompted. But he checked out. Forget it. You're terrible, and I'm bored. He turned to leave, mentioning he had team practice. I wasn't about to let him walk away. It was time for my secret weapon. One more round and I'll buy you some spicy rice cakes. He paused. And chocolate, I added, sweetening the deal. Dong-ho's eyes practically sparkled. For real? I grinned broadly. You bet. I exhaled quietly. Thank God he was still just a gullible kid. My scheme to drain every last drop of his talent was officially in motion. 50 minutes later, I collapsed onto the grass, completely spent but wearing a triumphant smile. The system beeped. Select talent to copy. Powerful long shot. I confirmed the choice, and my status window refreshed once more. HO-YONG, soccer prodigy and powerful long shot. Perfect. I hauled myself up. Man, I'm beat. Let's call it a day. Dong-ho, still full of energy, looked at me strangely. Tired already? He paused. You actually seemed slightly less pathetic toward the end. I just gave him a cryptic smile. I owe it all to you. Dong-ho blinked, looking completely lost. Wait, what? Forget it. Let's go get those snacks. He squinted at me. You actually got the cash? Don't worry about it. We headed off together. Since he'd basically gifted me his future career, 301 for some spicy rice cakes was a small price to pay. Then Dong-ho asked a totally tactless question. Your family is dirt poor, right? Won't your mom blow a fuse if you spend that? HO-YONG froze in his tracks as a dark shadow flickered across his face. Honestly, young Dong-ho was becoming a real piece of work. Irritation surged. If he hadn't opened his mouth, I would have bought him tteokbokki. He flicked a 101 coin toward Dong-ho. There. We are even. Now get lost, you little jerk. He turned and walked away, ignoring Dong-ho's furious shrieks. Hey, it was a petty, childish bit of payback, but it felt incredibly satisfying. Once Dong-ho was dealt with, Hoon began calculating his next move. This still wasn't nearly enough. He knew that for this talent to bloom, he needed hard work and luck. Then, a memory from the future clicked into place. He recalled a viral YouTube video of a 5-year-old prodigy whose skills took the world by storm. Before Manchester United scouted him. Wait, this was the era of brick phones and zero YouTube. He had to pivot, but he knew there was another way. Walking past an electronic shop, he caught a glimpse of a football match flickering on a television broadcast. There was a perfect platform for this. A youth talent show that had originally launched as a special during the World Cup season. That show produced over 10 professional players, including Lee Kang-chian, who eventually landed a spot with Valencia CF. It was the ultimate golden ticket to becoming an overnight sensation. A confident smirk played on HO-YONG's lips. He made his choice. That show was the catalyst that had ignited the youth football craze across all of South Korea. It was the first talent show of its kind. He sprinted home. Dad, I want to try out for Shoot Dory. His father nearly dropped his book, and his mother peered out from the kitchen, looking bewildered. Shoot Dory. What on earth is that? It is Fly Shoot Dory, he explained. A reality show where kids under 6 compete in a soccer league under famous celebrity coaches. Ho-Young explained that since the show had just premiered this year, it hadn't become a household name quite yet. It made sense that his parents hadn't heard of it. He quickly scrambled to the computer to pull up the official details. Look, right here, he said, pointing at the monitor. Fly Shoot Dory, Korea's first youth talent search, is officially scouting for its new roster. The tryouts for the new FC Shoot Dory squad for kids aged 8 to 10 were coming up soon. His parents leaned in to look. Have you heard of this? His mother asked. No, his father replied. It is the first time I'm seeing this. What is it? Ho-Young explained with the precision of a professional agent. The auditions are for a new segment on the show Enjoy Sunday on MBS. It is a developmental soccer program specifically designed to find the best young players between the ages of 8 and 10. He kept reading the details aloud. And check this out, the coach for FC Shoot Dory is Kim Jong-kook from the group Turbo. Ho-Young turned to face them, his eyes burning with raw, undeniable hunger. Mom, Dad, I really want to do this. His parents shared a look before breaking into warm, prideful smiles. His father said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. I am feeling pretty energetic today. If our boy is this determined, then we are behind him 100%. Under the moonlight, a major decision was finalized. Soon, audition Saturday arrived at the Korea Football Association training grounds amidst a bustling atmosphere. Anxious parents and kids brimming with big dreams had already gathered in full force. Over at the judges' table, director Choi Hyun-ji was busy barking out orders to the crew. Listen, we are only picking 8 to 10 kids from this massive stack. Focus on the ones we already vetted yesterday. Aren't we even glancing at the other kids' skills? A staffer asked. Just then, singer Kim Jong-kook, the show's coach, appeared grinning. Director Choi clarified, the whole concept of the show is about the underdog's challenge or something along those lines, right? We only need kids who are flashy enough to grab attention. We do not need to bother with the rest of them. It was the cold reality of show business. Pure skill was not everything. You also had to be entertaining to make it. He turned to Kim Jong-kook. Anyway, you are personally vetting a few individuals today, aren't you? Yes, Jong-kook replied. We are using that footage for the teaser, so make sure it is interesting. The director emphasized while adding a cautious warning. Do not get too bogged down in details. Just give the audience something to be curious about. Got it, Jong-kook simply chuckled. All right, let's give it our best. Shall we begin looking? The panel of judges finally took their designated seats. Scriptwriter Park, Coach Kim Jong-kook, and Director Choi were ready. Right in the middle of the crowd stood Ho-Young. Would there actually be anyone noteworthy? The auditions kicked off as each child stepped up one by one to present themselves. There was a shy kid to troublemakers, a polite boy, a girl to adorable toddlers, and one strikingly handsome young boy. Director Choi scanned the files and nodded. Yeah, I think that should be enough. What about that last kid? Someone asked. Kim Jong-kook answered for him. He is a keeper. He plays well and has a mischievous look that will attract viewers' attention. Brilliant. Keep that boy on the final shortlist. We are done here for today. The director snapped his folder shut and called for the next candidate, Ho-Young. Hello, everyone. I am truly honored to be here. Clad in tag number 24, Ho-Young stepped forward with a blend of poise and modesty. Director Choi narrowed his eyes, sizing the kid up. Got some nerve, don't you? Your name is Woo Ho-Young, correct? Yes, sir. The man's gaze swept over him, judging every inch from head to toe. He is not particularly tall or striking. He is a third grader, so he is too old to rely on being cute to impress us. There are no standout records or achievements here, nothing that would make him a headline. To a producer, Ho-Young's resume is painfully mediocre. The director was ready to toss the file aside. Honestly, whether I even watch him perform does not seem to matter at all. Still, he went through the motions with a standard question, even like soccer. A genuine, beaming smile spread across Ho-Young's face. I love it more than anything, sir. Huh? Well then, if you have got any tricks up your sleeve, why don't you show us? I will. The boy set the ball down and centered himself while the director leaned back with a bored expression. You can show us any other special talents besides soccer, too. Ho-Young just grinned. This is my specialty. Walk. He began to juggle. The ball seemed glued to him, rhythmic taps using his thighs, laces, and both sides of his feet. It was a flawless display of technical mastery. The judges and everyone watching were left utterly speechless by his control. Oh, look at him go. This kid is incredible. He must have spent thousands of hours practicing. This is the real deal. The ball soared upward before coming to a soft rest right on his forehead. This was no ordinary parlor trick. It was a skill honed through a month of grueling training, blending the seasoned instincts of a 24-year-old with the prodigy's raw talent. He had pushed himself to the limit without rest. Kim Jong-kook shot a surprised look at Director Choi. Director Choi, aren't we looking at a total soccer genius here? Maybe. Let's see a bit more. He turned his attention back to Ho-Young. Listen, my young friend, we are going to do a quick trial. You feel confident. A trial, sir? Kim Jong-kook stood up. I will play defense while you try to score. Do you think you can get past me? Yes, sir. The format was like street soccer. The goal was to put the ball in a tiny net in the corner. Even without scoring, he would not be cut. The real objective was not just to scout him, but to capture some high-energy footage for a promotional reel. The one-on-one showdown began. Jungkook passed the ball to the boy, planning to go easy on him. Suddenly *whoosh. Ho-Young blew past him like a gust of wind. Wait, what? Thump. The ball hit the back of the net. Jungkook stood there, frozen. Excellent. Ho-Young flashed a smirk. Jungkook realized this kid was more than just a trickster. He scooped up the ball. Alright, let's go again. An interested smile appeared on the athlete's face. This time, he was not going to pull any punches. The match continued. Jungkook's entire demeanor shifted instantly. It was time to play some real, proper defense. He stopped seeing his opponent as just a little elementary schooler. He was genuinely fascinated by what this boy could do. A fierce blue aura seemed to radiate from Jungkook as he dug in his heels. Is he truly a prodigy? The battle raged on. Ho-Young drove the ball forward, charging directly at the veteran athlete for a final showdown. He pulled off a lightning-fast nutmeg, sending the ball screaming past like an arrow. The shot was so powerful it left a blur in the air. Spam, goal. Jungkook could only snap his head around in total shock. The judges and the watching parents all stared with their jaws on the floor. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. A powerhouse like Kim Jungkook was totally outplayed by a 10-year-old boy. He is the real deal, isn't he? Jungkook gasped out loud. Analyzing the play, he realized the kid knew he could not win a physical brawl. So he used his wit to blast one in from distance. That mid-range strike carried immense power. He looked at Ho-Young with pure respect. I have seen enough. There is no need for more. Woo Ho-Young, you are natural at this game. Ho-Young just gave a confident grin. The mission was officially accomplished. After the audition, Ho-Young walked away alone, his heart racing with excitement. Based on the crew's reactions, he knew he had nailed it. Every grueling hour of hard training had finally paid off. This was the perfect launchpad. He began to envision his bright future. If he could keep this momentum going on national television, becoming an overnight sensation would no longer be just a fantasy. He could see the famous clubs fighting to sign him. He would be just like the legendary Lee Kang-cheon. Lee Kang-cheon was the greatest success story the Dory program had ever produced. That player had electrified the entire nation with his superior skills, becoming a superstar almost instantly. That hype carried him all the way to Valencia CF in Spain, paving the way for an elite professional career. Ho-Young thought to himself, Valencia? I'm thinking bigger, maybe Barcelona or Real Madrid. Just you wait and see. Ho-Young was lost in his ambitious daydreams when a familiar voice snapped him back to reality. It was Kim Jungkook, the trainer for the upcoming program. He came jogging over with a curious look. Oh, you already know who I am? Yes, sir. I have seen you on music shows before. For real? Jungkook said, taking a seat right next to him. By the way, your soccer skills are seriously impressive, kid. Ho-Young blushed at the unexpected praise. The two shared a friendly fist bump. What a kid. A solid bond had officially been established. Are you going to be on the show too, sir? Yeah, my older brother is actually the director for this one. Oh, I see. Just then, Ho-Young's parents arrived. Ho-Young, we finally found you. Oh, hey mom and dad. This is Jungkook. Hello, I am Ho-Young's father. Nice to meet you both. Jungkook gave them a friendly smile, but the father narrowed his eyes. I feel like I have seen you somewhere before. His mother realized it too. Ho-Young quickly chimed in to introduce him. Mom, this is Kim Jungkook. He is the one they call the White Cat Leroy. Oh, that is right. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. No worries at all. Jungkook replied with a casual wave. Jungkook turned back to praise the boy once more. I was watching earlier, and Ho-Young is a natural at soccer. The father beamed with pride. Thank you. Even though he is my son, it is always amazing to watch him play. He might even be ready to play overseas right now. The two men hit it off instantly, becoming fast friends despite just meeting. Ho-Young watched them and smiled to himself. After chatting for a while, the family finally said their goodbyes. Jungkook waved as they left. Good luck, Ho-Young. You can do it. The boy waved back happily. Good luck to you too, Mr. Jungkook. It was a friendly encounter, but Ho-Young had discovered something incredible. As Jungkook turned away, the boy secretly activated his special ability. A status window flickered into view. Kim Jungkook. Own talents, bulging muscles, sweet ballad voice. Copy condition, trained together for more than 60 minutes. All of these talents had nothing to do with soccer. He felt a bit let down, but he quickly shook it off. He decided to be bold. A daring thought crossed his mind. Mr. Kim Jungkook. The man turned back around. What is it? Could you recommend a good protein supplement for me? Jungkook blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Ho-Young, you are still a bit young for supplements, but it does not hurt to learn. I will tell you everything you need to know. Yes, please. Ho-Young thought. *He is really into this. *He had heard this was the magic phrase for fitness junkies. It seemed he was right. If you do not mind, could you teach me a few exercises too? Jungkook flashed a brilliant, pearly white smile. Ho-Young's plan worked like a charm, and an unlikely friendship began to blossom from that moment on. Kim Jungkook, the legendary fitness addict, actually started mentoring the boy. He brought over several supplements and guided him through every warm-up move. They trained together and played soccer side by side, a truly heartwarming scene. Well, heartwarming if not a little bit bizarre. After the session, Jungkook chugged a bottle of water while Ho-Young checked the time. It was finally time. A notification popped up before his eyes. Requirements met. Which talent would you like to copy? Bulging muscles, rank C. Sweet ballad voice, rank C. The choice was obvious. I am definitely taking the muscles. He muttered to himself. What use does a soccer player have for a sweet singing voice? It was a logical choice, though he felt a tiny pang of regret. Who knows? Maybe singing could have been useful later. Regardless, the new talent was added and his status window updated. Woo Ho-Young. Own talents, soccer prodigy rank B, powerful long shot rank C, and bulging muscles rank C. He flexed his arm, feeling his body grow stronger. It was not a typical soccer skill, but it was bound to be useful. Once the session ended, Ho-Young's father arrived to pick him up and thanked Jungkook profusely. Oh, thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough for taking the time to help my son like this. Jungkook just laughed. It was nothing. I had a blast. I do not have any schedules lately anyway, so I'm mostly just working out. While the adults talked, Ho-Young reflected on the experience. Jungkook also felt that it had been a very special time. He liked kids, but this was the first time he had met a child who showed such a genuine interest in health and fitness. A strange connection had been forged. 2 weeks later, the phone finally rang. Ho-Young's father picked up. Yes, I see. He hung up and turned to Ho-Young with a look of pure disbelief. Ho-Young, you did it. He rushed over, scooped his son up and spun him around. Congratulations. Dad, stop. I am getting dizzy. Haha. I am so proud of my boy. Still dazed, Ho-Young managed to ask, did the call come from the MBS network? Was I picked for the Shoot Dory team? You sure were, son. His heart nearly burst with joy. It was May 16, 2002. That was the moment Woo Ho-Young's name was officially and proudly added to the roster of the Shoot Dory team. Let us go, he shouted, jumping for joy. His father called out toward the kitchen, honey, come here quick. Our Ho-Young made the cut. Seriously, his mother asked, rushing out in shock. Yes. And they are even paying him an appearance fee. Good grief, at this rate, Ho-Young is going to be a household name. His parents were already off in a world of their own, dreaming big. What if a fan club starts up, and the endorsement deals come flooding in? Ho-Young could only offer a sheepish smile at their excitement. I'm going to be a professional footballer, period. He pressed a hand against his racing heart. He knew he had the spot, but the rush was still incredible. This was the very first milestone he had reached since returning to the past. It was also his debut appearance on national television. He was about to be part of the main cast. Clenching his fist, he was consumed by a burning resolve. He was absolutely going to make this work. Nothing else mattered as long as he could seize this one chance to show the entire world exactly what he was capable of. It is all going to be fine. He brushed off his parents' wild fantasies. Things like fan clubs and commercials were just distractions right now. He had only one target in sight. Shoving the ball into his bag, he thought only of football. That night, he drifted off into a deep sleep filled with grand ambitions. He dreamed of playing in legendary cathedrals of the game, Wembley, Old Trafford, Camp Nou, and the Santiago Bernabeu. The next morning, he was already clutching his ball, ready for the pitch. Hey, Dad, I am heading out to play for a bit. He knew deep down that raw skill mattered far more than screen time. Every football fan on the planet dreams of being the next Messi or Ronaldo. But a dream is just a dream without the work. In his mind, he could score a hat-trick, but in reality, his body would not always follow orders. The issue was simple, a lack of fundamental skills. And the most basic of all basics was, without a doubt, ball juggling. It is the art of using the laces to keep the ball airborne without letting it ever touch the grass. The technique requires intense concentration and grueling, repetitive practice. Even a football god like Maradona had to start with these exact same humble steps. And so, Ho-Young began his arduous journey, taking it one slow step at a time. He gasped for air, his skin slick with sweat. Even though he was winded, he felt far from finish. He could actually feel his ability sharpening with every passing day. He could sense it, the undeniable gift of a true prodigy. Let us do 100 more. By the afternoon, he was back on the field, building his stamina. At its core, football is a war of attrition. No matter how elite your technique or your shot is, it is all worthless without a solid physical foundation. Still, he was mindful of his own limits. He knew better than to push his young body past the breaking point. After 8 grueling laps, he collapsed onto the grass. Shoot Dory, he whispered, looking up at the sky with a brilliant, determined smile. I am going to conquer this. Every night he went to bed early, waking up at exactly 6 in the morning. He spent 30 minutes stretching to maximize his flexibility. In his past life, he had peaked at only 170 centimeters, but he was confident that with proper care, he could reach 180 this time. After school, he hit the training ground to hone his skills, fueling himself with healthy food and a disciplined exercise routine. Day after day, he repeated the grind until, finally, filming day arrived. Camera flashes burst and lenses were trained on the field. The full FC Shoot Dory squad had assembled, decked out in their uniforms and ready for their very first photo shoot. Standing among his teammates, Ho-Young felt a mix of nerves and pure adrenaline. A crew member leaned in and asked, "Ho-Young, are you doing okay?" "Yeah. Your first evaluation match is about to kick off." He had been waiting for this specific moment for a very long time. Their opponents were none other than the 𝐆𝐄-YONG Football Academy, the undisputed titans of South Korean youth soccer. They were an elite unit of highly trained prospects. Meanwhile, over at the opposing bench, Director Choi was having a quiet word with their coach. "Coach, do not hold back. I want you to go on a full-scale offensive right from the opening whistle. I do not care if you win 20-0. We need the Shoot Dory team to feel the crushing weight of defeat." A plan was set in motion. After all, they were facing the 𝐆𝐄-YONG Academy, the top school in the country. A blowout loss would leave the kids absolutely devastated. That heartbreak would capture the audience's emotions and garner sympathy. Then, through hard work and grit, they would eventually claw their way to victory. Director Choi smirked to himself. A classic underdog story like that would make for heart-melting television. It is a textbook script for a hit drama series. He glanced toward Ho-Young. If that kid could pull it off, it would be the perfect finale. He recalled the viral promo video, specifically Hoon's evaluation. There were even rumors that Kim Jong-kook had spotted the boy's talent, so he decided to keep the cameras focused on him throughout the match. A miracle goal from that kid would be an absolute spectacle for the viewers. But that is probably a long shot, the director thought, dismissing his own high hopes. No matter how talented he was, football was a team sport, and they were up against the elite FC 𝐆𝐄-YONG. Even a one-man show would not be enough here. Am I setting my expectations too high? Just then, a staff member came running over. "Director Choi, we are all set. All right, let us roll." The two teams lined up for handshakes as the stands erupted. The commentators took their cues. "Good evening, everyone. We are live from Stadium Number 3 at the Yongan City Football Center. The stage is set for a true clash of titans. FC Shoot Dory, built to dominate the national youth scene, is about to play its debut match. Their rivals, FC 𝐆𝐄-YONG, are a seriously talented bunch. Yeah, this is going to be one heck of an uphill battle. Today marks their very first evaluation match. It is a critical opportunity for the kids to get a real feel for the game. Even if they take a loss, there is so much to learn from the players at FC 𝐆𝐄-YONG. They are the true masters of the pitch." The referee flips the coin, and Team Shoot Dory wins the kickoff. The whole team erupts in cheers while the parents in the stands go wild. Man, they are just adorable. The whistle blows, and the game is officially underway. It is FC 𝐆𝐄-YONG versus FC Shoot Dory. Most people do not expect much from a match played by toddlers. At most, they are just looking to see some cute kids running around and acting up. But Ho-Young is built different. You can see the fire burning in his eyes. And that is exactly what makes this so special. The moment the opening whistle sounds, Ho-Young does not hesitate for a single second. Boom. He launches a rocket from the center circle, the ball screaming through the defense like a bolt of lightning. The 𝐆𝐄-YONG goalkeeper is caught completely off guard, and he can only dive in vain as the ball rips into the net. The entire stadium goes dead silent. Both commentators are left speechless with their mouths wide open. What on earth was that? The crowd in the stands starts screaming, "A strike from the halfway line." And he pulled it off literally 1 second after the kickoff. Director Choi jumps to his feet, unable to believe his own eyes. What the heck was that? Both his teammates and the opposing players are just standing there stunned. Wait, where is he going? Ho-Young sprints toward the camera with a cocky, confident grin. Director Choi bellows, "Do not miss this. Keep the focus on him." And then, Ho-Young pulls off a move that no one saw coming. He leaps into the air, spins around, and lands a 𝐶𝐄, a legendary celebration that should not even exist for years to come. "I am not just a talented player," he tells himself with a smirk. "I am a pro at celebrations, too." Consider Ronaldo's future move officially stolen. You could not ask for a more insane or impressive debut than this. Ho-Young's opening strike has the entire stadium rocking. The commentator is losing his mind, screaming, "Goal." It is in the net. Ho-Young just hammered the ball from the center circle straight past the keeper. That is absolutely unbelievable. This is not the kind of shot a regular kid should be able to pull off. And man, just look at that celebration. That 𝐶𝐄 pose. Talk about a winner's attitude. It is incredible. Everyone, from the coaching staff to the players, is just frozen in shock. The opposing keeper is dazed, thinking, "I have never seen anything like that shot before. Is that kid really only 10 years old?" Even Lee Sang-woon, the coach of FC 𝐆𝐄-YONG, is completely stunned. Wait, was he not supposed to be just some local kid from around the block? This is Lee Sang-woon, a true legend of Korean soccer. He might be a coach now, but he spent 7 years as a powerhouse on the national team. He analyzes the goal and admits, even from my professional perspective, that strike was absolutely masterclass. His balance is top tier, but since his height is a bit below average, he shouldn't have the raw physical power for a shot that heavy. The fact that he pulled it off anyway proves he's got pure, natural talent. The veteran, who has seen it all as both a player and a coach, can tell immediately that this child is a natural-born prodigy. He can sense the latent potential radiating off HO-YONG. Beyond that, the boy knows exactly how to use his small frame to strike the ball perfectly. Explaining the theory of a shot is easy, but it's worthless if the kids can't feel the rhythm and grasp it for themselves. You cannot reach that level on hard work alone. That kid looks like he was born to play this game. The legendary coach's eyes begin to sparkle with excitement. He is destined for extraordinary heights. But the game rolls on, and eventually FC 𝐆𝐄𝐈 finds their footing, equalizing and then taking the lead. The lead grows quickly as Hwang Ki-dong from FC 𝐆𝐄𝐈 slots in their third goal of the match. By the time the second half kicks off, the gap is ballooned to 3-8. The commentators note, well, they are a prestigious club for a reason. I figure they would be shaken after HO-YONG's opening stunner. But man, they have already hammered in 11 goals. Exactly, their chemistry is on another level. If the Shoot Dory kids got some professional training, do you think they could reach that level someday? Honestly, if they can even snag one single victory during this entire run, that would be a massive success in itself, right? Out on the field, HO-YONG is starting to feel the burn. Huff, asterisk. Even though the pitch is only 1/6 of a full-size stadium, covering ground in a 6-on-6 match is exhausting. Man, I am totally winded. Meanwhile, his teammates, just regular kids, are already losing their nerve. Did you see how hard his shot was earlier? Soccer's fun, but ouch, the ball hit me right in the face. Let's go take a break over there. HO-YONG just lets out a heavy sigh. It is frustrating, but honestly, he saw this coming for Shoot Dory. He sits down to ready his laces, trying to keep his head in the game. If I only had my adult body right now, I could have carried this entire game and won it by myself. But I was gifted with talent, not literal superpowers. There are physical limits when you are trying to take on 6 people all on your own. He cinches his laces tight. It is fine, though. As long as he gets to show off what he can really do, that is all that matters. With only 3 minutes left on the clock, the 𝐆𝐄𝐈 keeper clears the ball. HO-YONG charges in to challenge for it, and the commentator yells, "Oh." HO-YONG has snatched the ball away in a flash. As he drove the ball forward, he realized the entire defense was swarming him, executing a tight, coordinated collapse. Coach Lee Sang-un barked out his tactical orders. Focus everything on number 7. Don't let him breathe. He smirked to himself, thinking they'd play some old-school grit. No matter how gifted the kid was, he couldn't beat a whole crowd alone. But HO-YONG was in a league of his own, weaving through for defenders like they were statues. Coach Lee bolted upright. Did you just see that? It is like the ball is glued to his feet. The commentator screamed in total disbelief. He danced past the keeper and fired. The ball buried itself in the net once again. As he struck his signature pose, the crowd roared. It was a complete one-man show. This kid, Woo Ho-young, is absolutely phenomenal. That already makes 5 goals for him today. He didn't look like much during practice, but he clearly belongs under the bright lights of a real match. He is head and shoulders above the rest. When a prodigy's talent meets the mind of a 24-year-old man, these kids don't stand a chance. A 10-year-old body powered by a 24-year-old brain. It is like top-tier hardware running the ultimate software. The whistle blew with a final score of 14-5 for FC 𝐆𝐄𝐈. Team Dory walked off exhausted and defeated, but Ho-young just sprawled out on the grass, a satisfied grin on his face. He had no regrets. We didn't win, but I gave it everything I had. Man, this is what football is all about. It is incredible. At this rate, I will definitely be the talk of the town. A reporter made his way onto the field, noting FC 𝐆𝐄𝐈's massive victory. But no matter what the scoreboard says, today's true MVP is, he said, approaching Ho-young. Woo Ho-young, 5 goals all by yourself. Have a moment for an interview. Sure, Ho-young said, springing up. How are you feeling right now? Ho-young took the mic, stared straight into the lens, and dropped a legendary line. I am still hungry. Back in 2002, the coach who led the national team to the World Cup knockout stages famously said those words, and Ho-young borrowed them to announce his arrival. Once the game wrapped up, Ho-young hurried over to find his mother. Mom, she scooped her little boy into a massive hug. Ho-young, you were amazing out there. It was a tight squeeze full of pride and love. What do you want for dinner tonight? Something special for my champion. I want chicken. Seasoned or fried? Can I have half and half? He asked with a cheeky grin. It was a sweet, heartwarming moment between mother and son. But their moment was interrupted by a voice. It was the opposing team's coach, Lee Sang-un. It is Sang-un, Ho-young noted internally. He is here. The coach stepped forward and introduced himself politely. I am a coach at the 𝐆𝐄 Football Academy. My name is Sang-un. Ho-young's mother recognized him instantly. Oh, I know you. I have seen you on television. Sang-un flashed a smile. Well, Ho-Young's skills on the pitch are truly breathtaking. And I am not just being polite. I honestly still have goosebumps from watching him play. He turned to the boy. Thanks to you, Ho-Young, I had a blast today. His mother nudged him. Oh, Ho-Young, say thank you to the coach. Thanks, Coach Lee. But wait, Ho-Young looked up with a sharp, innocent gaze. Why are you calling yourself my teacher? Sang-un chuckled awkwardly. Well, about that, he decided to get straight to the point. Look, I will be blunt. I want to train Ho-Young. What do you think? What? His mother was stunned. I appreciate the offer, but is my son really that talented? Sang-un shifted into his professional scouting tone to explain the situation. At our academy, we can usually gauge a child's true potential within about 3 months. We can tell parents if their kid should just play for fun, or if they have what it takes to go pro. He looked them dead in the eye with absolute conviction. It might be early to say this, but Ho-Young is practically a genius. Both Ho-Young and his mother were speechless. Sang-un continued, looking a bit flustered himself. Strictly speaking, I know this is a bit unprofessional, but the urge to train him properly is driving me crazy. What are you talking about? His mother was still confused. You mean the academy Ho-Young attends now? If you are hesitant about switching to us, could you at least tell me the name of his current school? She replied, Oh, there has been a mistake. What? Then who taught him? Sang-un asked, totally floored. He kicked the ball around with his dad as a toddler, but he has never had any formal training. Sang-un was speechless, a diamond in the rough, pure, unpolished talent. I see, right? After a long silence, he asked the million-dollar question. Have you ever thought about raising Ho-Young to be a professional player? His mother answered firmly, If it is what is best for my son, then I am all for it. But how much is the tuition at your academy? It depends on the placement test, but Ho-Young would likely go straight to the S class. Usually, there is a 100-person waiting list just for a shot at that level. Being in S class is a massive privilege in itself. It is $120,000 for 3 sessions a week, or $900,000 if you pay by the month. The mother fell into a heavy, contemplative silence. Since this is a top-tier academy, the tuition is naturally higher than the others. The meager $38,000 appearance fee Ho-Young had earned would barely make a dent. Trying to cover these expenses with such a small amount of money seemed like an impossible mountain to climb. For the sake of her son, she was ready to drain her savings, but before she could speak, Ho-Young chimed in. Coach, would it be all right if I pay the tuition later? I am going to be a world-famous football star one day, and I promise to pay you back 100 times over. It was a bold, fearless vow coming from a 10-year-old boy. Sang-un looked down at the boy and let out a warm laugh. You really are a devoted son, aren't you, Ho-Young? I appreciate the sentiment. Ho-Young gave a small smile. Then let us make a deal, Sang-un said as he reached out his hand, offering something far more tempting than a simple payment plan. Ma'am, our academy actually has a specialized program for what we call elite talents. It is a system designed specifically for exceptionally gifted children like Hoon. You can think of it as a full-ride scholarship. As luck would have it, we have one vacancy. I will personally recommend him to the director. Oh, we would be so incredibly grateful, but that was not all. If Ho-Young continues to show this kind of explosive growth, we will provide every bit of support possible, from studying abroad to securing spots on professional youth teams. He placed a steady hand on Hoon's shoulder. Ho-Young will be training alongside the most talented kids in the country. Yes, that sounds absolutely wonderful. Then please bring Ho-Young by tomorrow for the formal entrance evaluation. We will be there, without a doubt. Everything was falling into place. Ho-Young thought to himself that his mere presence brought massive promotional value to the school, so it was a given they would scout him as a special student. Every single piece of the puzzle was moving exactly as he had envisioned. From this moment on, he could focus entirely on the game. He bowed deeply and said, I will give it my absolute best, coach. A look of pure satisfaction crossed Lee Sang-un's face. This was the fated beginning between a genius and a dedicated mentor. On the walk home, Ho-Young happened to catch sight of a few other children nearby. He activated his ability. Talent, soccer prodigy C+. Warning, you cannot copy talents that are lower than your currently possessed skills. It was a new mechanic of the system. To grow more powerful, he would have to hunt for much more formidable prey. He had already scanned Coach Lee Sang-un and found the scout talent. While useful for a coach, it was not the kind of power he needed for himself. He thought with growing anticipation that once he stepped into that academy, he would surely find someone with truly extraordinary talent to take. When they stepped through the door, his father was already there waiting. So, you finally met Lee Sang-un. I really should have taken the day off work to see it, he said, scratching his head in regret. But then a wide grin broke across his face. Our son really is the best. He picked up the phone to make a very important call. Hello, is this Domino's Pizza? Please send over the best pizza. You have the one from the TV commercials. Yes, make it a large, please. My son just got into the Cha-Bum-Kun Football Academy, though. The address? Ha ha ha, I need to calm down. Ho-Young watched his father his heart swelling with emotion. Pizza. Back in the day, his family could almost never afford to eat out. Now, a piping hot pizza was being set right in the middle of the table. The whole family gathered around. Wow, that smells incredible. Eat up, son. Even as a young child, he had never dared to ask for things he wanted. Even back then, he was painfully aware of how tight their finances were. But in this life, he would never have to worry about his family's circumstances again. I will succeed no matter what to pay them back for everything. He pressed his hands together and said, "Thank you for the food." He took a big bite. Why did it taste so heavenly? Had his taste buds reverted to their youth as well? Or was it the nostalgia of those old pizzas playing tricks on his senses? He could not stop eating. "Is it good, son?" "Yes, it is unbelievably good. You guys are the greatest parents ever." Soon after, the program Fly Shoot Dory premiered on the MBS network. With its blend of fresh energy, laughter, and heart-melting cuteness, the show was an instant hit right out of the gate. The phone began to ring off the hook. "Son, congratulations," his father said as he hung up. "That was Coach Lee Sang-un on the line. They have officially accepted you into the academy as an elite scholarship student." The house erupted in pure, unadulterated joy. Suddenly, his mother shrieked, "Honey, look at this. What is happening? Our HO-YONG already has his own fan cafe online." Stunned, the entire family scrambled to the computer. A webpage loaded on the screen, the official HO-YONG fan cafe. A dedicated fan community had sprouted up just 24 hours after Shoot Dory aired. "Our boy is a superstar, isn't he?" The member count had already surged past 200 people. HO-YONG whispered to himself. "And look at this article. They're calling our Hoon the next Park Ji-sung." But as he scrolled, he noticed that not every comment was singing his praises. A heated debate was raging in the comments section of several posts. "Did anyone see Shoot Dory today? They featured this 10-year-old prodigy. I actually got goosebumps. If he keeps this up, Korea might actually win the World Cup in 10 years. Honestly, if I train that much, I could score 10 goals by myself too. What was I doing in 3rd grade? Probably just playing in the dirt." But regardless of the hate, he is definitely impressive in his own way. HO-YONG thought to himself, "Well, that much is to be expected." Right now, South Korea's football fever is at an all-time high, with national pride reaching a fever pitch. The national team's legendary golden era back in 2002 set a massive benchmark. But despite a wave of players heading to Europe afterward, Korean football eventually slipped into a long, frustrating slump. This stagnation left everyone desperate for a new savior to emerge. And honestly, standing here in the center of all this attention, it feels incredible. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Even with the inevitable critics buzzing around, the rush of the spotlight was undeniable. Then, his father's eyes landed on a particularly toxic comment, claiming his success was just some staged reality show plot cooked up by a producer. "These kids are just following a script," the post read. "That HO-YONG kid is probably just some rich brat from a powerful family. His parents are likely bankrolling the network. What a bunch of frauds." His father slammed the table in a rage, but his mother quickly stepped in to soothe him. "Honey, let it go. Don't waste your breath on trash like that. They're just bitter because our HO-YONG is a star." She then turned toward her son. "Right, sweetie," HO-YONG just shrugged. "Actually, Mom, I like it. It's fine." "Wait, why?" "Because it just means they're jealous of how good I am." Both parents burst into laughter at his confidence. "You're absolutely right, son." HO-YONG smiled to himself. This was just the beginning. Being in the public, I meant dealing with haters. That was just part of the game for any high-profile athlete. However, one specific comment caught his eye, suggesting the 𝐆𝐄 Academy went easy on him since it was his debut match. "I bet he'll choke the moment he faces a real foreign team." I wouldn't hold my breath. HO-YONG's jaw tightened as he ground his teeth. One day, he would make every single one of those doubters swallow their words. The following day at the prestigious academy, he stood before a massive training field where the nation's brightest young prospects were honing their craft. He instantly triggered his scanning ability. Soccer prodigy grade C, shot power C+, wing penetration, set piece specialist grade C. Wow. There might not be a single standout buffet here, but this place is definitely crawling with raw talent. A predatory, greedy grin spread across his face, as if the shadow of a gluttonous demon was whispering directly into his ear. It was finally time to seize his fourth talent. Out on the pitch, HO-YONG threw himself into his very first official training session. Up in the stands, his mother cradled a chubby toddler. She smiled warmly, whispering to the little one, "Look, Hoen, there's your big brother. He's amazing, isn't he?" Little Hoen, the baby brother, let out a happy gurgle and waved his tiny hands toward the grass. A woman sitting nearby couldn't help but chime in. "Oh, what a darling baby." She turned to HO-YONG's mother. "Hello there. Is this your first time here?" "Yes, we just started today," his mother replied politely. I see. You're the mother of that boy on the Dory team, aren't you?" "Everyone's been talking about him," the woman continued, her eyes widening. "And my goodness, you don't look like a mother at all. You're so young and stunning." It was the typical small talk between mothers. "Say, We're both a year of the snake. Do you mind if we skip the formalities and just chat? Of course, I don't mind at all. Wonderful. Honestly, your boy is even more handsome in person than he is on the screen. Then came the prying questions. By the way, where did he train before this? He's so polished. His mother just smiled modestly. Nowhere special. He's just been playing around with the ball since he was a toddler. Oh, come on, don't keep your secrets from me. The woman clearly wasn't buying it. Let's be friends. Seriously though, just with his dad. What does your husband do for a living? Was he a pro player or something? No, she replied. He actually works at a semiconductor firm. The woman's expression shifted instantly, a knowing, slightly condescending smirk appearing on her face. Oh, is he the owner, then? No, his mother said simply. A manager, perhaps? How interesting. Then she dropped a question that felt more like a jab. It was a blatant attempt to test their social standing. By the way, can you actually keep up with the tuition fees here? His mother didn't lose her cool for a second. Oh, my son is a specialist. A specialist? What's that? It's like a full scholarship. Which means we don't pay a single cent for his training. The woman's jaw dropped, her tone suddenly turning sharp. Excuse me, why? Why is your son the only one getting a free ride? His mother flashed a radiant, winning smile, the ultimate checkmate. Because my son is just that good at football. But you already knew that, right? The woman was left sputtering, completely silenced. To his mother, having a rich husband was nice, but there was no greater pride than raising a child who excelled beyond everyone else. It was a total shutout victory on the sidelines. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Coach Sang-un was focused intensely on Ho-Young. His technique has leveled up again. It had only been 10 days, but the boy's growth rate was nothing short of terrifying. Yet a mentor's worry lingered in the back of his mind. Growing too fast wasn't always a blessing. History was full of young prodigies with Maradona-level skills who crumbled before they ever reached the professional leagues. Usually, it was because their raw talent, physical development, and actual game experience were completely out of sync. If that balance breaks, rapid growth becomes a slow-acting poison. But as the coach watched, he realized Ho-Young was an anomaly. He possessed the mental fortitude of a 24-year-old, combined with the elite training of Class S under world-class coaches. From ball control and dribbling to passing and injury prevention stretches, he covered it all, including the fundamentals of positioning and tactical movement. He learned that in a physical scrap, you've got to use your shoulders instead of just bumping bodies to win the ball. Man, there are so many fundamentals I'm still clueless about. Ho-Young, you have to move the second the ball leaves your foot, the coach barked. But coach, where am I supposed to go? Even if you're unsure, you need to make moving a habit. That's the secret to developing elite off-the-ball movement. Off the ball simply means how you move and where you position yourself when the ball isn't it. Your feet? Basically, it's the art of knowing exactly where to be to find the back of the net. The coach pulled him aside. Ho-Young, I see you listed striker on your application. Yes, sir. Scoring is the best part, isn't it? In that case, you need to be hyper-aware of how you move. Every step you take needs a clear purpose. Use that movement to give yourself the upper hand. That means cutting out any wasted motion, got it? Yes, sir. If you're ever lost, just mimic the greats. Ho-Young had been curious about his role, and he was thrilled to finally get some professional insight. Ho-Young realized he used to think just being good at dribbling and shooting was enough to get by. But as he dug deeper into the game, he saw that movement was just as vital. This class was turning out to be a total goldmine. Not only was the coaching world-class, but the raw talent in this room was on a whole different level. He scanned his teammates, a literal goldmine of gifted kids just waiting to be tapped. Who should I target first? He locked onto a target. A sly smirk crept across his face and his eyes sparkled. Ready for the hunt to begin. A status window popped up. Yo bun. Talent, formidable free kicks. Requirement, win 3 out of 5 free kick face-offs. And just like that, the shootout was on. Boom. Ho-Young buried it in the top corner. Aw, man, I lost. Ho-Young took the win in the shootout. A new notification flashed. You have successfully copied Yo Bun's talent. He checked his stats. Standard curve kick, grade C. If he kept grinding, could he eventually evolve this into a legendary knuckleball? Now that was a tantalizing thought. Even though he hadn't tried it yet, he turned and shook his teammate's hand. Good game. I'll get you next time. He needed to keep hunting for usable skills. But he soon hit a snag class. It wasn't quite living up to his expectations. He was dying to see the under-13 squad playing in the youth league. But since it was a closed facility, he couldn't get in. The coach's skills weren't worth the grind, and the overall conditions were just too restrictive. Finding a truly elite player felt like looking for a needle in a haystack. For now, he'd just have to scavenge whatever he could find. Just then, he spotted a familiar face in the distance. Is that Coach Cha, here in Suwon? He stood there, completely floored. What was he doing here? It was Dory himself. The man was a walking legend with a list of intimidating nicknames. The runaway train, Triceratops, the human weapon. Dory went by many names, and every single one of them commanded respect. As the eldest son of Asia's greatest striker, Cha Bum-kan, Dory was a phenom on the verge of his professional debut. He'd already received a massive offer from Leverkusen, his father's old club, and was set to turn pro any day now. It was right in the middle of the winter transfer window. Ho-Young's heart hammered against his ribs. He was standing at a major crossroads. He tightened his fist. Charging him blindly might leave him empty-handed, but there was no way he could let an opportunity like this slip away. If he didn't take the shot now, would he ever get another chance? Time to go for broke. His eyes flared as he activated his ability, and a massive information window materialized. Dory. Cha-style sprint, grade A physicality, grade B+. But the requirements to copy him were on a whole different level of difficulty. Requirement 1. Play together for at least 500 minutes. Requirement 2. Complete 500 minutes of leg conditioning drills side by side. What is this, a unique skill? Ho-Young was breathless. That Cha prefix meant it was a signature talent exclusive to the man himself. While Ho-Young was busy crunching the numbers, Dory and his legendary father were deep in conversation. You should go get a massage, the legendary Cha bumpkin suggested. Loosen up those muscles before you head out of the country. Yeah, you're probably right, Dory replied. It's just this chronic fatigue, it never goes away. I think it's just pre-debut nerves. You've got a big day coming up, so your mind is probably playing tricks on you. Right then, Ho-Young sprinted toward them. Excuse me, hello. Both men turned around, and Sang-woo recognized the boy immediately. Oh, Ho-Young, what brings you here? I have something I wanted to give to Mr. Dory. For me. Wait, you actually know who I am. Dory was caught off guard considering his hat was pulled low over his face. Ho-Young reached out, offering an energy drink. Please, take this. I didn't have enough money for a fancy tonic, so please accept this instead. It's really great for fighting off fatigue. Cha-do let out a laugh. Asterisk perfect, asterisk Ho-Young thought. Asterisk I've definitely made a lasting impression. Asterisk. This kid really knows how to hit where it counts, Coach Sang-un said, turning to Jujda. Keep a close eye on him. He's a true prospect for the next generation, the kind who will lead Korea's future. Really? Is he actually that good? Just wait until you see him on the pitch. He'll blow your mind. He then looked at Ho-Young with genuine warmth. Cha looked at Ho-Young. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? You actually remind me a lot of Young. Young? Who's that? Oh, just a player I used to train named Kyung-young. Ho-Young could hardly believe his ears. Kyung-young, the one destined for the Premier League. He remembered reading in Cha Bum-kun's autobiography that he'd raised Young like his own son. That meant Young had been learning the game from Cha back then. A literal legend was standing right in front of him. They moved the conversation to a nearby bench. You did great out there. How are you feeling? Bringing back memories feels good, doesn't it? That's how it should be, footballers solving their problems through the game. Anyway, didn't you say you had an errand for Director Cha? Don't worry, even if you go now, he's not home. But has my father seen Ho-Young yet? Not yet, but he mentioned he'd catch him next time. At this rate, he might just bring the kid home to live with us, Cha-do joked. Coach Sang-un turned back to Ho-Young. Ho-Young, are you going to become a pro? Yes, sir. I definitely will. When Young was just 1, my father took him in. Ho-Young didn't miss his chance. In that case, please take me in and raise me too. It was a bold move aimed straight at the two powerful men. Ho-Young gripped Cha-do's sleeve and bowed deeply. I'm begging you. He knew he couldn't let this slip away. A once-in-a-lifetime talent like this wouldn't just come knocking again. He had to keep pestering him until he gave in. Dude tried to pull away. With your skills, the coaches will look after you. So don't be sad, just keep working hard. It was a polite rejection, but Ho-Young wasn't about to give up. Then can I at least come visit your house sometimes? I'm a busy man, kid. Besides, your parents would worry. He sighed. This tactic wasn't working. Ho-Young shifted gears, putting on a heartbroken expression. Where do you live? Du asked. I'm in Jiang, Gong province. In Jiang, a sudden idea struck Du. Ho-Young, let's try this instead. The scene shifted to a meeting between Du and Ho-Young's mother, who was bowing an apology. I'm so sorry. What should I do? Checking in was already too much, but now you're offering to train him. Du waved it off. No, it's fine. I genuinely enjoy working with talented kids. My father used to bring his friends home all the time, so it's no trouble. It's only an hour a day. Once a month. I live nearby and usually take walks in the evening anyway, Du revealed. I'm from Dongno, but I'm currently staying in Anning with a close friend. Ho-Young, eavesdropping, was stunned. He never imagined the man lived so close. Either way, it was the perfect excuse for them to exercise together. A golden opportunity had arrived. The very next day, training began. They ran together, two generations united by a single passion. Ho-Young thought to himself, well, this works out perfectly. There aren't any major tournaments right now anyway, and I'll get what I need in the end. More importantly, he was building connections that money couldn't buy. He could feel it. This was the path of a true baller. Step by step, he felt himself moving closer to the world of professional football. Time flew by in a blur of training sessions and filming. Then, in mid-November, shocking news broke. A national team member, formerly a coach for FC Souri, had been arrested on gambling charges. Despite the scandal, FC Souri's ratings continued to climb every week, completely dominating prime time. Meanwhile, in the Premier League, a 16-year-old prodigy debuting for Everton made a comment that sparked a frenzy in Korea. Just one sentence. Remember the name, Wayne. In 2002, after Cristiano Ronaldo, another star was born. I grew up dreaming of my future while watching Wayne's debut. By December 11th, the atmosphere at the National Football Center was electric. It wasn't just TV officials, scouts from the KFAS Youth Strategy Department and sports journalists were all there. His father cheered him on. Don't be intimidated, son. Those kids might be tall, but my HO-YONG is the better player, right? Of course. I'm going to win this. That's my boy. Good luck out there. Up in the broadcast booth, the commentators were already talking. HO-YONG's movements have looked incredibly sharp lately, haven't they? You're absolutely right, Kim Bung-jin. Some worry it might just be a stroke of luck, but I can confidently say it's not. I know his game well. We're best buds. Are you already trying to butter up the next big football star? I even saw him giving you some pocket money. If you keep tailing him like that, the fans might get the wrong idea. Now, let's turn our attention to today's match. Can FC Dory, a team starving for a win, actually pull off a victory today? This might be their ultimate test. Today, FC Dory goes head-to-head with a Brazilian club that has cultivated countless legends. A youth squad from Brazil, draped in their iconic yellow and green kits, strides onto the pitch with total confidence. It is Sao Paulo FC. This is a challenge on a completely different level. Director Choi is picturing the legendary names who once donned the Sao Paulo jersey tight: Leonardo, Cafu, and Rivaldo. These are just a few of the icons who played for Sao Paulo FC, a Brazilian club steeped in rich tradition. In 2002, they traveled to South Korea for the FIFA World Youth Championship, co-hosted by the KFA and MBS. He recalled the conversation with his boss. I managed to set up a friendly between FCSD and Sao Paulo FC. This is our best shot at breaking that miracle 15% viewership rating. Give it your all this time. I'm counting on you. Back in the present, the Sudori kids look at their rivals with visible nerves. Can we actually win? FC Sudori had trained hard to level up, but beating Sao Paulo FC seemed like an impossible dream. They weren't just older. They were much taller, about 10 to 20 centimeters taller, in fact. Meanwhile, HO-YONG stared at his rivals with an analytical gaze. On the field, the Brazilian players were chatting. Hey, Doug. Coach said if you net 10 goals today, he'll take you to a theme park here in Korea. Really? That's awesome. HO-YONG's eyes were locked on the boy named Douglas. Douglas Costa, the next Brazilian superstar. He recalled the data from his past life. Just recently, he'd scored 5 goals in 15 minutes during a friendly against Flamengo's under-13 squad. He was so fast that no one his age could keep up. Was he always part of Sao Paulo? Well, it didn't really matter. What mattered was HO-YONG activating his ability. A glowing gold status window flickered into existence. Douglas Costa. Talent, football prodigy B+. Speed, sports car legs A. Potential, a genius wavering between brilliance and mediocrity C+. Copy condition, block his goal or beat him in a sprint. This is getting interesting. HO-YONG licked his lips. A gold mine of talent was right in front of him. Across the pitch, Sao Paulo's coach Kahlo was conferring with his coaching staff. With Costa, our under-13 ace, on the field, he'll probably bag 10 goals without even breaking a sweat. I've watched their tapes, and only that kid, HO-YONG, looks like he actually knows how to play. Honestly, we don't even need a strategy for this team. He waved to players over. Hey, just relax and treat this as a warm-up. The real match is next week, but you're top-tier talent, so make sure you show off a bit. Scoring 10 goals will be a piece of cake. And Casemiro, see that number 7 over there? You're marking him man-to-man today. HO-YONG, right? Exactly. It's a good chance for you to learn something. Casemiro smirked. A chance? You think I'll lose to that kid? Don't hold your breath. You'll see what he's made of once the game starts. Coach Kahlo made a promise. If you don't concede a single goal, I'll take you to the theme park right after the match. The coach gathered the team. It was an 8-on-8 match. You've played this format a million times, but this pitch is much smaller than usual. So, we'll create openings from the midfield through the wings, got it? Yes, sir. Also, keeper, watch out for long shots from the halfway line. The team roared, we'll never let these kids win. Meanwhile, Casemiro was sizing up HO-YONG. The vibe around that one kid was just different. So that's HO-YONG. He looks about 15 centimeters shorter than me. He set a goal for himself. I'm going to shut him down. Or if Douglas scores 10, we're going to that theme park for free. Let's do this, Doug. You bet. The match between Sao Paulo and FC Sudori kicked off. This historic showdown was underway, and Sao Paulo immediately showed their class. They didn't just run around aimlessly. Their passing was surgical and organized. That's what defines a world-class club. They dominated possession, funneling the play right through the heart of the midfield. The commentators noted how Western players are naturally taller and stronger than Asians. Even at a young age, Brazilians might not be as tall as Europeans, but they are incredibly agile and powerful. That's why their style is famously called samba football. 𝐵𝐶 Dory was staring down a brutal challenge against an opponent with a massive physical advantage. This means their roster looks thin compared to those giants, except for HO-YONG. But maybe home field advantage will count for something. And just as you say, that number 9, Costa, he's trying to break through on the dribble. He's really stretching his first touch here. Using his signature explosive pace, he tore through the back line and vanished in a heartbeat. Douglas could only whisper, "What on earth was that? These guys are useless. I will just score myself." He surged forward like a cyclone and let loose a thunderous shot. Boom. Suddenly, a red jersey flashed in front of the ball. The strike was smothered. His perfect shot denied. But by who? Douglas looked up to see the number 7 staring him down with a taunting smirk. The clash between two genuine prodigies had officially ignited on the pitch. Douglas Costa stared at HO-YONG, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. "Damn it, you have no idea how lucky you just got. But this is only the beginning." Every time Douglas touched the ball, HO-YONG appeared like a recurring nightmare. Number 7 had made another stop. The stadium began to hum with restless whispers. Is Douglas Costa actually being shut down? He was fuming. He felt he should have netted 2 goals by now, yet he could not even find an opening. Aside from that initial attempt, he had not managed a single clean shot. Every subsequent opportunity was ruthlessly snuffed out by that kid. It finally dawned on him that this was no fluke. That guy. He actually knew exactly what he was doing on the field. Meanwhile, Casemiro, tasked with man-marking HO-YONG, marched over to him. "Hey, you are supposed to be a striker, right? Why are you back here? What are you even saying?" It was not English. HO-YONG did not even glance his way, merely dropping a single sentence in Korean intended to get under the opponent's skin. "You are not scoring a single thing today." Douglas was livid. This was the first time since he started playing that he felt truly humiliated. He was being neutralized by a forward who was not even a defender. It was absurd. Casemiro was also reaching his breaking point. He let out a primal roar. "Fine then, I will show you exactly what I am capable of." The coach warned him not to overextend, but he refused to just sit there and take it. They were the ones in control, and with Casemiro anchoring the defense, he would find the net. And just like that, Team Sudery launched their offensive. Here they come, the Sudery counterattack. How would they ever pierce the ironclad Sao Paulo defense? As expected, Casemiro moved in and forcefully reclaimed possession. He drove the ball forward, spearheading a lightning-fast transition. "It is over. I have completely broken through." The keeper cowered in fear as Casemiro faced an open goal, confident he would score the moment he received the pass. But just as his teammate prepared the delivery, that red shadow reappeared. This kid again. Where did he even come from? Once again, HO-YONG intercepted the ball, leaving Casemiro gasping for air. "Are you for real right now? Why was their striker constantly lingering in the back?" Driven to the edge, he decided he would simply take the ball back himself. He lunged toward HO-YONG, intending to burn him with raw speed. With his quickness, he figured he would catch up in no time. Yet HO-YONG accelerated even further. Why? Why can't I close the gap? He was losing a flat-out sprint, and the distance between them was only growing. Casemiro was physically spent. What the hell is happening? Up in the broadcast booth, Douglas looked absolutely livid. But HO-YONG is revealing an entirely different facet of his game today. Until now, his trademark had always been those long-range rockets. Today, however, he was purely focused on his footwork. Look at that, HO-YONG is charging toward the goal without a moment of hesitation. HO-YONG sliced through the opposing players with masterful control. It looked just like the legendary dribbling of Dion, completely unfair, right? With such talent, who could possibly be better than him? The moment HO-YONG came face-to-face with Casemiro, he triggered his ability. Another prey, another target acquired. Casemiro's stats: football prodigy, B+, interception, B, tackling, C, growth condition, complete a successful solo breakthrough, or score a goal. In the future, he would become a pillar for Real Madrid as both a defensive midfielder and a defender. A promising star destined to lead the Brazilian national team. Casemiro. This was a perfect win-win scenario. HO-YONG locked eyes with Casemiro. "I will fulfill both requirements right here." He charged forward for a fateful one-on-one duel, chasing a prize far greater than a mere point. Casemiro, born in 1992, played primarily as a defensive mid. Hailed as the next Marcelo, he was a Brazilian phenom with defensive skills that far exceeded his age group. Now, HO-YONG was heading straight for him. Casemiro did not flinch. "I admit, he is fast, but that is it. Speed alone won't get you past me." HO-YONG sold a brilliant feint, and Casemiro immediately committed to a sliding tackle. In that split second, shock took over. Wait, did I get it? No. HO-YONG had surged past him like a sudden gust of wind. What? He is through. HO-YONG accelerated, leaving Casemiro in the dust. How How is he that fast? He didn't use any flashy footwork, he simply knocked the ball ahead and sprinted. The Sao Paulo keeper rushed out, desperate to block the path. But it was too late. The ball found the back of the net. Too slow, HO-YONG whispered. The stands erupted in a deafening roar, scoring the opener against a powerhouse like Sao Paulo FC. How was this even possible for a kid? Up in the booth, the commentators were beaming. I regret ever doubting Dory. The future of Korean football is looking incredibly bright. Director Choi, who had meticulously scripted a tragic defeat, stood there in stunned silence. He thought to himself, he just blew past Douglas Costa, the ace of Sao Paulo, and even tore right through their defensive core. Casemiro is pure perfection. He is a midfield maestro, completely dominating both the attack and the defense. The production team is buzzing. That is the perfect headline, they whisper. Wow, this kid is seriously talented. This episode's ratings are going to shatter every record. Football academies are overflowing lately. The hype is definitely real. This is insane, and it is all because of him. After scoring, Ho breaks into his signature celebration again. Just as I thought, Father Dweem's talent is incredible. It feels like I have a literal cheat code equipped. Does it not? Ouch, my knee is aching a bit. He glances up at the stands, watching his teammates and fans go wild. A victory for Korea. Yet, I feel like this stadium is still way below my actual level. Is it okay to be this hyped? Today, the entire pitch belongs to me. Then, a notification pops up. Talent copy conditions for Casemiro met. Select the talent you wish to duplicate. Football prodigy B. C+. Instant interception B. Ball blocking C. There it is. He is a natural prodigy. He quickly locks in the prodigy talent. Status window updated. Football prodigy B upgraded to B+. Nice, that is another rank up from me. What is next? Complete 5 solo breakthroughs or score a hat-trick plus 2 more goals along with 5 solo runs. There are about 30 minutes left. I can pull this off if I just keep this momentum going. Next up, instant interception. But something unexpected happens. The whistle blows. Coach Carlo of Sao Paulo calls for a substitution. We cannot risk Costa's condition worsening before the tournament starts. He walks straight over to Douglas Costa. DJ, you are coming off. What? I am just a bit off today. Coach, I can do way better than this. If you are not fit, you belong on the bench. But listen, Douglas, you have learned a very valuable lesson today. Go back to the bench and reflect on what you witnessed. I expect to see that growth next time. Douglas mutters, please. What could I possibly learn from some Asians? A murderous aura suddenly radiates from Coach Carlo. What did you say? Sorry, DJ stammers. Listen well. If I were the ref, those racist remarks would have earned you a red card. If you cannot respect talent, sit there as a spectator and find out what the truth really is. Douglas is forced off the field, simmering with resentment. The match rages on as HO-YONG charges forward with momentum. From the bench, Douglas watches, stunned. How is that kid doing that? Coach Carlo speaks up. DJ, you turned 12 2 months ago, right? Yes, coach. Well, you are not exactly young anymore. Did you know Ronaldo made his professional debut at 14? Yes, sir. Then you know what I mean. Only your fans will tolerate your stupidity. And even then, only if you perform. Forgiveness requires skill. I am sorry. Regardless, that boy. His physique is incredible. His muscles are already so dense. His speed on the ball is unbelievable. I have trained countless players, but that boy is on an entirely different level. He watches HO-YONG shining on the pitch and wonders, where on earth did a monster like this come from? And that monster is backed by a true devil. After conceding early, Sao Paulo finally starts taking things seriously. Goal, Sao Paulo has scored. The Brazilian players break into a thunderous cheer. The commentator notes, are they finally warmed up? They probably just needed time to adjust to the jet lag and cold. Exactly, do not give up, Sao Paulo. You guys can still close the gap. On the pitch, Hoon is starting to flag. I am losing steam. He knows football is not a game you can play alone. Still, if we take down a powerhouse like Brazil's Sao Paulo, it will be a massive deal. I really want this win, no matter what. He charges forward again, soloing against their whole team. Run faster, damn it. Lazy brats. Then the final whistle blows. The final score is 9-4 in favor of Sao Paulo FC. Coach CO exhales in relief. Phew, at least we managed to salvage a bit of our pride at the end. He thought this match would boost youth morale, but look at this mess. At least we found a surprise gem. The Dory players are dejected, but not HO-YONG. Over at the Sao Paulo bench, they are buzzing about Hoon. That kid has some serious potential, not think, coach. Yes, sir. He reminds me of how Ricardo played years ago. Most impressively, his explosive speed on the ball is incredible. His standard sprinting speed is not exceptional, but he is incredibly explosive when he first takes off. I am genuinely curious to see how he turns out once he fully matures physically. If he had any technical finesse to match his pace, he would be a total superstar, right? Definitely, but his fundamentals are still way too raw. But the kid is quick and sharp, and more importantly, he genuinely loves the game. He looks like he could easily dominate at this level. That simple admission that he just loved playing football really struck a chord with the head coach. Is he a once-in-a-generation prodigy, just another talented kid, or a flash in the pan who will burn out early? We will just have to wait and see. Up in the stands after the whistle, Ho-Yoon's parents were consoling each other. Hey, we might have lost, but that was a hell of a game. Right then, Coach Carlos approached them. Hola, hello there. His mother gasped in surprise, while his father recognized him instantly. It is Carlos. He scrambled to respond in broken Spanish. Hola, hello. Oh, you speak Spanish? Yes, I was actually born in Spain. It was a total bluff just to make an impression. What a coincidence. In that case, we will not be needing a translator after all. My name is Carlos, and I am a youth coach for Sao Paulo FC. I was hoping I could have a moment of your time. Do you mind if we continue in Spanish? Not at all. But tell me, coach, how exactly can I help you? Then came an absolutely incredible offer. Is your son currently signed with any youth clubs? Soccer knows no borders. Your son is like a diamond in the rough that just needs a little polishing. I would like to sign him to a youth contract while he trains at our academy. What do you think? The entire Ho-Yoon family stood there, speechless. Meanwhile, Ho-Yoon was busy checking out his latest loot. He pulled up the system interface to take a look. What is Casemiro's talent? Since they are both defensive skills, they are naturally B rank. But Douglas Costa's, now that is a tough call. I have already got the B+ prodigy trait, and there is a good chance nothing will happen if I try to duplicate it again. I should probably go with the sports car legs. It grants me a special skill called charge and sprint. It is a move that gives me a massive burst of explosive speed, as long as the ball is at my feet. But I am still sluggish when receiving through balls, and spamming it will murder my knees. I had better balance it out with some nimble footwork. The world is full of prodigies, but few have elite speed. Besides, off-the-ball movement is absolutely vital for any serious player. A lightning-fast sprint is a must-have, and with that, he finally made his choice. He copied Douglas's sports car legs and Casemiro's instant interception all at once. His status screen was looking insanely overpowered now. Oh, this is incredible. I can feel the power surging through my legs. It was almost laughable. He felt a new wave of strength rising within him. If I keep this up, I will become a player the world has never seen before. Think so? Well, a system notification suddenly popped up. It would take 7 days to fully assimilate a new talent. You cannot scout for other talents during those 7 days. Guess I went a bit overboard with the copying today. Considering that other talent took 30 days to settle in, this pace is actually quite good. I just need to hone my current skills for 1 week. After the match, Ho-Yoon, who bagged a hat-trick today, was pulled for an interview. You seem to be in high spirits. Yeah, I am bummed about the loss, but I will be fine. So even in defeat, you are a good sport. Winning matters, sure, but more than anything, I really just wanted to find the back of the net today. I see. You definitely seem to be pushing yourself harder than usual today. Was there a specific reason for that extra hustle? Ho-Yoon looked straight into the lens and pointed toward a specific comment he had seen online. I wanted to prove I could score against international teams. Some people said I could not pull it off, so that is where the fire came from. I guess I should thank those doubters. True, even the haters are still technically fans. The interview wrapped up with a round of laughter. In the background, Director Choi was beaming. The kid was natural TV gold. There was no doubt about it, this episode was going to be a massive hit. Later, the Ho-Yoon family gathered at a restaurant to celebrate. Recruited by Sao Paulo, Ho-Yoon's jaw hit the floor. His father started explaining the details. Now listen closely, son. First, you would join the academy and undergo regular evaluations. However, FIFA's current regulations make that a bit complicated. You are still too young. With his 24-year-old mind, Ho-Yoon caught on instantly. I get it. You mean I am underage for an international transfer, right? Exactly. Since when did our boy get so sharp? Ho-Yoon began searching his memory for the specific regulations. Article 19 of the FIFA transfer regulations. Players can only transfer to foreign clubs once they turn 18. The system was designed to protect young athletes, and while a few loopholes existed, none of them applied to him. It was basically a dead end. We will have to go anyway, his father continued, even if it means facing some disciplinary action. It is not like they will throw us in jail, and plenty of people get flagged for this. Unless, of course, the club can pull some strings. The fact that Sao Paulo FC is already talking about a youth contract means they likely have a strategy to bypass the red tape. While his parents talked, Hoon wondered why Coach Kara had left so abruptly without even a goodbye. His mother explained that the venue was swarming with reporters and scouts interested in him. They interviewed us briefly, she said. Hoon eagerly asked, and what did you tell them, Dad? I told them no, of course, his father boasted. Hoon nearly fell over before his dad added, I scolded them. How could they send a 10-year-old abroad alone? I told them it was absolutely out of the question. Hoon froze in shock until his dad laughed. Just kidding, son. It was a heart-stopping prank. Mom revealed Dad only said thank you in English and left. She was the one who actually negotiated. What did you say, Mom? She smiled. I said it is fine as long as our Hoon is happy. Yes, Hoon cheered. Brazil is where the legends are born. I cannot wait to go there. He could hardly believe he was heading to the ultimate land of football for his studies. It was a golden chance to face South American talent, far more than just a simple school trip. A youth contract meant playing professionally and earning money. Though his parents still had their worries. You will need to learn the language, they warned. They speak Portuguese in Brazil. Are you ready for that? I will start learning today, Hoon promised. I will find a way to make it work no matter what. He wanted to leave now, but he had to wait for the youth tournament to end first. While waiting, he researched the competition. Wait, FC 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𔔒𝐒 is actually playing in this tournament? He checked the roster. 16 elite teams were participating. It was a true festival for global talent. A complete buffet of world-class football. The MBC World Youth Championship was finally happening. It starts on the 18th. 5 days until the deadline. But then, a sharp pain shot through his knee. I overdid it today, he groaned. From now on, he knew he had to be much more careful. Talent was not everything. You needed the physical durability to perform at your peak consistently. Even the great Ronaldo faced constant injuries because his explosive style overwhelmed his knees and thighs. Injury prevention was now his top priority. Just then, his mother walked in. Hoon, are you okay? Does your leg hurt? Maybe it is just growing pains. He forced a smile to hide the discomfort. She sat down and massaged his leg. Hoon, you can stop if this is becoming too difficult. I just want you healthy. I will be, Mom. You stay healthy too, he said, drifting off. Her gentle touch sent him to sleep, but the real action was happening at the academy office. That boy, HO-YONG, scored the opening goal against Sao Paulo FC, a staff member reported. Scoring against a top Brazilian club is amazing, but it is hard to add him to the roster now. However, given his incredible skill level, maybe those roster concerns are just a waste of time. What is your take? They asked. The legendary 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𔔒𝐒 finally looked up and spoke. It is like seeing a younger version of myself. He is fast, but his playstyle is incredibly intelligent. He is a fascinating player. Manager, I need to see him play with my own eyes. I have been too busy, but I will make time. When is the next session? 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. I will call his parents in the morning. We need to respect the kid's own schedule too. A fateful meeting was set. The next day, Hoon and his mother arrived at the academy. A tall man in a suit approached. Hoon gasped. It was the legend, 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𔒒𝐒 himself. Hello, sir. I am Hoon, he stammered, unable to believe he was meeting his idol in person. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𒒒𝐒 ruffled his hair. So, you are the little bomber I have been hearing so much about. He laughed heartily. You are an interesting kid. Come on, let us head inside and talk. They gathered in the lounge to begin their discussion. Hoon's mother summarized the situation. So you will decide on his tournament spot after a simple trial? Yes, if you both agree. He looked at Hoon, whose face already screamed yes. And what about you, ma'am? If he is happy, I am happy. No parent would stop a child who is doing this well. This was his chance at the World Youth Championship. He just had to pass this one test. They marched out to the practice field. It was the under-13 squad. The first time I had seen the older boys in person. Man, how is that kid so tall? He was like a total giant, easily standing over 170 centimeters. Without missing a beat, HO-YONG triggered his special ability. An information panel flickered to life. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𔒒𝐒, soccer prodigy talent at C+, growth potential at B+, and confident heading at B. These were some seriously impressive stats. I was really starting to like what I saw. Turning to the coach, he asked, Sir, how will the evaluation work? Oh, that. It is going to be a full-scale 11 versus 11 match. Hoon smirked, knowing this would be no walk in the park. His team was drilled in a 4-4-2 formation, focusing on strikers to break through and find the net. My role was to play as a striker, timing my runs perfectly to tear through the opposition's defense. In other words, I was a pure marksman. Legends like Italy's Inzaghi, Brazil's Ronaldo, and Holland's Van Nistelrooy flashed through my mind. In a position dedicated solely to scoring goals, I knew the defenders would be breathing down my neck the entire time. However, once the whistle blew, my new teammates completely froze me out. Hey, over here. Pass it. Can I get the ball just once, please? But they treated me like I was invisible. Are these elementary schoolers really trying to pull some big shot seniority act on me right now? Fine, if that is how they want to play, I will just take the ball myself. He lunged in, snatching the ball right away from his own teammate. Right here, he shouted. But still, no one would pass to him. Up in the stands, 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𒒒𝐒 and the coaching staff were watching everything unfold. This is a first. I really shouldn't laugh. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𒒒𝐒 muttered with a grin. Ho, this kid has some real fire in him. He is doing great. He explained that when there is a lack of trust among teammates, you have no choice but to force them to acknowledge your skill. I had to do the same thing back in Germany, he said. As they say, joy in football comes from having the ball. The risk of losing it is just part of the game. Look at that boy. He is putting that philosophy into practice right now. My ball. Ho-Young let out a roar. I am taking this. It is mine. Nice pass to yourself. Hey. What on earth are you doing? Why was he intercepting a pass meant for his own teammate? That was when Cha Bum-kun dropped a bit of wisdom. If they won't accept you as an equal, then force them to recognize you through sheer talent. Ho-Young took off like a shot. Look at that drive. How can he be that fast? This is an insane move. Ho-Young was radiating a bone-chilling, predatory aura. He was determined to show them what a goal-hungry striker looks like. He chipped the ball over a defender's head and hammered a header into the back of the net. It was an unbelievable solo goal. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The conditions to copy 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 and Jun's confident heading talent have been met. Great, that is one down. In this lifetime, I am definitely aiming to be at least 180 centimeters tall. It was an ambitious target, but with his open growth potential, anything felt possible. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 and Jun. Anyone who follows domestic football would recognize that name. He was a phenom once dubbed the South Korean Zlatan. and Jun's greatest weapon was his towering height, standing 170 centimeters at just 12 years old, projected to reach 190 later on. For a Korean player, where smaller statures are common, standing over 190 centimeters is a massive genetic advantage. Because of that, the B-plus growth plate talent was something I absolutely could not pass up. I had to make it mine. The requirement to copy the talent was to provide 15 assists specifically for him. It was a tough condition for an innate talent, but I was determined. Throughout the practice matches, Ho-Young constantly fed Jung crosses for headed goals. Once the evaluation ended, Ho-Young was summoned to Cha Bum-kun's private office. You scored once and racked up 3 assists in your first game. Yes, sir. Do you prefer setting up goals over scoring them? No, sir. I definitely prefer scoring myself. Then why did you keep feeding the ball to Jun? Ho-Young gave a calculated answer, so the team would drop their guard and finally accept me. It was a total lie. But Cha Bum-kun just smiled. You are very considerate, being able to read your teammates like that. Starting today, you will be training with the elite competitive squad. The coach will speak with your mother about the upcoming tournament. Yes, sir, Ho-Young replied, but his eyes were already glowing as he triggered his skill. A massive, shimmering information window materialized before him. Cha Bum-kun, unique talent, the legendary thighs of Cha at rank L, veteran leadership at B, prospect vision at B, and advanced technical insight at B. Requirement: score 30 goals from over 30 meters out in official matches, or reach the semifinals of a tournament recognized by BIFA. Ho-Young was frozen in shock. Is something wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Cha Bum-kun asked. Ho-Young snapped out of it. Oh, it is nothing, sir. I guess I was just daydreaming. He thought to himself, does that L stand for legend? I had never seen a rank like that before. Cha Bum-kun's legendary trademark was his massive 31-inch thighs. They were famous for explosive power and the kind of endless stamina you would only see in a professional marathon runner. His speed was on a level that even the most athletic players like Cha Dio could not touch. As expected of a true legend, the requirements were insane. Are you telling me not to be greedy, coach? I guess that's why a legend like Cha Bum-kun is in a league of his own. But didn't you hear from Sao Paulo? They want us to head to Brazil. Even a club like Flamengo visited recently. They already scouted one of our players. Honestly, I received an offer myself. So, what's your move? I want to go, I replied. Cha Bum-kun just smirked. Good choice. It'll be a grind, but you must endure to become world class. Gaining experience in different countries is the best way for your talent to truly blossom. Thanks for the advice, coach. You little brat. Just make sure you stay in touch once you're overseas. Reach out if you hit any snags. I will. From that day on, Ho-Young threw himself into training, focusing entirely on team chemistry. He kept setting up goals for Jun, shifting his own role from a pure finisher to a second striker. A second striker supports the main forward while remaining a direct threat to the goal. They have to juggle the responsibilities of both a clinical finisher and a creative midfielder. That means mastering dribbling, breaking through lines, passing, and shooting. The coach told him, Ho-Young, take charge of the attack, but don't let the pressure crush you. Stay confident. I've got this, coach. Right before the tournament, Ho-Young and Jun showed perfect synergy in practice. A pinpoint cross, a thumping header. The coach nodded in approval. The twin tower strategy with Jun and Ho-Young was flawless. With this skill level, they could definitely aim for the quarterfinals. Even though they were facing European powerhouses, the gap didn't seem that wide anymore. Final training session over. Great work, everyone. Head inside, stretch out, and get some rest. Suddenly, a notification window flickered into view. You can acquire a talent if you meet the specific conditions. Condition 1. Record 15 or more assists in official or unofficial matches. Complete. First condition cleared. Now I just need to satisfy condition 2. Each match lasts 50 minutes. That means we have to reach at least the quarterfinals. Fine, I'll make it happen. December 18th. The World Youth Championship, co-hosted by the KFA and MBS, finally began. Hello everyone. I'm your commentator, joined by analyst Song Youngkook. This is the very first World Youth Championship held in South Korea, isn't it? Public interest is massive, as this is the first major international tournament since the 2002 World Cup. The players are taking the pitch. Today's opening match features FC Chabum versus the Polish national team. Ho-Young stepped onto the natural grass, a real pitch at last. Even without a massive crowd, he felt like a true professional. It hit him suddenly. Wait, if we're playing Poland, does that mean I might have faced Lewandowski? If he'd been here months ago, he would have faced the man destined to become a world-class legend, alongside Suarez and Kane. Lewandowski. Ho-Young shook hands with the opposing captain. What a shame, he really wanted to face that future legend. But right now, only winning this match mattered. His eyes burned with determination as the game kicked off. So, what's your take on this match? The commentator asked. Analyst Myunguk replied, I think this is a game we can definitely win. Ho-Young was the wild card, but with his hellish talent, he wasn't just a variable. He was the one who would decide the outcome. The coach had mapped out the strategy. FC Chabum was running a 4-4-2, focused on high-pressure tactics across the entire field. Poland countered with a 4-2-3-1 to leverage their superior physicality. With Kamil at the center, the Polish players shouted, lock down the middle. Their 5 midfielders began pinging passes around. They were dominating the center of the park. Then, Jaros launched a booming long ball over the defensive line. Oh no, the ball is played through. FC Chabum is reeling, the defense is wide open. They're through. Jaroslaw Kaczynski trapped the ball. As long as his first touch was clean, he'd have a clear one-on-one chance. He controlled it, but suddenly number 7, Woo Ho-Young, was there. What? Why is he back here? Isn't he the striker? Ho-Young lunged in, stealing the ball right off his feet, and immediately charged forward before finding a teammate. PFFT. You think I'd let that get to you? But it was just a wall pass. Ho-Young was already sprinting for the return. He didn't even have the ball yet, but he'd already ghosted past the defender. Ho-Young delivered a perfect pass. His teammate headed it back into his path. Stop him. They yelled, but no one could touch his raw speed. Facing to defenders, he looked like a total beast. With one wicked feint, he sliced through both and rifled a shot. Goal. 7 minutes into the first half, FC Chabum strikes first. Woo Ho-Young finds the net, and his teammates swarm him in celebration. That was incredible, total dominance. Look at them, those guys are completely shell-shocked. Ho-Young is getting all the head rubs from his teammates. I was actually trying to score with a bit more style, but my legs were moving so fast I couldn't even keep up with them. This is just unreal, isn't it? From the commentary booth, FC Chabum takes a 1-0 lead. What a sensational goal after a nearly 60-meter sprint. If he has this much raw potential, you think he could become a legendary athlete. He is a player with a truly bright future. Over on the Polish side, their head coach is absolutely stunned. What on earth is going on? Are you positive he's only 9 years old? I'm certain. No matter how you look at it, this isn't just about being good at soccer. It's like someone brought a bazooka to a pistol duel and just started firing. Ho-Young thought to himself, oh man, I'm in hot water. If I keep this up, people will start getting suspicious. He decided it was time to shift his playstyle. He started passing more, but the opponent stayed glued to him, leaving him zero room to maneuver. The Polish players are shouting, but they can't stop FC Chabum's chemistry. Nice. It looks like Ho-Young is searching for 𝐆𝐄𝐍 right now, doesn't it? He needs to keep his head and keep the link-up play going. That's a sharp reaction from 𝐆𝐄𝐍. Alright, he's moving exactly as expected. And just as you said that, Ho-Young broke down the flank. I can definitely pull this off. He's signaling for a high cross. 𝐆𝐄𝐍 thought to himself, no way these guys are beating me in the air, right? If he delivers the ball here, it'll be the most textbook assist you've ever seen. But Ho-Young doesn't pass, he lets fly an absolute rocket from distance. No, Ho-Young. The Polish keeper dives, but it's futile, the ball hits the net. Golo. That was genius. He skipped the assist and chose to shoot instead, creating space by slowing the tempo before finding a gap. That element of surprise was incredibly tactical. Ho-Young wondered, did that actually work? I can't believe I actually pulled off the exact play I pictured in my mind. He could really feel it. It felt like the legend Ronaldo himself. A system window appeared. Powerful long shot C+. My talent has evolved. Ho-Young grinned. I wonder if I can even level up the talents I got from Zizou. If I can, that means I could surpass the originals through pure effort. That's a massive deal, isn't it? He felt a rush of pure joy. I just want to play more soccer. Just being able to run across this pitch makes me so happy. Let's go for one more with this momentum, as long as I don't strain my knees. A hat trick, huh? Ho-Young was locked in. That's goal number 2. Poland is being backed into a corner. Their players are in total disarray. That kid. What the heck is he? He's not even a monster, he's a demon. 𝐆𝐄𝐍 ran over, yelling, Ho-Young, why didn't you pass that to me? Ho-Young gave him a cool, Calculated response. There was no reason to pass because the conditions were already met. We have to secure the win first, but just wait, your chance is coming. 12 minutes into the second half, with 13 minutes left on the clock, HO-YONG is on the ball again. He dances through the defense and fires. It's in. A hat trick for HO-YONG. He's really something else, isn't he? In the stands, Cha Bum-kun and the other coaches are in disbelief. This kid has such a glowing future ahead of him. I truly believe it. HO-YONG might just be the golden ball winner of this tournament. After the hat trick, Poland started double-teaming him. Well, how about this then? HO-YONG launches a long ball towards 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒. Oh no, it's a bit too deep and the defender is already there, it looks bad. But 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 yells, HO-YONG, over here. He uses his head to set a screen for HO-YONG. That header was perfectly placed. What an unbelievable combination. It's a goal. What a stunning assist. That's the fourth for FC Chabum. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 runs off to celebrate. That one was for his mom. He points to the stands where his mother is waving. HO-YONG, that was a beautiful pass. Thanks, man, thanks. Soccer is something we do together. Life might be lonely, but soccer is a team effort. Some pretty deep philosophy from a 12-year-old. After the match, HO-YONG was interviewed. We're with HO-YONG, the star who led FC Chabum to a 4-0 victory today. HO-YONG, you were named man of the match with 3 goals and an assist. How do you feel? I think we won because my teammates supported me so well. Wow. What a remarkably mature answer. Do you have anything else to say? I love you, Mom and Dad. Everyone, just watch. I'm going to be the best soccer player in the world. So please, keep supporting me. That night, he was cringing and rolling around in bed. Arg. Why on earth did I say that? I sounded like some kid going through a cringy cool guy phase. I don't even know. Meanwhile, his online fan base was growing fast. The next day, after a fierce battle against Sweden's Djurgårdens IF, they won 3-2. Then came the match against FC Porto. It was a struggle against the tournament favorites, but HO-YONG's goal secured a dramatic draw. The following day brought the quarter-final clash against Paraguay. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 and HO-YONG netted back-to-back goals for a comeback win. Finally, the semifinals arrived. Our rivals, the Japanese under-13 national team, Group A's runners-up. The winner heads to Seoul's Sangam Stadium. The team let out a roar. Let's win this, go. The semifinal between FC Chabum and Japan kicked off. Losing to Japan wasn't an option. HO-YONG immediately locked onto his target, Japan's key playmaker. Koga Shinji, right? He activated his ability, and his status window flickered into view. Koga Shinji, football prodigy B, delicate touch C+, off the ball C. Copy condition, win and 5 steals. 5 steals, damn, I'm a striker. Fine, if that's the play, I'll take on a free roaming role. HO-YONG stepped up to Shinji and pointed right at his face. You're going down. A bold, provocative declaration. Shinji was stunned. Is he crazy? A free role allowed a player to haunt every corner of the pitch. It demanded elite spatial awareness and timing, but he was ready to test his limits. Go wherever you want, Kagawa. I'll still catch you. HO-YONG had confused Koga with the legendary Kagawa. A funny slip-up showing his focus on future icons. 7 minutes into the first half, Japan accelerated. Kagawa dropped back, his teammates calling out. HO-YONG surged forward to press. He was lightning fast and relentless for a striker. Japan's ace had quick feet and power. This was a battle of pure technique and ball control. But HO-YONG outsmarted him. Coach Lee Sang-woon shouted, HO-YONG, why are you so far out of position? Then he snatched the ball. Shinji gasped. Had he really just been stripped that cleanly? Since when was he a defensive wall? It was incredible. HO-YONG, start the counter. HO-YONG grinned. That precise tackle beat talent he'd swiped from Casemiro at Sao Paulo was paying off. Shinji fumed. How could a striker, not even a midfielder, rob him so easily? This was pure humiliation. He couldn't shake him. HO-YONG was everywhere, eventually securing his 5th steal of the match. Alright, condition to complete, 5 steals. Now, all he needed to do was secure the win. Time to switch back to attack. The Japanese defense realized the looming danger immediately. Watch number 7, don't let him shoot from distance. Drop deep, close those angles. Their defense tightened, but the ball broke loose. Park Won-ji threaded a pass to a sprinting HO-YONG. Charging into the gap, HO-YONG launched an impossible volley toward the goal. The keeper parried it, but 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 was there for a stunning header. It hammered into the net. Goal, great job. Hyunjun's header put Korea in the lead. From there, the match turned into a one-sided slaughter. Japan's spirit shattered. They spent the final minutes huddled in defense, completely overwhelmed. The whistle blew. 3-0. An absolute masterclass by FC Chabum. Commentators were ecstatic. HO-YONG grabbed a goal and an assist in the second half alone. Unbelievable. Indeed. Today he showed the world he's as lethal in defense as he is in attack. On the pitch, the team embraced. We're in the finals, just one more win for the championship. Pure joy. The next semifinal would decide their fate. Germany versus Sao Paulo FC. The winner of that clash would be their final hurdle. The results came in soon after. Brazil Sao Paulo against Germany Stuttgart. A shocker. The Germans crushed them 4-0. HO-YONG and the team watched, stunned. Seeing a powerhouse like Sao Paulo get dismantled was sobering. He began analyzing the new threat. It was wild. So many players were over 170 centimeters. They looked like high schoolers. Against that size, even his speed might not be enough. Reaching the final was great, but this wall felt massive. Lying in bed, he checked his inventory. He had secured Kagawa's talent, making it his 8th acquisition. Now, he just needed 20 minutes on the pitch with 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 in the final to unlock growth. Plate extension B+. I'll have to make do with the talents I have for now. Just then, Koga Shinji, the boy he kept calling Kagawa, approached him. I'll win next time, Shinji vowed. HO-YONG, clueless about Japanese, just smiled and shook his hand. Good game, CEO. I have zero clue what he's rambling about, but he's got to be hyping up my skills, right? The following day, the stadium was electric, packed to the rafters with fans screaming for HO-YONG to lead the way. It was time for the grand finale, VfB Spengen vs FC 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒. They had a few giants on their roster, but the real threat was this one specific guy. Volibas was hailed as the future pillar of the German defense, a top-tier talent who ironically struggled because of his massive frame. Ho triggered his ability, Prodigy Volibas, defense positioning B, ball stripping B, ball blocking C. Quest, secure the win, score once and deliver 10 assists. He didn't possess any godlike talent, it's standing before him. HO-YONG felt like a tiny ant gazing up at a massive giraffe. Sure enough, the match unfolded exactly as everyone expected. 15 minutes in and VfB Spengen took the lead. Man, this was rough. Those skyscrapers were boxing me in everywhere, leaving me no room to move. It was a calculated move. They were dogging me because I was the top scorer. Damn it. Just watch me, I'll find a way to sink one. But then, FC 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒's net rattled again, and again. Suddenly, it was 3-0. When there's an 8-inch height gap, pure skill can only do so much. Still, this served as a harsh yet vital lesson for the FC 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 squad. Suddenly, HO-YONG seized the ball and charged through the center. But Volobas was stuck to him like glue. Out of my way, there was a brutal collision, and Ho was sent flying. The ref blew the whistle and flashed a red card at Basolver, tossing him out of the game. That was a close call, but luckily, it played right into my hands. I'm definitely burying this free kick. Time to test out that new trick. He took his stride and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball curled past the wall and buried itself in the top corner. Goal. HO-YONG actually pulled it off. Let's go, HO-YONG, 𝐶𝐄. That was a skill stolen from the legendary Yan Bai-moon. The rank S artful free kick C. First time using it in a real match, and the results speak for themselves. Then, the final whistle echoed through the air. Game over. VfB Spengen walked away with a 3-1 victory. This was the very first defeat I tasted in the entire tournament. HO-YONG sprawled on the grass, feeling a mix of disappointment and genuine satisfaction. He walked away from this competition with more than just a trophy, he'd gained experience. The Under-13 World Youth Championship concluded with Germany claiming the ultimate glory. FC 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 took home second place, while HO-YONG, with 10 goals and 5 assists, was crowned top scorer, walking away with the golden boot and a $1,000,001 prize. Ha-ho! Wait, there's another reward. A system window popped up. Requirements to copy 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒's talent have been met. Without hesitation, he selected the B+ rank growth plate expansion. His status board refreshed, showing his talent count had jumped to 9. After the ceremony, fans swarmed around him, chanting for their star scorer. Is this your fan club? Wow, I'm totally rooting for you. Ho blushed, promising himself he'd definitely clinch the win next time. And this is just the beginning. I'm going to become the greatest player on the planet and take everything for myself. HO-YONG let out a shout on the bus. Let's go, go, go. The driver slammed on the brakes as the light turned red, bringing the vehicle to a sudden halt. Where exactly are you trying to go? HO-YONG just grinned. Hey driver, when you think about football, which country pops into your head first? Well, Brazil, of course. HO-YONG's grin widened. May 6th, 2020, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Man, this heat is absolutely unreal. It was like the middle of a Korean winter compared to this. Excuse me, over here. A couple approached them. Hello, I'm Maria Choi. I'm the eldest daughter of the host family where HO-YONG will be staying. And this is Lucas Kim, the local liaison for Sao Paulo FC. Hey, you're HO-YONG, right? I've seen you on TV plenty of times. You're even cuter in person. Welcome to Sao Paulo. We're glad to have you all here. They arrived at their lodgings in Victoria. Your medical exam is in 2 days, so just relax and get some rest until then. HO-YONG's room is up on the 2nd floor. Want to go take a look? Sure. As he headed up the stairs, a blonde girl was coming down. They exchanged greetings in Portuguese. Hola. She was tall with large, striking eyes that made her look like a living doll. Maria explained, this is Monica. She's staying in the room next to yours. I believe she's 10 years old. 10. She's my age. I honestly thought she was in high school. They stepped into the room. Wow, this place is incredible. Today is later at the medical facility. We're running tests to see which team suits you best. Just think of it as a standard physical, no need to stress. The medic turned to Ho-Young's parents. Excuse me, how tall are you both? I'm 166 centimeters, and I'm 168 HMM. The mother is a bit taller than the father, the medic noted, prompting the dad to quickly chime in with an explanation. Ho-Young is actually getting his growth plates checked right now. Height is mostly genetic, so even if he's on the shorter side, please don't be too discouraged. The club has a specialized growth management system in place. Oh, I see. Thank you. The father felt a pang of guilt but kept his fingers crossed for his son. Just then, his phone buzzed. Wow, Dimaha. That meant something good. The results were in. Ho-Young's projected height was between 182 and 189 centimeters. The whole family was ecstatic. I'm so grateful for Shinjun's talent. Those growth plates are finally starting to open. Once I eventually become a national player, I really need to find a way to pay him back. Lucas explained the upcoming schedule and transfer terms, reminding him to focus on football since this stay wasn't forever. Brazil was just a stepping stone. I had many other clubs to visit rather than staying in one boring place. Player registration is in April. Until then, you'll be at the academy learning the basic foundations of the sport. After basic training and evaluations, they'll calculate your GPA score from medical test. The passing mark is 6.5. Score below 6.5, and you'll stay in the academy. You've come too far to turn back now, right? Of course. You're on a roll, so passing that written exam should be a total breeze for you, right? Make sure you master Portuguese. The Portuguese language exam is a mandatory part of your overall personal evaluation. Ho-Young stood there, speechless as a new challenge emerged. He waved goodbye as his parents prepared to head home. Keep in touch, Ho-Young. Don't worry, Mom, I'm a big kid now. His mother then turned toward her husband. Better not mention who he takes after. The father looked at his son with total confidence. You can do this. Yeah, that's my boy. His mother gave him a tight squeeze. If things get hard, don't try to endure it alone. Just tell us whenever you need anything. We love you. I love you too, Mom. It was a tearful, but hopeful goodbye. Since that day, I've used every moment wisely without wasting a single second. Learning Portuguese was my first priority. I had to hurry because primary school starts for me next month. Luckily, because my mother knows Spanish, I can already understand Portuguese to a pretty decent degree. Portuguese and Spanish share so many similarities that it has been a massive help for my learning progress. Maria Choi also gathered the foreign kids for extra tutoring. They helped me sharpen my skills incredibly fast. I train at the academy all day. Until I officially join in April, I'm just mastering the basic skills required. Communicating during practice can still be quite a struggle sometimes, but since sports rely on body language, I can usually understand what's going on well enough. I head back at sunset. I'd love more practice, but security here isn't as solid as it is back in Korea. Man, I'd love a beer. He lay in bed, quietly reflecting on how far he had come. From 24 back to 10, then all the way to Brazil. Good job. I need to make some friends fast. Well, I'm a social butterfly, so let's try this. He opened the door and saw Monica, his neighbor. Is Monica staying next door? She turned around with a smile. Hi? Ho-Young froze. Hey, sorry about that. Then he realized he'd completely forgotten his lines. Oh no, I totally forgot what I was going to say. Do you know Korean? Monica looked confused. Right? That was a weird question. K-pop hasn't blown up yet. Do you speak English? Only a little. What about Russian then? I don't know any Russian at all. How about Spanish? Monica's eyes sparkled. My mom used to live in Spain. They both looked thrilled. Really, they started chatting. Her dad's Brazilian, her mom's Russian American, and her grandma is Spanish, right? Yeah, my grandma actually chose my name. Wow, impressive. Just how many different bloodlines are mixed in her? So how many languages can you speak? Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and English. I'm not exactly native in all of them, though. Wow. Ho-Young immediately triggered his special appraisal ability. Monica's talents: gymnastics prodigy rank B, natural linguistic gift rank B, perfect physical balance rank B, flexibility rank C sync, speak for 6,000 minutes, pass the advanced Portuguese exam, or stretch together for 300 minutes. She really is a total genius with a massive talent for languages. I want that talent. Maria has it too. But since Monica lives right here, it might be easier to get. By the way, do you play any sports? Yes, I'm currently practicing rhythmic gymnastics. Typical Russian heritage. But isn't rhythmic gymnastics even more popular over in Russia or Spain? I started as a hobby in Rio, but my teacher said I'm talented, so I'm training here now. If I do well, I might study abroad in Spain. I see. You definitely look gifted in gymnastics. Monica giggled. You're different from the other boys. You seem like a really fun person. Let's be friends then, Monica. Sure. Time started flying by. A whole month flew by, packed with grueling study sessions, intense workouts, and the relentless pursuit of honing new skills. When the new semester kicked off in February, he enrolled in an elementary school just a 10-minute bus ride away. Thanks to his bright and outgoing nature, fitting in with his new classmates was a breeze. Sure, there were the occasional mean-spirited jokes tinged with racial bias, but soccer usually settled any tension. After all, Brazil is the true home of the beautiful game. His impressive footwork quickly caught the local kids' attention. By night, he was hitting the books under Monica's careful guidance. It was the most frantic yet exhilarating chapter of his life, but thoughts of his family, his ultimate goal, kept him going. Fast forward 2 months to April. HO-YONG pulled up his status board. With this latest addition, he now possessed 11 distinct talents. He had successfully acquired new traits from Monica: graceful flexibility at rank C and a natural linguistic aptitude at rank C+. Now was the time to ride this momentum and level up his existing abilities. Just then, Maria and Monica came running toward him. "HO-YONG, what's the word? I've been so worried about your Portuguese certification results. How did it go?" "I was actually just about to tell you," HO-YONG replied, proudly holding up his certificate. "I passed the basic S-rank exam. I actually did it." "Wow, I knew you could do it. Congratulations on passing, HO-YONG. Now, the only thing left is to secure that contract with the Sao Paulo FC Under-15 squad." It was a Thursday in April 2003. Inside the Sao Paulo FC youth team office, HO-YONG sat across from the manager, Bianca. "Hello, HO-YONG. You've certainly been putting in the work lately. Congratulations are in order. You've worked incredibly hard over the last 88 days. Your overall GPA assessment score is 9.13. Your total was weighed down slightly by the Portuguese language requirement, but for a soccer player, this is an exceptionally high score. In 24 matches against other academies, you racked up 26 goals and 6 assists, earning you a performance rating of 9.33 out of 10. Your medical evaluations covering lung capacity, muscle strength, and body balance were also elite, coming in at 9.35 points. Since you cleared the 9-point threshold, you've earned the top rank, number 1. Congratulations. We're prepared to make an offer that matches your talent." "Wow, thank you so much. There were likely some hurdles due to the language barrier, but we truly appreciate how well you've adapted. Even Coach Caro is thrilled with your progress." "I did it. I actually did it. Per the contract, your weekly salary will be 400 reais, which is roughly to 150,000 Korean won. It wasn't quite the 450,000 won Cristiano Ronaldo was making at age 12, but it was still $1,000,000 a month. That was incredible. That was more than I ever made working part-time back when I was 24. On top of that, there are match bonuses and goal incentives. And if I move up a rank, my weekly pay keeps climbing, right?" "Which squad will I be joining, ma'am?" "You'll start with the under-13 team. Once your name is on the roster, you'll begin playing in the weekly league matches. Your salary kicks in then." "Wow, the Sao Paulo FC Under-13 team. The same squad where I've been dominating as a top scorer during my trial." Early morning on April 4th, the Under-13 team was a completely different beast compared to the academy. "Since I'm being paid to play now, I have to perform for the team, not just myself. I'm actually nervous. Just do what you always do," I told myself, trying to stay calm. Could a real man really let a little nerves trip him up? I can do this. Just then, a familiar voice broke his focus. "HO-YONG, Monica and Maria say you need to get ready to head out." All right, I'm coming. Wish me luck." Once in the car, Maria asked, "Have you been keeping in touch with your parents? Do you have any plans to visit them?" "Of course, they might not be able to visit because of work, so I'm planning to bring the championship trophy to them instead." I'll be cheering you on. I have 3 big goals this year. First, win the Under-13 Weekly League. Second, get promoted to the Under-15 squad. And third, scout and absorb every ounce of talent from Brazil's brightest young stars." He checked his status window. "Over the last 3 months, I've realized something. None of the adults I've met possess the soccer prodigy talent. Essentially, the soccer prodigy trait is what fuels an explosive growth rate until a player reaches maturity. That makes finding soccer prodigy talents at rank B or higher incredibly difficult. However, there have to be plenty of gifted kids in the Under-13 ranks, right? Wow. There was an indoor learning center, a mini futsal court for small-sided games, and even an indoor pitch and gym for training when the weather turns sour. This facility was easily the most massive soccer training complex in all of Brazil. A woman approached him with a smile. It's great to see you so excited. If you ever run into any trouble, don't hesitate to come to me." That was Coach Emily of Sao Paulo FC, nicknamed the Ghost. Even though practice wasn't scheduled for another 30 minutes, everyone was already busy warming up. A young boy walked up to him. "Hey, is it true your GPA was a 9.1? "Yeah, but my final evaluation score was actually 9.33. "Oh, seriously? That's insane." These guys were clearly on edge. We were all fighting for the same position. After all, they're likely on edge, worried the new kid is here to snatch the food right off their plates. Down there, every kid plays as if their life is on the line. It's not just a pitch, It's a full-blown battlefield for these boys. Then, two familiar faces came into view. Casemiro and Douglas Costa. Wait, why are you here? Their only response was a sharp, challenging glare. HO-YONG flashed a predatory smirk. I've come to claim the talent that slipped through my fingers before. His eyes scanned their status screens. Give it all to me. The talent hunt in Brazil had officially begun. The young prospects were buzzing about the newcomer. So, HO-YONG is officially our teammate starting today. Does this mean our team ranking is actually going up? Maybe, for real? Is HO-YONG really that good? Douglas Costa, who had faced HO-YONG before, chimed in. HMPH, he's decent enough. His scoring ability is actually pretty shocking. The guys laughed and poked fun. Right now, we're sitting at 7th place in the weekly league. Our club, Sao Paulo FC, has taken the under-13 title multiple times. But we've been struggling lately because we're missing a clinical striker. That's exactly why Coach 𝐆𝐒 recruited HO-YONG. Otherwise, they'd never bring someone so young into the under-13 league. Have you noticed, though, HO-YONG looks like he's hit a growth spurt lately? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The whistle blew, calling them to order. With the new arrivals, the entire training regimen had been overhauled. You wondered if they'd focus on tactics or chemistry. The session kicked off with standard drills, nothing out of the ordinary. Still, something felt different. They followed a structured Brazilian training philosophy that guided them without feeling forced. I wasn't about to slack off, though. If anything, the variety in the drills made the whole thing surprisingly fun. However, HO-YONG kept fumbling during the passing drills. I was honestly struggling just to keep up with the pace. I'd practiced basic passing 1,000 times, but executing them in live game scenarios was a whole different beast. Whispers started rippling through the team. Hey, did you see that pass from HO-YONG? How many times is he going to blow it? The coach walked over. HO-YONG, passing isn't just about kicking a ball. It's about maintaining your body balance and perfecting your form. If you get tense or the space around you starts to close in, your balance shifts and your passes turn messy. Mastering that core stability is the only way to keep your distribution consistent. When is the right moment, though? How can you tell? Even if I explained it, you wouldn't get it yet. It's something you have to feel in your bones. The answer is always the same. Practice is the only way forward. Back in the meeting room, the staff was debating HO-YONG's progress. The kid has talent, sure, but his fundamentals are still lacking. The biggest issue is his physical stats. He's just not at the under-13 level yet. Should we consider dropping him down to the under-11 squad? No, we need to nurture his growth. It'll be a struggle for him, but that's on us to manage. He's only been playing for 6 months. Given his raw potential, we need to give him the time he needs to evolve. If we give him a real shot, he'll definitely close the gap. Despite the setbacks, HO-YONG wasn't discouraged. He had a much bigger plan. The under-13 league was packed with talent, but he had his eyes on one person in particular, Douglas Costa. I'd already swiped those sports scar fast legs and even boosted the skill to a+. Aside from being a master of balance, the only other notable talent I had was the B+ football prodigy trait. What happens if I copy a talent I already own? Time to find out. During practice, HO-YONG walked up to Douglas. Hey, move back and play as a deep line forward. No way, I'm the one scoring goals. Nah, you're too slow. Excuse me. What do you mean, slow? Don't you remember last year? I was way faster than you back then. Fine, let's settle this with a race right now. My mom always said people should know their limits. Oh, really? Alright then, I'll show you exactly what that means. To the line, ready, set, go. Both of them took off like rockets. In the end, HO-YONG crossed the line first. Douglas was panting hard. That was so close. How did he get even faster? He's practically as fast as I am. If our physics were the same, he probably would have smoked me. Damn it. Douglas walked over. Fine, you take the point. I'll provide the support. You should have just said that from the start. Just keep the passes coming. I'll handle the scoring for you. 3 weeks later, the requirement was met. Obtained 20 assists from Douglas Costa during team practice. I ticked off both boxes. Finally, it was within my reach. I could feel the nervous energy buzzing through me. I selected the talent I wanted to replicate, the B+ football prodigy. As soon as I tapped it, an unexpected notification popped up. B+ enhancement successful. It will take 7 days to fully absorb the talent. During this period, you cannot copy other skills. HO-YONG checked his status window. The B+ football prodigy trait was still there waiting. Alright, time to get to work. It is all about training now. A new level of power is waiting to be unlocked. Train, and train some more. It is the only path. 1 month later, HO-YONG was reborn on the pitch, maintaining perfect form in every situation. His passes were pinpoint accurate, leaving the coaching staff absolutely stunned. Wow, look at HO-YONG go. The kid has evolved. He is like a completely different player now. What takes others a month to master? My B+ soccer prodigy talent lets me grasp and execute in just 2 weeks. I did not feel the change when I first gained the talent, but now, the difference is night and day. The coach offered some guidance. HO-YONG, when you are dribbling, do not just move your feet. Your entire body needs to flow as one with the ball. That is how you keep your balance. Even under heavy pressure, you will not get bullied off the ball. Got it. I could not wrap my head around his advice instantly, but through raw repetition, the meaning started to click. I started a private session with Casemiro. Hey, Casemiro, time for shooting drills. Let us play a game of crown. Crown. Casemiro looked confused. It is a simple minigame. Whoever keeps the ball for a set time becomes king, and the loser must obey the king. Casemiro reluctantly gave in. Fine, whatever. I will do it. Sure, I said it was just training, but my real goal was to snatch his talent. As I thought it, Casemiro's status window flickered open. Requirements: dribble together for over 120 minutes, or keep the ball from him for 5 minutes straight. Alright, I will go first. Man, this is tough. I lost possession in just 3 minutes. No surprise there, he is a rising star representing the under-13 league. Between his experience and that B+ soccer prodigy talent, his fundamentals are absolutely rock solid. To close this gap, I will have to run until my legs are on fire. Day after grueling day, HO-YONG outworked everyone, desperately playing catch-up to fix the gaps in his training. 1 month later, the timer hit the mark. Stop, 5 minutes. I finally did it. I held him off for 5 whole minutes. It was all thanks to my fundamentals and my C+ flashy footwork. Then a notification popped up. Casemiro's talent is now ready for copying. I did not hesitate. I chose elite interception. Every time I snag a talent like this, it feels like I am building the foundation of a true pro. The sense of achievement is incredible. The coaches watched him closely. He looks ready for the league matches. His growth rate is just insane. At this rate, he is easily one of the top players in the under-13 division. But can he perform in a real match? I bet he can. He seems like the type who thrives under the bright lights. Alright then. Should we give him the nod for the upcoming game against Pakistan? The first of the month, round 23 of the weekly under-13 league. We are facing Pakistan, currently sitting in 3rd place. It is a massive game for us, especially since we are sitting right behind them in 4th. Their key player is Fabio, the under-13 ace, and a literal wall in defense. My official debut. How long have I waited for this? My career starts here, with this very first match. I am finally a real soccer player. I stepped onto the field and locked eyes with Fabio. Let us have a good game. HO-YONG instantly skinned Fabio's stats. Soccer prodigy C+, motor-like speed B, razor-sharp passing C, precise tackling C. Copy condition, win the match and score 2 goals. So this is the impenetrable defender of the under-13 league. I guess training with elites like Dawes and Casemiro raised my standards, because he does not look so scary. If this is the competition, I am going to tear this league apart. I might be short on experience and raw strength, but I've got more than enough talent to compensate. The match between Pakistan and Sao Paulo FC kicked off. Up in the stands, Coach Carl watched with a focused, pensive gaze. Is that really the same kid? The reckless, messy play from last year was nowhere to be seen. His dribbling and passing have skyrocketed, and even his defensive work has tightened up significantly. It feels like he is dominating the entire pitch all by himself. Even Fabio, the Iron Wall, could not keep up with HO-YONG. He is on a whole different level. 15 minutes into the first half, and the warm-up was over. HO-YONG exploded forward with the ball, charging straight at the defensive line. 1, 2, 3 defenders swarmed him. A quick step over, a pinpoint pass to the wing, the defense collapsed. Stop him. They screamed, but HO-YONG was already gone. Into the open space, he receives the ball, staring down the keeper. A simple yet clinical finish. It's in 7 months. It has been 7 months since I arrived in Brazil. All that grueling training was for this one shot. Hard work never lies. I'm too overwhelmed with joy to even celebrate. The first half is winding down. Coach Ko nods in approval. The boy's movement has become much more refined. His decision-making with passes and his ability to control the game's tempo while on the ball are incredibly consistent. By managing his stamina and marking effectively, he seems to be completely draining Pavia's energy. Damn it, Pavia is gassed. The moment he lets his guard down, this kid tears our defense apart. I have to keep up somehow. Another wing switch. HO-YONG and Douglas execute a seamless combination play. Oh no, I was too focused on the overlap. Douglas has the ball now and fires a pass toward Hoon. A touch that defies his age, thanks to his C+ grade ball control. He lets it fly immediately. No way. The defender screams. Damn, blocked. Is my left foot still lacking that clinical power and precision? But I've got this. With my current toolkit, I can create opportunities like this whenever I want. Just stay focused, just like in training. With the basics like ball control and dribbling etched into my muscle memory, I can stay composed in any situation. What kind of player am I going to become? Until now, I only had a vague dream of being the world's best. But can I truly reach the pinnacle of this sport? I will. Football is just too much fun. A wide grin spreads across his face, fueled by pure passion. Halftime whistle blows. The locker room is thick with tension. Pavia, get your head in the game. Is it really that hard to lock down someone half your size? They're constantly rotating positions. How many times do I have to say it? Tighten the gaps and switch to zone defense when they start rotating. It's not just Pavia's fault. We have to adjust to their unusual rhythm. Remember what we drilled in practice. We worked hard to reach third place to let Sao Paulo FC stand in our way now. Meanwhile, in the Sao Paulo dugout, Coach Kahlo is laying out a new strategy. We are up 1-0, but we won't just park the bus. We'll wait for their defense to tire out and then strike. HO-YONG, you've been saving your breath, right? In the second half, I want you to unleash everything you've learned. Give it your all. Yes, coach. The second half kicks off. They've shifted their defensive shape. Are they trying to shut down our positional play with a dedicated zone defense? That's the zone marking the coach mentioned. By assigning each defender a specific area, they're trying to stop the chaos from the first half. If that's the case, there's a massive gap right behind them. HO-YONG spots the opening, but the opposition is ready. Hoon sends a pinpoint long ball over the top. Douglas brings it down perfectly. What a play. Even with 2 men on me, I've practiced this exact pass for this moment. A beautiful layoff back to HO-YONG. He strikes. It's magnificent. The entire team erupts in celebration. Final score, 2-0. Sao Paulo FC takes the win. A notification flashes. HO-YONG has acquired Pavia's C-rank precise passing talent. Amazing. I actually managed to snag Pavia's talent. I think I'm starting to understand how to utilize these talents. As my fundamental skills improve, these special abilities become even more potent. But I still have a long road ahead of me. I need to push myself even harder. Coach Kahlo walks over and pats his shoulder. Thanks for the hard work today. You did great. Nice job. I'll do even better next time. Back at home. I'm back. Welcome home, HO-YONG. Something smells delicious. What's this? I picked up some snacks so we could eat together. Wait, what? Why the sudden treat? Well, I won my match today. I knew you could do it. Congratulations. But you didn't have to buy all this. It's fine. You've been helping me so much with my Portuguese. Please enjoy. He thought to himself. I earned 60 rials for the appearance fee, plus a 40 rial goal bonus today. I can definitely afford to treat myself to something special. Where are you going? Aren't you eating? Go ahead and start without me. I just have to do something real quick. He dashes to his room and grabs the phone. Dad, I won the man of the match award. Cheers erupt from the other side of the line. There's nothing quite like sharing good news with family. Seeing them so happy gives him a renewed sense of strength. A heartwarming end to a successful day on the pitch. Following that victory, Sao Paulo FC went on a tear, securing their spot in second place by September. Since his debut, HO-YONG has carried the team through 8 victories, racking up 13 goals and 3 assists to become their undisputed ace. Thanks to his explosive performance, the squad has officially punched their ticket to the playoffs. With the title finally within reach, he is now only 2 matches away from hoisting that championship trophy. HO-YONG and Monica were glued to the TV in the living room when Christian J scored. Talk about a different level. He is a total beast. He has been my idol forever. Man, I would give anything just to meet him for a single day. Hey, where are you going? It was a silly question. He was already heading to the pitch. Even with the game barely over, he was back at it. Coach Emily caught up with him. Great work, HO-YONG. Don't overdo it, okay? You have got 3 days to rest before the playoffs start. I have still got plenty of gas in the tank. Besides, when else will I get the field all to myself like this? Better to grind while I can, even before I regressed. I would spend my days off from work training on the pitch. That is how much I love this game. You are definitely a rare breed, Emily remarked. No one else works this hard. Oh, right? Want some? They're roasted chestnuts, my favorite snack. I always keep some on hand for a quick boost. Wow, how thoughtful. Thanks, kid. I will leave you to it then. Keep up the hustle. Just then, the academy director strolled by. Oh, director? Emily, what brings you here? Just heading to the office, sir. I stopped by the main building on my way. What is this? He asked. A gift from a U13 kid named HO-YONG. Here, try some, they are actually quite good. You are popular as ever, Emily. But isn't the U13 squad supposed to be on break? Technically, yes. But that boy is something else. HO-YONG, I am sure you have seen that name in the reports by now. The kid is a prodigy. Is that so? I will have to keep an eye on him during the championship then. Meanwhile, HO-YONG kept grinding. It had only been 2 months since his league debut. With a solid foundation, my growth was skyrocketing. Plus, facing elite prospects over the last 8 games had been a huge help. It fueled my skill evolution. I checked my status window. My C-rank talents had officially hit C+2. I realized something. Just stacking C-rank skills does not guarantee an automatic level up. To jump from C+2 to C+3, I can't just rely on another C+. I need to copy a higher tier to bridge the gap. Time to focus on the immediate goal, scoring over 30 long-range goals. If I want Shaobumkun's L-rank talent later, I need to master shots from over 30 meters out. Well, if effort is the key, then effort is what I will give. Lately, I have been obsessing over free kicks and long-distance strikes. He fired shot after shot. 2 hours later, ping, a notification window appeared. Powerful long-range shot C+2. Yes, the intense training finally paid off with the level up. If I maximize the preseason after October, I can push these skills even higher. But first, the playoffs, September 27th. The semi-final between the league's 3rd and 4th seeds. After weathering a relentless storm from Ceballos, Caparian squeezed out a 1-0 victory in a nail-biter. Their ironclad defense proved to be a massive headache for Sao Paulo. The other semi-final featured Sao Paulo FC against Kiston. Tension filled the air. Block him. Get back. Tighten up the backline. Coach Carlo noticed the strategy immediately. They were clogging the midfield with 5 men just to cut off the supply line to U HO-YONG. Even if we break the middle, they have got a deep block waiting. They are terrified of Ho-Young's dribbling. Their shape is much tighter now, but we have got an answer. Cross it in. Ho-Young trapped the ball, activating his flashy C+2 footwork. He danced past to defenders. Cover him. Don't let him breathe. As expected, if they could just shut down the lanes, they would have the upper hand. They are underestimating the raw skill gap. Why can't they stop U HO-YONG even when they know he is going to dribble? Simple. It is like trying to stop a speeding car. Knowing it is coming doesn't make it any easier to catch. Their bodies just could not keep up. This guy is insane. How are we supposed to mark him? Ho-Young shifted into high gear and buried a rocket into the net. Game over. Victory for Sao Paulo FC. They have punched their ticket to the finals. Thanks to U HO-YONG's dominant second-half performance, Sao Paulo's spot in the championship match was officially set in stone. Coach Carlo let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. We are through, but we can't celebrate yet. SC Corinthians is waiting for us in the finals. This is the final hurdle on our path to victory. They are a powerhouse without equal. More importantly, if we cannot shut down that absolute genius, we stand zero chance of winning. The next day, listen up. Your focus from here on is neutralizing Alexander Pato of Corinthians. He is a phenomenal talent destined to be called the second Pelé. There is a saying that Argentina has Messi and Brazil has Pato. He is a truly exceptional genius. Since he is only 3 years older than me right now, I think I can find a way to handle him. Besides, football is a team game, not a solo mission. Coach continued. Alexander Pato recently joined Sport Club Corinthians. He has played 14 games and racked up 18 goals. He is the top contender for the tournament's Golden Ball. However, their chemistry might still be shaky since he only joined the squad very recently. If we train hard now, we can definitely win. Victory in football goes to the side that is the better overall unit. The superior team always comes out on top, and we just need to be that winning team. We will focus on exploiting their flaws, but stopping Pato will be no easy feat. We will prepare for this match as best as we can. Approach the game with total confidence. While the players warmed up, the coaches held a final discussion. It is clear Corinthians will run a for -3-1. But how do we stop Pato? The best way is to lock down their second line from the outside and with a 4-1-4-1 formation. The problem is, our team simply does not have the depth or resources to pull that off. Our defense is solid, but the offense remains an issue. Corinthians is going to put massive pressure on Ho-Young. Coach Carrió smiled. I have a few ideas about that. A massive plan was being set in motion in the Sao Paulo FC locker room before the final. Coach pointed at his students. Today, we will be the ones standing in the winner's circle. Bring the dignity of a king onto that pitch. He called Ho-Young aside. Ho-Young, the pitch is a stage for you to showcase everything you have practiced. Show them everything. I will, sir. The two teams walked onto the field, lined up, and shook hands. Ho-Young stood directly across from Pato. First, let us see what kind of talent he possesses. A golden status window flickered into view. Alexander Pato, football genius A, sports car speed A+, refined and delicate ball touch B, elite individual skills B, scoring ability C+3. Victory conditions: win the Campeonato Paulista final, be selected as the regional MVP, or score 2 goals. In the near future, the boy hailed as the second Pelé we finally meet. Ho-Young could not suppress his mounting excitement. He is not just a prodigy, he is a true footballing genius. If I can copy those talents, could I become a genius too? The match kicked off with a shocking revelation. Ho-Young was not playing in the striker position. What is this? Opposing coach Fabio Carrillo was stunned. We had a strategy to stop the genius, but Ho-Young was positioned as a midfielder. Why is he back there? Why is he in the midfielder position? I have no idea. Coach Carrió just smirked. This is exactly why we held those secret, specialized training sessions. In a flashback, Carrió asked Ho-Young, "You want to take on the role of a midfielder? You can do it easily, so don't be afraid." Oh, alright then. He must have his reasons for this. In my opinion, this was going to be one hell of a special training session. Carrió explained the tactics to the key players. Ho-Young, you need to pass the ball from Casemiro to Douglas, but if the gap between them is too wide, what is the best way to handle it? It seems connecting with the wide midfielders for a short build-up or having the wingers drop deep to receive the ball would be a good option. Exactly, from now on, we will focus on drilling ball distribution based on these key patterns. For days, they worked themselves to the bone. Ho-Young focused so much on distribution that he cut back on basic drills, and his precision distribution talent improved significantly. Excellent, that is the one. Now join the team and move into full attack and defense drills. For the remaining 3 days, they practice without a single moment's rest. Again from the top, engrave it into your minds and bodies so you can react instinctively to any situation. Yes, coach, despite the grueling repetition, the kids focus without a single complaint, determined to finish the season in spectacular fashion. The key to this entire strategy rested on the regista, the one who links the play between defense and attack. And that crucial role would be played by Ho-Young. Peto's pace is elite, even for this league. We know that. But there is no conventional way to stop it. But we have Ho-Young on our side. In other words, the strategy depends entirely on Ho-Young's performance. That is what will decide the outcome today. Corinthians coach Fabio Carril realized things were about to get very difficult. I just assumed Ho-Young would be playing up front as a striker, so I tailored our entire tactical drill around that specific role. But against all my expectations, he ended up slotted into a defensive position instead. Switching roles like that is actually a brilliant move, a strategy that perfectly utilizes a player's versatility on the pitch. We were caught completely flat-footed, given the circumstances. We had no choice but to surrender the momentum to POW FC. The referee's whistle echoes through the stadium as the final kicks off, and Corinthians immediately locks into a suffocatingly tight formation. There is no way I can thread this pass through. The gaps in their defense are just way too small. With options running out, it was time to try a high lob, but the opposition was ready and shut it down instantly. Ugh, the Sao Paulo squad is getting swarmed about. Take it. His teammate screams and he catches the ball, exploding forward with terrifying speed. His pace is honestly unreal. He's like a guided missile once he gets going. Man, there's just no way I can catch him. It's a total crisis now, with only the keeper left to beat. Pato goes one-on-one, pulling off his trademark sprint and a slick nutmeg to break through. The opening goal is officially on the board for the opposing side, and while they celebrate, we're left with nothing but a bitter taste in our mouths. We spent countless hours training specifically to shut Pato down, yet he still found the net within 5 minutes. Ho could only grit his teeth in frustration. Watching Peto's elite ball handling skills, he took a long, steady breath. It's fine, he whispered. All we need is one goal to get back in this. As long as we don't let another one slip past us, we're still in the game. We're 30 minutes into the first half now. We did everything possible to hold them off for the rest of the half, but we couldn't find a single crack in their armor. That's when Ho-Young realized the core issue. Our backline is just too fragile for me to stay up as a forward. Casemiro is clearly struggling to keep Pato in check. If I stay in the attack, this just becomes a slugfest of trading goals. But Peto's offensive strikes are much more lethal and precise than ours. That's just Pato for you. My only move is to provide as much defensive cover as I can and look for opportunities to distribute the ball cleanly. Casemiro, look out, here they come, hold the line. The halftime whistle finally blows, and the team heads to the locker room under a cloud of heavy silence. Thanks to Ho-Young's presence, our competitive fire is slowly starting to relight. We're heading into the break trailing 1-0. We got lucky it's only 1, but we're definitely in for a lecture. The coach walks in and scans the room. Is everyone here? Honestly, you guys did a great job out there. The team was speechless. Coach Carl was actually trying to boost their spirits instead of tearing them down. Think back to that match where you let Pato land a hat-trick and walked away losers. Now look at today. We're actually winning the battle for possession and leading in successful passes through the midfield. That means the flow of the game is in our hands. It's clear proof that all those drills on ball distribution are finally paying off. That's when Casemiro spoke up. But we still can't figure out how to stop Pato, he muttered. No matter how hard we've been training for this. Casemiro, even the pros at the highest level give it their all. Anyone can work hard when there's a championship trophy on the line. But the real winners are the ones who can actually execute everything they've practiced when the pressure is on. So don't obsess over that one conceded goal. Just go out there and enjoy the game. That's how you'll show your true potential. He turned toward Ho-Young, who had a faint smirk on his face. Ho-Young, did I say something amusing? No, sir. Then why the smile? I'm just going to enjoy myself out there. I'll show them exactly how hard I've been working for this moment. As the second half gets underway, Ho-Young leans over to Casemiro. I've got your back, man. I'll give you all the support you need. Right? Let's do it. Casemiro gives a firm nod. But over on the other side, Pato gets the ball again. Thinking it's all futile, he's ready to humiliate them with his signature moves once more. This time, however, Ho-Young was perfectly positioned. That same old trick wasn't going to fly twice, and he stripped the ball right off Peto's feet. He charges up the field, drawing the defenders toward him before flicking a perfectly timed pass. Bao stood there, stunned. That kid. Right from the start of the second half, His movement was on a completely different level. His defensive play was surprisingly solid. He read Titi's passing lane perfectly and snatched the ball away. Things definitely weren't going according to their original plan anymore. Titi looked on as the formation shifted. Corinthians was suddenly pivoting from a single striker setup to a dual-threat attack. Bao hurried over to his teammate and whispered, "Stay clear of that guy." HO-YONG caught the exchange. Even Coach 𝐆𝐄 noticed the sudden shift in the Corinthian offense. In that case, we have no other option but to adapt our own strategy on the fly. We're going to concede possession for now. Instead, we'll ease up the pressure in the midfield to conserve our energy for the long haul. We're betting everything on a single, decisive counterattack. As the plan went into motion, Corinthians pushed forward, desperate to close the gap. But Casemiro swooped in with a pinpoint tackle to reclaim the ball. It found its way to Pato, who suddenly found himself staring down the goalkeeper. Yes, this is it. Out on the pitch, Pato was one-on-one with the keeper, victory within his grasp. But then HO-YONG came charging in. He was a split second faster than Pato, sliding in to block the shot before it could even leave his boot. What the? Pato gasped, completely stunned by HO-YONG's perfect recovery. Damn it, kid. Why are you sticking to me now, everyone? Push for the counterattack. No matter how perfect the pass, only goals decide the outcome. Sao Paulo FC is throwing everything into this equalizer. The entire squad is surging forward. Oh, wait. There is a massive risk of the ball being intercepted right there. What about Douglas up front? No, that is not an option. The defenders are already perfectly positioned, just as Cons predicted. Normally in a spot like this, I would shift play to the wing and look for a link-up. The defender screams that I will not pass, but HO-YONG lets it fly. That is the signature move Pato uses when the goal is wide open. It is over 20 meters out, but I am confident. I have spent countless hours mastering this on the practice pitch, activating the powerful long shot talent at C+. 6 precise steps. I can still feel that perfect contact on my toes. It is in the back of the net. HO-YONG scores to level the match for Sao Paulo FC. But hang on, the game is not over yet. Yeah, we are almost out of time. I am finishing this right here, right now. Pato breaks through again. This is a golden opportunity. Casemiro lunges in with a tackle from behind. Ugh. The referee pulls out a red card. Sao Paulo's Casemiro has been sent off. He literally traded himself for a red card just to stop that play. They are determined to score at any cost, but so are we. We are not losing this. It is already 33 minutes into the second half. There is no turning back now. If this final attack fails, it is all over. A quick back pass, the ball finds HO-YONG. Please, just take the shot. The entire Corinthians bench is screaming. It hits the crossbar. Wait, it is not over yet. Douglas is right in front of the goal. He lunges to save the play and goal. Sao Paulo FC. They have completed the comeback. After a brutal battle, the final whistle blows. The final score is and Sao Paulo FC takes the victory. The whole team collides in a massive celebration as confetti fills the air. Together, they hoist the championship trophy high. Pure glory. HO-YONG stares at the silver in his hands. It is so emotional. I actually won. Who would have thought an Asian kid studying abroad could achieve such a miracle? He looks back on his journey, from those first shaky steps and brutal matches to this explosive moment on the pitch. Soak it all in. Following the championship, the Sao Paulo Youth Technical Committee holds an urgent meeting. Alright, let us open the discussion for the U13 Golden Ball and Top Scorer Awards. The Golden Ball has to go to HO-YONG, right? He might be an Asian player, but I believe this trophy will push his development to even greater heights. It will be incredible motivation for the local players. This really was a legendary year. I completely agree. In the first division, an Asian star is winning titles. Meanwhile, in the second division, a kid born in '92 just scored 40 goals. You mean that Neymar kid? Word is Santos FC has already snatched him up. Huh? I am truly looking forward to next year. And so, the decision was finalized. The next day, at the grand award ceremony, the top scorer is Alexander Pato of SCS, and the best forward is Sao Paulo's HO-YONG. And this year's Golden Ball winner is HO-YONG. He steps up to the podium. Along with the trophy, he is presented with a prize worth roughly 3 million won. But here is the real reward. A system notification flashes. The conditions to copy Pato's talent have been met. Select the talent you wish to copy. Without a second thought, he chooses Football Genius A. Then, a miracle occurs. His football prodigy B+ to talent is absorbed by Football Genius A, upgrading it to the next level. Incredible. Every bit of effort was worth it. But the cost is not small. It will take 30 days to fully integrate this talent. You cannot learn or acquire any other talents during this absorption period. That is quite a long time. Only 30 days left until I become the greatest Asian rookie in history. My pro debut is almost here. The world record for the youngest debut is held by an Argentine who started in 2016. But I am going to smash it. To do that, I need to reach my peak physical condition. This preseason is my ultimate turning point. Saturday, November 8th, 2003. Ho-Young finally returns to South Korea. Man, it has been a long time. The club gave me a free plane ticket as a bonus for the team's victory. I guess I really did play my heart out. He spots his family waiting at the gate. My son, look how much you have grown, Dad. Are you seriously crying? His little brother, Hoen, comes waddling over. Oh, you have gotten so big since I last saw you. I am sleeping in your room tonight. By the time you start elementary school, your big brother will be playing for a world-famous team. Everyone will be shocked to know I am friends with Neymar. His mother watches him with eyes full of love. It was tough, wasn't it? You worked so hard, my son. A tearful, emotional reunion. But Ho-Young knows this is only the beginning. Today is the best day ever. Ho-Young finally enjoys the home-cooked meal he has craved for so long, recharging his energy at home before his airport interview goes live. On top of everything else, his fan club had exploded from a mere 1,000 members to over 20,000. He spent some time scrolling through his official fan community. He spotted a new post from a user named PowerTai. Hello everyone, PowerTai here, your primary source for all things Hoon. I've got some great news to share today. According to my sources, Ho-Young is likely looking at a promotion very soon. Seriously, a promotion right after winning the Golden Ball. Does this mean he is moving up to the under-14s? I did not think they would move him so fast. Wow, that is incredible. That is our Ho-Young for you. Who even is this guy? Is he a club official or something? This is the first I have heard about any promotion. And who exactly is this PowerTai character? I am pretty sure she started out as one of my haters, but now she is a total superfan. Just then, his father called out to him. Sorry to bug you while you are trying to relax, son. Have a minute. Sure. Also, what is in this bag? It is incredibly heavy. Oh, that? It is just some of the stuff I brought back with me. He unzipped the bag to reveal his trophies, travel stipends, and performance bonuses, totaling 5 million. This is my homecoming gift for you both. His parents stood there in shock before pulling him into a tight hug. Thank you, son. We could not be prouder. Your thoughtfulness means more to us than the money ever could. I do not think I will be able to sleep tonight. The very next day, his mother came to wake him. Just 5 more minutes. Have you called Coach Cha Bum-kun yet? Oh, right. I did reach out to him. After sharing the news of his victory with his family on the day they won the title, he had also contacted Coach Cha Bum-kun, who had left him a message. I have something important to discuss with you, so get in touch once you are home. Ho-Young eventually met up with him at a restaurant. Welcome back. You worked incredibly hard during the Under-13 tournament, so eat as much as you want. By the way, is your schedule clear for now? Yes, it is. Well, I have already spoken to your father, but I would like to send you on the Dream Tree Expedition. The Dream Tree Expedition was an overseas project organized by FC Dream for promising young players under the age of 13. It consisted of a small elite squad that competed in various minor youth tournaments abroad. Is it really okay for me to join them so suddenly? What are you talking about? The coach has been holding a spot open just for you. Haha, thank you so much, coach. I really want to go. Luckily, there's not much going on during the off-season. But, are we only going there to play matches? You will be playing matches, training, and observing other elite prospects in action. Wow, I will get to see some amazing young talent. Who will we be playing against? The expedition is taking place in Germany, a country with special ties to Coach Cha Bum-kun and a true paradise for young football talent. On December 18th at the airport, the Dream Tree Expedition finally took flight. During the 30-day project, they were scheduled to play friendly matches before competing in the Continental Youth B League. Since I was the only one who had studied abroad, the reporters bombarded me with questions on the plane. 11 hours later, we landed in a freezing Frankfurt, Germany. This place is a real football powerhouse. It is incredible. It feels like they are trying to build some kind of destroyer here. I thought I would end up in England or Spain after Brazil, but Germany is not bad at all. Who are the famous German players again? He recalled legendary names like Neuer, Cruz, Müller, Sane, Götze, Kimmich, Hummels, and Boateng. It would be amazing to meet even one of them. Thwack. A ball suddenly struck him in the head. Hey, stay focused. He looked up to see a very familiar face. It was Cha Dory. This is another chance to acquire a new talent. Cha Dory-hyung. Dory turned around, looking surprised. Ho-Young? Was Ho-Young shocked too? He thought to himself that the man had aged quite a bit in just 1 year. Surely Dory had moved to a prestigious La Liga club by now. It must be tough surviving in La Liga. Dory reached out and rubbed the boy's head. Wow, you have grown so much I almost didn't recognize you. I guess it is because I have been in Brazil. You went to Brazil. That is amazing. It is all thanks to the training I did with you, Hyung. Because of your talent, I was able to join Sao Paulo FC and even lift the championship trophy. The person I am today is all because of that chance meeting. Do not mention it. Dory replied with a smile. Ho-Young glanced at him and activated his ability. Cha Dory possessed talents like lightning-fast sprinting and superior foot speed. He had a B+ in physical strength and AC in stamina. Some of his talents had leveled up since their last meeting, and he had even gained a new one. The requirement was to play football together for under 150 minutes and score a special goal against Frankfurt under 13. It seemed like the conditions for acquiring talents had become significantly easier than before. Is it because I already possess your talents? But why haven't I gained any new ones myself? Is it because I have only been focusing on the basics? Well, I suppose it does not matter since I can just take them from others. I think this one will be really useful for the upcoming season, so I am going to make it mine. I am going to eat well this time too. He turned toward the inner demon in his mind. Thank you, Hyung. I will make good use of this. I sure got lucky running into Dory. The match kicks off in 4 days. No matter the cost, I have to win. For the next 4 days, he diligently observed the Frankfurt LRTU 13 training sessions, practicing hard and bonding with the team. Then he reunited with a long-lost friend. Hey, Hyun, tell me this isn't a joke. You were a total hero in Brazil, right? You've grown taller and much more skilled. Thanks. Your talent helped me reach this height. Growth plate expansion B+. I'm stoked to play with you again. By the way, I'm curious. No, a kid named Yun Dungho. Yun Dungho. Honestly, no idea. You really don't know him? Ho was stunned. Clearly, Yun Dungho won the football award in 2003. The future changed. In the days ahead, even more of the future will change because of me. Let's talk football. The long-awaited match against Frankfurt U13 has finally arrived. Target identified. Ben Maharapa, born 1991. A classic striker over 180 centimeters. Talents, prodigy C+3, headers C+, pace C+2. It has been a long time since I encountered a talent for headers like this. Mastering headers will give me the aerial edge. Let's win decisively. Cha Bum-kun and Dory are watching. Wow, his progress is unrecognizable. Cha Bum-kun smiled. He reminds me of my younger self. That was the highest praise Coach Cha Bum-kun could ever give. Hoon moved like a leopard with razor-sharp precision. He was a tiger among men. Goal. We scored first. That training in Brazil really paid off. Condition met. Hoon gained powerful long shot C+3. His skills evolved. Time to celebrate. See you. The real game starts now. Cha Dory marveled. He pulled it off. His current form is absolutely incredible. He turned to his father. Dad, Korea's future looks bright. When will he join the national team? If it's Ho-Young, he'll break the youngest player record, but nobody can truly know the future. But you have a feeling, right? You were a legend. Even Pele can't predict what's next. True, I still have a very good feeling about that kid, Cha Bum-kun said cryptically. A lazy genius achieves nothing, but Ho-Young is a tireless worker. He has stayed consistent, a testament to a bright future. Ho-Young scored again. Scarcely 10 minutes in and he's dominating. My dribbling and long-range accuracy have vastly improved. When it comes to those long-range strikes, real match experience helps me grow faster than solo practice. I'll master this before the break ends. Goal, powerful long shot B second half. The score is 2-0. Frankfurt tries to counter as the second half begins. Run. We have to defend. We can counter because Ho-Young is everywhere on the pitch. Now, focus purely on the attack. That kid is conserving his stamina. No need to go all out in a friendly match. I must save energy for the next match. Hoon passes beautifully. The ball is back with him. Careful. Ho-Young uses flashy footwork C+2 and rhythmic agility C+2. Gliding like a samba dancer. Is this real? The defender shouts to late. It's a rocket. Boom, the defender hits the turf. I was like that last year, tasting bitter defeat against Germany Schwenfeld. Paying back a German team feels like sweet revenge. I can feel my growth over the year. This didn't happen overnight. These dribbles are the result of perfect balance control. I've practiced these simple moves countless times. The same goes for my shooting drills. He faces the keeper. I'll block it. But Ho-Young dances past and scores. It's in. A hat trick. Who is this guy? His teammates are stunned. He scored again. So impressive. Brazil training hits different. No, it's not just talent. He worked hard and grew physically. He's finally catching up. What an absolute monster. Frankfurt's Ben Marafa finally scored one, but the whistle blew. Dream Kai wins 4-1. If there was a man of the match, I'd definitely win. But I'm fine without it. There were prizes far more valuable than simple victories to be won. A notification window flickered into view. He had successfully mimicked the innate talents of both Theo Ozil and Ben Mahara. He chose to inherit elite heading ability and a powerhouse physique. Instantly, his status window refreshed with the updated data. Wow, Min was absolutely buzzing with energy. With these additions, Min possessed 16 unique talents in total, yet he was still nowhere near satisfied. The more skills he could gather, the better. His plan was to first harvest the traits of the German youth prospects before eventually claiming every elite talent on the planet. It was a bottomless pit of ambition, unfolding under a devilish gaze. The setting was Munich, Bavaria, in the heart of southern Germany. Hey, Hoying, do you want a hot dog? Yes, please. After dropping their bags at the training camp dorms, they went sightseeing since they had some time before their next session. Why are you being so particular about it? You want another serving. There were even snacks available. The parents had traveled along to cheer for the young athletes. Thank you, I'll take one. Man, this is delicious, isn't it? This juice is great too. Want a sip? It was obvious since he was clearly going to be a superstar. They were already trying to get on his good side. He took a big bite of his hot dog. There was no doubt that this was the true homeland of the Frankfurter. It finally felt like he was actually in Germany. People called this place a toy town, and it really did have the charm of an ancient European village. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, I'm stuffed. We're visiting the museum this afternoon, right? But what are your plans? Sorry guys, HO-YONG said. I'm pretty beat, so I'm heading back to the dorms first. Truthfully, he'd much rather talk shop with Coach Cha Bum-kun than wander around a museum. Back at the indoor training facility, the players were buzzing over some major news. For real? They say he's actually coming to scout our next match. A young prospect named Bastian Schweinsteiger was huddled up, deep in conversation with one of his teammates. Your idol, Cha Bum-kun. Was he really that big of a deal? Are you kidding? The man is a literal football legend. You might be too young to remember, but I grew up idolizing his every move. And actually, we have a meeting scheduled for today. Catch you later. HO-YONG made his way to Ward Dormitory D to check things out. There, he spotted Theo Ozil standing out front, waiting. Wait, who else is waiting over there? HO-YONG turned his head and froze in his tracks, completely stunned by what he saw. It was a face he knew instantly, a living legend. Michael Black. He couldn't believe it. A world-class superstar was standing right in front of him. First things first, he had to see his talents. A massive, shimmering information board illuminated the air. Michael Black's profile was legendary: midfield general tier T, versatile commander tier U, peerless heading tier S, high jump A+, and dual-footed mastery A+. He possessed ironclad physical strength at A+, along with grade A ratings for passing, work rate, long-range shooting, and clinical finishing. A steel physique, huh? Good grief. How can one person possess so many elite talents? He was on an entirely different level compared to the youth players. How many skills did he have in total? If you counted the C-rank skills, there were probably over 30. Unlike the others, he didn't seem to have nearly as many restrictions or conditions. You could copy a talent once specific conditions were met. If you managed to acquire a title rank ability, you would even inherit a portion of their professional intuition. However, you had to be at least 18 years old to do that. Furthermore, S-rank talents could only be unlocked by fulfilling hidden requirements. He couldn't let this chance slip away. Out of all the players he had encountered so far, this man was the ultimate prize. It is a true honor to meet you like this, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Black replied with a warm smile. Cha Bum-kun stepped in to introduce them. How have you been feeling lately? I'm doing great, sir. The kid seemed ecstatic. Even if he became famous himself, a legend was still a legend. HO-YONG wondered if he'd feel the same rush when meeting Messi or Ronaldo. But wait, maybe one day I'll also. Just then, another young boy walked up to them. HO-YONG. I've been dying to meet you. Think I could get your autograph, please? Sure, of course, HO-YONG said. But internally, he knew his priority was evolving his skills by stacking as many new talents as possible. If T stood for title, then it was likely the defining trait of a maestro like Batistuta. Waiting until 18 was a hurdle, but acquiring it now would grant him his legendary sense. This was exactly the kind of thing that would trigger an absolute explosion in his development. Just you wait, tier T, even the tier U skills available now were incredible. But the 3 conditions to unlock them were brutally difficult. He needed to score 5 goals against FC Bayern Munich and find the back of the net in a 4-continent youth tournament, even for a tier U. The difficulty was leagues beyond Theo Ozil's, but it was too early to quit. You never knew until you tried. But wait, who is this kid? Black asked curiously. This is U HO-YONG, the guide explained. A brilliant young prospect from South Korea currently training at Sao Paulo FC. He just won the Under-13 championship and even took home the golden ball. Oh, seriously? It's a real pleasure to meet you. Then, HO-YONG. Black reached out his hand for a shake. It was the start of a fated encounter. Then, Black asked him what his secret was to playing so well. HO-YONG blushed and began to stutter. Black paused for a moment, then broke into a grin and said something in German. Stistertod. Both HO-YONG and Cha Bum-kun looked completely lost. What does that mean, sir? Drawing on his years of living in Germany, Cha Bum-kun began to explain. So, there really is no such thing as a free lunch, right? Box gaze pinned HO-YONG down, brimming with a silent challenge. Beat Munich, and I will give you your answer. A promise from a living legend. There was no greater fuel for his fire. 2 days later, kickoff against FC Bayern Munich. Right from the whistle, the massive gap in skill was painfully obvious. Pintran drew first blood, netting a goal just 2 minutes into the match. The guy was an absolute monster on the pitch. 1-0. HO-YONG felt the weight of the match. This was no walk in the park. Man, I have to net at least 5. Their backline is nothing special, but their offense, that is on a whole different level. Standard plays would not crack them open, especially with Thomas Muller on the field. Ho-Yong finally triggered his unique ability. Muller's stat window flash opened a goldmine of rank A and B talents. Thomas Muller, soccer genius rank A, space infiltration rank A+, solid fundamentals rank A, elite tactical IQ rank B+3, and consistent finishing rank B+2. Victory condition: outscore Thomas Muller against Munich under 13 and secure a hat-trick. The goal machine destined to lead Germany to World Cup glory in 2014. Standing tall for someone 165 centimeters, he paired rock-solid technique with a brilliant tactical mind. His off-ball movement, fueled by that spatial awareness, was simply on another planet. Ho-Yong let out a smirk. This was the perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. He could snag talents from both Black and Muller. He charged forward, aiming for the impossible, but reality hit back much harder. Muller kept him in his shadow, and every shot was stuffed. Damn it, why can't I just focus? Was Muller's rhythm throwing him off? The match was quickly becoming a one-man show for the German prodigy. The final whistle blew, 5-1, a devastating blow for Dream Team. Ho-Yong collapsed onto the turf, his heart heavy with bitter defeat. It was his first time being utterly outclassed in a direct battle between strikers. Who knew when he would face Munich again? He had missed his shot at both Black and Muller's talents. He let out a heavy, defeated sigh. The post-match dinner was suffocatingly quiet. Ho-Yong could not stomach a bite. "I am full," he muttered, leaving his teammates and coach looking on with concern. "Look at all this great food, why is he barely touching it? Is he alright? Don't sweat it. Just was not his day. He will bounce back." Alone in his room, the rage finally boiled over. Ark. Why did I play like such trash? Where did it go wrong? Just then, a knock at the door broke his thoughts. Ho-Yong, the coach is asking for you. What for? He is laying out the schedule for the upcoming Continental Youth Tournament. Starts next week, apparently. Let's move. The meeting room was already buzzing with excitement. No way, for real? Our first opponent. It has to be fate, right? A chance for instant revenge. I am actually pumped for some extra training now. I am fired up, just you wait, we are taking them down this time. Ho-Yong tightened his grip. This was his final shot. His eyes blazed with resolve. If he could just net for goals in the next game, Black's talent would finally be his. A shot at redemption and a power-up. He was not about to blow it. But dawn the next day, the squad was already grinding through a brutal new regimen. They drilled the fundamentals before moving to set pieces, corners, free kicks, and penalties. The session focused on choreographed set plays, perfecting every pass and run with clinical precision. From the stands, Cha Bum-kun and the coaching staff watched intently. That kid, he really is something else. His basics are flawless, and his work ethic puts everyone else to shame. Cha Bum-kun watched in silence before raising his voice. Ho-Yong, sir, is something wrong? You look lost out there, son. Things not clicking on the pitch. Yes, sir. My head is spinning, and my body just won't listen. It is like I am broken. My feet get tangled, and they just won't move how I want. That is exactly it. I have no idea why, and it is driving me absolutely insane with frustration. Cha Bum-kun offered a small smile. I think you are just overthinking it. Wait, really? Ho-Yong and the team were brought to scout the Munich vs Hamburg match. With Munich leading to 0, Cha Bum-kun turned to him. Well, what is your take? Munich is crushing it, no question. They are just dominant. Hamburg has the talent, but they are crumbling under Munich's sheer power and the deafening roar of the home crowd. And Hamburg? Honestly, it feels like they are just being dragged around the pitch. They cannot even pull off their basic plays. Everything they practiced has just gone out the window. Cha Bum-kun nodded in agreement. You have to clear your head on that field. Overthinking breeds anxiety, and anxiety makes your body lock up. Don't just compete. You have to actually play soccer. Ho-Yong froze. He was right. He had been completely obsessed with Muller. The obsession with outscoring him and the crushing pressure of needing 5 goals had been suffocating him. So, what do I do now? How do I fix this? You need to play football for you. The game must be a constant battle against your own anxiety. That is exactly why the only way to conquer that inner fear is through the sport itself. But don't think you can get cocky just because I told you to clear your head. Your heart should be pure, your mind should be ice-cold, and your body should be fierce. Wait, shouldn't my heart be burning with passion instead? Cha Bum-kun let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, thank you, master. A week slipped by, and the new year arrived under a heavy blanket of snow. Then, a week after that, on Tuesday, May 9th, 2004, the opening match of the For Continent's Youth Tournament began. Phew. Ho-Yong exhaled a long, steady breath. I need to flush out these intrusive thoughts using the meditation technique the coach taught me. This is all about mastering my mental state so I can perform at my absolute peak on the pitch. I haven't fully mastered the technique yet, but I can definitely feel it working. He snapped his eyes open. Let's do this. Inside the tunnel, the opposing players from Munich caught sight of him. Haha, did you see that? Isn't that the kid who scored last time? He looks like he stepped onto the field with some serious grit. Ah, what a cute little guy. The match between FC Bayern Munich and the Dream Tree expedition kicked off. As the whistle blew, Munich immediately launched a wing attack, whipping across into the box. What? The Dream Tree defender screamed. Daniel, stay tight on him. Don't you dare let your guard down. Got it. Ho-Yang threw himself into the struggle. I might be a bit shorter, but there is no way I am losing an aerial duel. Heading is all about the perfect timing and direction. All I have to do is claim the right position before he does. Activating his B+ physical prowess, he shielded the defender, leaped high, and headed the ball clear. Hyungjun, go, get moving. The ball landed perfectly for Hyungjun. He took off like a literal whirlwind. Oh no, he is way too fast. I can't keep up with him. And just 30 seconds into the match, Hyungjun fired home the opening goal. Unbelievable. The Munich players stood there, completely shell-shocked. That was a beautiful pass. Now, everyone, get back into your positions. Let's stay focused. They fought hard to defend for the first 30 minutes, but were managed to equalize the score. The second half began with the board at 1-1. The Munich players realized something had changed. What is up with this guy? He is like a tree with roots buried deep in the earth. I don't remember him being this formidable last week. He is playing as a clinical finisher and a playmaker at the same time. This is absolutely insane. He is playing like some kind of monster. I honestly cannot believe my eyes. Every time that guy gets the ball, I get the feeling that something dangerous is about to happen. We can't let him do whatever he wants. We need to suffocate him with as much pressure as possible. If we don't shut him down, we don't stand a single chance of winning. They decided to swarm Ho-Yang. The rest will provide cover from behind. We have to block that guy up front at all cost. Stay even closer to him. They lunged in, but Ho-Yang was caught in a foul. Hey, Ho-Yang, are you okay? Yeah, it stings a bit, but I'm fine now. Besides, this is a rare free kick opportunity that we've managed to earn. It would be a total waste to blow this. I'm going to take the shot myself. No, wouldn't a set-piece play be better given your current condition? Isn't the distance a bit too far for a direct strike? This was the chance to put the game away, and Ho-Yang knew exactly what to do. He stood over the ball, 24 meters from the goal. Using a standard set-piece might be common, but in these crowded areas, we are getting completely overwhelmed in our own half. My teammates won't be able to get a clean touch on the ball, so I would much rather just take the shot myself. Furthermore, that keeper is excellent at stopping mid-range shots, so they are likely already on high alert for a high ball. If there is one thing I learned from that crushing defeat, it is that you should strike at your opponent's strengths. Linderman, born in 1992, the under-13 keeper for Munich. His main strengths are his goal line control thanks to his height and his ability to handle aerial balls with ease. But above all, his ability to block mid-range shots is top tier. Linderman stared him down, thinking that number 7, even if his shooting is better than the others, he is nothing special. The ball speed might be high, but the trajectory is always simple. It is a threat, no doubt, but it is something that can be easily blocked. A set-piece play would have been the safer choice for him. But if I have to shoot, I am going to aim for that open space on the left. Ho-Yang began his run-up. The keeper did the math about 5 steps of distance. He's probably going to cross it now. Ho-Yang fired. Here it comes. The keeper lunged, but the ball rocketed into the top corner. It was an incredibly sudden strike of free kick using the lace drive technique. This technique allows for powerful long-range shots without needing much of a run-up because you strike the ball with the very tip of your toes. There are usually concerns about accuracy and toe injuries, but Ho-Yang's powerful physique more than compensated for those risks. And with that, Ho-Yang completely outfoxed his opponent, winning the psychological war. Incredible. We are up by 1. With the score at 2-1, I can definitely do this, just one more goal. He recalled the words his father, Bumkun, had told him. I can't just compete, I have to actually play. That's it. I just need to play my game on the pitch. After that, even though they were caught off guard and let Munich score again, another chance finally came. Ho-Yang rose for a powerful header. Incredible. That's their 3rd goal of the match. Ho-Yang has officially bagged a hat-trick. If we can maintain this momentum, we can win. But Munich tightened their formation to shut him down, turning the match into a total grind. The final whistle blew. A 3-3 draw. Will there be extra time? The players look absolutely spent. Ugh, I can't even move my legs. No, I have to keep running. Stay positive, just one more burst of effort. We have 5 minutes of stoppage time. I just need to endure a little longer. Everyone, focus on the defense. The whole team has reached their limit. Trying to attack now would be suicide. Yet Ho-Yang decided to do exactly that. Finally, the whistles signaled the end. It's a draw. We actually managed to hold them off. At this rate, the winner will be decided by a penalty shootout. It's a shocking turn of events and one last shot at glory. With the score locked at 3-3 after both regular and extra time, the winner will be decided from 11 meters out. Munich's first kicker scored, and now Ho-Yang steps up for the dream team. I have to sink this. He took his run up and fired. The keeper lunged, but it's in. Absolute perfection. The shootout was a complete nerve-wracker. One by one, players from both sides converted, bringing the score to 4-4. Neither team would blink. Then came Munich's fifth kicker. He stepped up, but sent the ball flying over the crossbar. He missed. This is our moment. The final kicker for the dream team is HO-YONG. The weight of the entire world is on his shoulders. Phew. If I land this, we win. He took his stride and unleashed a clinical, decisive strike. The keeper dove the right way, but it didn't matter, he scored. We actually beat Munich. The team stormed the pitch as HO-YONG collapsed. We did it. We actually won. He was still in disbelief when Thomas Muller approached him with an outstretched hand. Muller won the last encounter, but today was mine. They shook hands, call it even. We might not play again for a while, but I hope our paths cross soon. Then it hit him, wait, I actually scored 4 goals. By landing that last one, I met the requirement. A notification popped up. I've successfully acquired Muller's talent. It turns out 3 goals in regular play plus 1 in the shootout counted as the for needed to surpass Muller. Solid foundation A is great, but space penetration A plus seems even better. This is the first time I've ever snagged in a plus ranked talent. I guess I now possess nearly every trait a top-tier striker needs. It's time to sharpen my primary talents even further. Another alert appeared. It takes 40 days to fully synchronize a talent. No other copying is allowed during this window. It's a shame I missed out on Black's talent, but I gave it my all, so I have no regrets. However, 2 days later, the dream team still drained from the Munich clash. Fell to 1 to Sheffield United's under-13 squad. The coach offered some comfort. You boys worked hard. Just beating Munich is a massive achievement on its own. The team spent the final 3 days of the tournament resting and recovering. Just before heading home, Coach Cha summoned HO-YONG to the hotel. I have someone I want you to meet. Come in. A young man entered. HO-YONG froze. He thought it might be Gabriel Batistuta, but it was actually Michael Black. I wanted to see you before you left tomorrow. But why me, sir? Coach Cha smiled. He's here to keep his word. He promised to talk if you beat Munich. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not. Maybe I can become a player like you if I keep working hard. You mean a perpetual runner-up? HO-YONG joked. Black then addressed the question. How to truly master the game. When I'm on the pitch, I visualize the entire stadium inside my head. Whether I'm controlling the center as a midfielder or terrorizing the backline as a forward, I have to read every player's movement and the overall flow of the game. Read the flow. I'll give it my all. In that exact moment, HO-YONG felt a strange, surging energy. A system window flashed. Hitting condition triggered. You have received the teachings of a legend. HO-YONG was speechless. No way. The system interface glowed brightly. Select the talent you want within 33 days. Your current talent slots are full. Space penetration is on standby for 33 days. A massive list of Black's talents appeared, ranging from S rank to B+. It was a literal talent buffet. I can actually pick one. He looked closely at the requirements. The condition was to score 5 goals. How was I supposed to get that kind of talent? Then, the memory of the winning goal in the penalty shootout flashed through his mind. Could a goal during a shootout actually count? If it did, that meant I could finally secure a U-rank talent, right? I wasn't entirely sure what that talent actually entailed, but the idea of maximizing my playmaking through sheer versatility sounded incredible. I didn't want to be just a goal-scoring striker. I wanted to be an attacker who dictated the entire game. He made his choice, the U-rank midfield commander's versatility, a top-tier talent, and he was going to make the most of it. Turning back, he thanked Black. Thanks for the advice, Uncle. Did it help? That definitely did. Black let out a laugh. That's great to hear. Afterward, Black even promised to guide HO-YONG on his path to the pros, offering private lessons and pointing out exactly where he needed to improve. It was a perfect final night in Germany. On May 26, 2004, HO-YONG returned to Sao Paulo, Brazil. It had been quite a while since he was last here. HO-YONG, a familiar voice called out. It was Monica. Even though they hadn't seen each other in a while, he seemed much more mature now. HO-YONG checked her talents as well, noting that his own abilities had also evolved in the meantime. Monica's status window appeared, showing her upgraded talents. Now, only the second condition remained. He needed to study hard, master the language, and perfect his physical balance. Monica stepped closer, comparing their heights. Wait, have you gotten taller already? She looked a bit bummed out. Soon enough, she'd have to look up just to see him, and she wouldn't be able to pat his head anymore. In that case, can I pat your head instead? Fine, go ahead. A month flew by. When the new semester started in February, he enrolled in a primary school just a 10-minute bus ride away, balancing schoolwork with football training. Then the good news arrived. The midfield commander's versatility was ready to be released and had finally been collected. His talent slots were expanding, and it would take 30 days to fully assimilate the new talent. Wow, this ability even enhances his other talents. Michael B never let him down. Thanks, Uncle. It had been 3 weeks since he'd started intensive training to sharpen his new talent. Perhaps it was because of his status as a football genius, but his growth rate seemed significantly faster than normal. 3 talents in particular stood out: fast legs like a sports car at a +2, powerful physique at B+2, and bodybuilders' toned muscles at C+3. All three were physical traits, so they complemented each other and accelerated his overall growth. In other words, as his body grew stronger, his muscles became more refined, which in turn allowed him to get even faster. At this level, the U13 league would be a piece of cake. Coach 𝐆𝐄𝐿 called him over. "Ho-Young, have some time after school tomorrow." "Yes, I was planning to train here anyway." "Then meet me at the physical assessment room at 20 p.m. tomorrow." The next day, the team gathered. He realized it was time for the medical test. He spotted Douglas and Casemiro in the group. For some reason, everyone looked tense. Well, they were older, so they needed to pass these benchmarks to move up to the U15 squad. Today's medical exam would determine their future, and the same was true for him. The chance to jump from U13 to U15 at such a young age wouldn't be easy, but he had to try. A new door was opening, and Ho-Young was ready for the challenge. This medical exam was much more complex than the one for U13. It included musculoskeletal tests, cardiovascular endurance, blood work, isometric strength, heart function, body fat analysis, and a 25-meter sprint, among others. After the test, Coach 𝐆𝐿 received the data. He could hardly believe the results. Looking at the 25-meter sprint record, Ho-Young had broken the 4-second barrier, clocking in at 3.97 seconds. A time of 3.97 seconds was fast enough for competitive track. Even compared to the country's top prodigies, he was at the very top. He was comparable to famous athletes known for their speed. In fact, he was faster than most fully grown professional athletes. It was hard to believe such rapid growth was possible. So, what about the U15 promotion? He passed, of course. He had far exceeded the required standards. He was set to play around 31 matches this season. No matter what happened during the break, he must have been working incredibly hard. Ho-Young looked over his medical results. They were great. He'd actually grown 7 centimeters in just 4 months. If he kept this up, he'd clear 170 centimeters by next year. Would he end up taller than he was before he regressed? Maybe he'd be tall enough to be a model. Coach 𝐆𝐿 walked in. "Ho-Young, from now on, you'll be training at the main facility. You've been promoted to the U15 squad." He'd done it, he really did it. "And starting in March, I'll be taking over the U15 team." "Really? I'm so happy. I realized something in Germany. It gave me a whole new perspective on how to play football. I'll have to learn and adapt to that new style even in the U15 squad." "So, are you worried about the promotion?" "No. I'm excited. I believe in myself. I might be a little nervous, but it's the good kind of concern. Athletes should always stay alert. Once you hit U15, the game changes completely. You'll have to adapt to the league's specific style. But the key is blending your skills into the team's identity with humility and a true passion for football." "I get it. And coach, I have a contract request. I want to play at least 31 matches. The medical team says that's doable, so don't worry. The club will provide every bit of support for your growth. By the way, have you thought about which club you'd like to transfer to in the future?" "I haven't thought that far ahead. I just want to focus on now." He headed back to the Baja Fanner Training Center. "Welcome back, Ho-Young." It was Manager Bayern. "It's been a year, hasn't it? You've changed so much since then. You're taller, sure, but you've also matured as a player. However, that's not the only thing that's different." Ho-Young's earnings had seen a massive jump. "Your weekly wage tripled since last year, including bonuses for top scorer, the Golden Ball, and various awards plus those 31 guaranteed games. The club doesn't want to lose you. Even your buyout clause skyrocketed." "Really? 1 billion? 1 billion. Bianca smiled. "That's your current value. An incredible figure, serving as ultimate proof of all the hard work you've put in." April 3rd. Only 1 month until the Brazilian National Championship officially begins. Walking the familiar path, Ho-Young let out a sigh. It looked like today was going to be another non-stop, exhausting grind. In a soccer-obsessed country like Brazil, the season spans 10 grueling months. Playing 70 matches a year is perfectly normal. Sometimes that count even hits 80. It provides endless chances for promising young players to test themselves and stand out. But at the same time, it serves as a brutal test of physical endurance, capable of draining key players if the roster is thin. Yet, that's why players enter every match with an even fiercer fire. Because every game is a golden opportunity, a stage to truly shine. And here was his new stage. As Ho-Young entered the Sao Paulo U15 facility, every eye turned toward him. The stares of new teammates and fresh rivals were all fixed on the Asian kid who had just been fast-tracked up. Ho-Young narrowed his eyes. There was definitely a strange tension hanging in the air. Though silent, his 24-year-old instincts told him they were on guard. Shifty glances and hushed whispers followed him. "Is that the kid?" Ho-Young smirked. "No matter where you go, the battle for a starting spot is unavoidable." Since this was a major league, drawing scouts from across the globe, it was an opportunity that no player would ever want to waste. Especially for a newcomer like me who just got promoted, I'm likely their #1 target to watch. But then a smile touched his lips as he recognized some familiar faces. "Oh, Isn't that Casemiro and Douglas? The initial nerves suddenly vanished. Ho-Young gave a confident wave. Whatever, I'll just show off my skills like usual. If I do that, I'll earn their respect soon enough. But then he froze, his senses jolting like an electric shock. A bizarre feeling washed over him. His eyes locked onto a distant figure. Sitting alone, isolated from everyone else, was a boy with curly hair and a fierce, burning gaze. A dark, heavy aura radiated from him even while he sat still. On his jacket was the PSC logo, his former club. Their eyes met, and the boy threw out a blunt, challenging question. What are you staring at? He stood up and brushed past Ho-Young, leaving a cold chill behind. Ho-Young stood stunned. That guy looked familiar. Then, future memories hit him like a massive tidal wave. He knew him. That was Rosca, one of Brazil's top 3 talents. A player who dominated the prestigious PL League. The U15 ace, who just moved to Sao Paulo this year, was right here. Ho-Young swallowed hard. Yeah, this is going to be trouble. The intuition of an adult in a child's body was rarely wrong. A fierce, competitive energy was boiling over from Rosca. The official session began. Coach Caro, looking stern, laid out the training plan. Since we have new arrivals, we'll focus on building chemistry first. You'll be split into 2 teams for a match. We'll keep rotating the lineup so everyone gets used to one another. Fate seemed to be joking. Ho-Young was on Team A, while Team B was led by Rosca. He was facing the former ace immediately. The whistle blew, the game started, and Ho-Young immediately claimed the ball. Without hesitating, he charged straight forward with unbelievable speed. A Team B player gasped in shock. What on earth? A green bolt of lightning just tore across the pitch. Did something just blow past us? Overwhelmed by that blistering pace, Douglas Costa screamed for a block too late. Entering the box, Ho-Young unleashed a thunderbolt. Boom, the ball ripped into the top corner. Absolute domination. What a breathtaking goal. Team B stood paralyzed, eyes wide. One blink, and he was gone. They were completely helpless. He moved like an untamed stallion. Across the pitch, Rosca could only grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, always has to be a show-off. Even Coach Ko looked stunned on the sidelines. Unbelievable, the assistant muttered. He is a once-in-a-generation talent. Now, the beast named Rosca prepared his response. Poon's memories confirmed it. Rosca, born 1991, was a phenomenal talent, a future top 3 Brazilian star, playing more as a deep-lying forward than a traditional playmaker. His football intelligence was off the charts, allowing him to dictate and control the game's rhythm effortlessly. The beast was finally unleashed. Give it here. The pass arrived, and Rosca charged forward like an arrow. Ho-Young closed in instantly, suffocating him and leaving absolutely zero room to breathe. Their eyes locked as the duel of geniuses ignited. This guy. Rosca growled internally at the intense pressure. The atmosphere felt heavy, compressed. This was a dangerous situation. Holding the ball meant losing it. Just as Rosca lunged for the tackle, Ho-Young flicked a quick pass to his teammate. It was a clinical, split-second decision. His teammate gathered the ball and pushed the attack forward. Rosca missed his chance and snarled. Damn it. He could not believe a smaller guy possessed such freakish physicality. His rhythm was shattered. Rosca narrowed his eyes, reevaluating the entire situation. Wait, was that pass a trap? Did he lure us in just to launch a counterattack? A menacing aura radiated from Rosca as he glared at Ho-Young's back. This kid was no ordinary player. The clash of titans had only just begun. Rosca could only grind his teeth in silent fury. Thoughts raced through Rosca's mind like a storm. That overwhelming speed and unflappable passing were insane. Even at a terrifying velocity, he controlled the game with perfect distribution. He was dominating the field. Beyond that, his defensive wall was impossibly solid, as if being a physical monster was not enough. He was even a master in the air. Team B struggled desperately just to get a touch of the ball. While Rosca's side was drenched in sweat and desperation, Ho-Young just flashed a confident smirk. Is there anything this kid cannot do? Rosca wondered hopelessly before snapping himself back into focus. No, stay sharp. Football is a team sport. This lineup was just an unlucky draw for us. Then the coach's whistle blew. Swap teams. Let us keep going. Fate played a twisted hand. In Team A, there was Ho-Young in number 7, and right beside him, Rosca in number 6. Rosca blinked in surprise. We are together this time. A fresh strategy immediately began to take shape. Every coach's eye was on that kid. I have to be the one to steal the spotlight back. Sensing that burning competitive spirit, Ho-Young turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. Right on cue, Hoon's system activated to scan the new target. Rosca, football prodigy talent A, sharp judgment A, positioning B+, off-ball movement B, and various other skills. Copy conditions, play together in official matches for at least 150 minutes. Score at least 1 goal together in official matches plus several national team requirements. Another gold mine had appeared. Future memories and system data painted the full picture. Rosca, inconsistent form, weak stamina and physicality. However, his god-tier situational judgment compensated for every single one of those flaws. There was one fatal weakness. His mental state was incredibly volatile and unstable. Without proper management, he was easily rattled. Still, his status as a top-tier prospect was undeniable. Their auras clashed as challenging grins spread across their faces. This was getting interesting. The whistle blew again. The ball reached Roscoe's feet. He began his drive, spotting Hoon on the move. Why the hell is he running that way? Roscoe thought, confused by Hoon's positioning. Fine, whatever. I will just go this way. Roscoe ignored the run and sent the ball toward a different teammate. And just like that, the pass was intercepted. Roscoe's mind screamed in frustration, damn it. He realized with a shock that the space on the left where Hoon had surged into was now completely vacant, a fatal gap in their formation. Should I have passed to him? When did that opening even appear? Was it just a stroke of luck? 5 minutes later, another chance to attack arrived. Roscoe had the ball again. He prepared to make a play. And once more, Hoon made his move. Skill activated, space penetration. An opposing defender shouted out, desperately warning about the massive hole on the left flank. Right at that moment, Hoon haunted that deadly gap like a ghost. He shouted for the ball, leaving Roscoe in total shock. That path led straight to the goal. Without a second of hesitation, Roscoe swung his leg, delivering a perfectly weighted long ball over the top. The ball flew as if it were pre-programmed, landing right in Hoon's stride. Roscoe fretted, damn, did I hit that a bit too far? But Ho-YONG simply smirked, taking a sharp, deep breath as he prepared to strike. The moment the keeper rushed out, Ho-YONG didn't waste a single touch. He fired a direct volley. The ball rocketed forward. Swish, the net rattled violently, goal. The opposing players stood frozen, unable to believe that a newcomer could be that good. On the sidelines, Coach 𝐆𝐿e wore a satisfied grin, while his assistant just stood there with his jaw dropped in total awe. Roscoe stood dazed, muttering to himself, I don't believe it. Is he actually even faster than Pato? It wasn't just his passing, his dribbling speed and clinical finishing were top tier. He had every tool needed to tear any defense to shreds. A reluctant smile of respect finally touched Roscoe's lips. This guy was truly impressive. Ho-YONG ran back, giving Roscoe a friendly wave before flashing a thumbs up. Nice one. They shared a high five, a silent acknowledgement between two rivals. But as Ho-YONG turned to run back, a different thought crossed Roscoe's mind, a much darker, more chilling realization. He isn't just some talented kid, he's a total monster. Behind Ho-YONG's back, a faint image of a greedy demon appeared with a wicked grin. Where on earth did he come from? A sharp pass, and Roscoe shouted, Great catch, Ho-YONG. The pass was perfect. Got it, Ho-YONG replied. The two of them surged forward like twin arrows. On the sidelines, the coaches nodded in approval. Team A was being spearheaded by those two. Remarkably, Roscoe the ultimate lone wolf was actually cooperating with another player. Coach 𝐆𝐿e couldn't help but smile. Looks like he's been won over by Ho-YONG's aura. The final whistle blew, and Ho-YONG was gasping for air. Man, we fought hard until the very last second. The final tally, 2 goals and to assist a debut that couldn't have been more perfect. He mumbled, I ran so much I've got a metallic taste in my mouth. Exhausted, Ho-YONG collapsed onto the grass. Then a figure approached. Roscoe reached out a hand. With a rare smile, Roscoe spoke up. You're pretty good, aren't you? Ho-YONG's eyes lit up. He grabbed the hand and shook it firmly, marking the birth of a new legendary duo. Roscoe added, I'm looking forward to playing alongside you. After officially joining the squad, the busy days began. In the under-15 team practices, Ho-YONG focused on adapting to the team's overall tactical play. Because as Coach 𝐆𝐿e said, a true athlete can never afford to be complacent. He had to integrate his individual skills into the league's collective style. Ho-YONG understood that perfectly. His top priority now was adapting to this new environment. As a result, while sharpening his existing gifts, his overall skills took a massive leap forward. The system pinged, showing talent cards glowing brilliantly. Everything was set. Saturday, the under-15 national championship officially kicked off. 20 teams in total competed in the top division, and the defending champions were none other than CR Flamengo. Among the participating teams was, of course, his own club, Sao Paulo FC. Additionally, Santos FC, the team that just signed a certain superstar kid you probably know, was drawing tons of attention. Their first match was against under-15 Grêmio, a mid-tier team, the perfect opponent for an opening match. In the locker room, Coach 𝐆𝐿e laid out the tactics using a 4-3-1 formation. The key to this strategy lay in the midfield. His gaze settled on Ho-YONG and Roscoe. You two can do this. Ho-YONG pumped his fist with determination. Let's give it our all. The two shook hands, a silent pact. They stepped out of the tunnel. Ho-YONG took a deep breath. The temperature was just right. Perfect weather for a debut. He scanned the opposition. His role today was to suppress them with long-range strikes. He wondered if anyone would be a challenge. But looking at their starting lineup today, it didn't seem likely. If Lu Hen were here, maybe. Grêmio's key player, Lu Hen, was sidelined today due to an injury. Ho-YONG silently scanned the system. It didn't look like Grêmio had any particularly interesting talents. The best they have is probably the C+ rank stylish volley shot. Well, better than nothing. Henrik Eduardo, a kid with the talent of a football prodigy. Grade B lightning fast legs. Grade C+ stylish volley. Grade D header. To copy these, you must land 2 tackles and score 1 goal. Ho-YONG smirked. He couldn't believe the requirements were that simple. This was shaping up to be one hell of a debut. Pfui! The opening whistle blew. Instantly, Sao Paulo surged forward, keeping the ball moving with intent. The results of their grueling practice sessions were clear. In the first 5 minutes, they held absolute command over the pitch. But a sudden turnover allowed a counterattack to ignite. Move it. Faster. Their transition speed was lethal. Ho-Young realized that if their passing and ball control weren't razor sharp, this offensive wave would fall apart. Yet he just smiled as expected. The under-15 level was a different beast entirely. This was getting fun. He dropped back to help defend, but the opposition's style was unlike anything he'd seen. Gremio was employing a specific tactic known as swamp football. It was a gritty form of anti-football designed to frustrate opponents with aggressive, rough challenges to bait them into fouls. It was incredibly effective against hot-headed or mentally weak players. And just as expected, 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 was already losing his cool, his face flushed bright red with anger. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒, do not fall for it. A voice cut through the tension. It was Fred Neto, the captain of Sao Paulo's under-15 squad. They were struggling to even find a window for a shot. No, it is fine, do not worry, Fred told himself. Usually, as the captain, he would feel a crushing weight of pressure and responsibility, especially during a high-stakes season opener like today. He glanced at Ho-Young's back as the boy calmly dictated the game's tempo. The pressure had vanished because Ho-Young was there. Sao Paulo FC captain and center-back Fred Neto possessed elite tactical vision and experience, making him the true heart of the under-15 team. Fred assessed the situation calmly. With Ho-Young leading the attack, he knew that if the pressure became too much, he could break the deadlock with a single long ball. That guy's aerial ability was something he could truly rely on. Fred remembered their first encounter. He had known instantly that Ho-Young was a player with a lightning-fast mind. His style of play was not just quick, it was remarkably cunning. Like an old fox in the body of a child. Fueled by that trust, Fred launched a long ball forward, aiming directly for Ho-Young's position. The ball was headed away, leading to a brutal scrap in the midfield. Gremio's swamp tactics were still making life miserable for everyone. The Gremio players barked in frustration as they watched the midfielders rotate. How were they going to attack? In the middle of that chaos, 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 snatched the ball. He charged forward like a hurricane. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒. But Hernandez, the Gremio defender, closed the gap instantly. It was suffocating. A breakthrough seemed impossible. Then an order barked out from Ho-Young, pass to the right. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 wavered for a split second. To the right? The space was so tight, but in that moment, faith conquered hesitation. No, just trust him. The ball arrived perfectly for Ho-Young, and with one exquisite touch, he tore the opposing defense to shreds. The Gremio players stood frozen in shock. He broke through. He is way too fast. Ho-Young raced toward the goal, one-on-one with the keeper. He did not hesitate for a heartbeat. Boom. His eyes flashed with absolute certainty. This was it. Whoosh. The ball traveled like a cannon shell. Snap. The net bulged. On the sidelines, the crowd erupted into a deafening roar. Ho-Young pumped his fist tight. Perfect. His teammates could not hide their sheer adrenaline. Ho-Young had drawn first blood. Meanwhile, the Gremio side stood paralyzed. He actually scored from 30 meters out. His speed was simply incredible. Ho-Young felt a familiar surge of energy. His skills were proving effective even at the under-15 level. He ran to celebrate with Fred Neto, the one who started the play. At that exact moment, the powerful long shot C+3 talent from Fred Neto was absorbed. It upgraded into space-piercing powerful long shot grade B. Ho-Young froze in his tracks. Wait, this is not just a new talent. My talent card. He realized he had just absorbed and leveled up an existing ability. This was his first ever upgrade. A notification screen glowed more brilliantly than ever before. User, Ho-Young. Talent, space-piercing powerful long shot. Grade B, a thunderous strike capable of threading the needle through the tightest gaps. Accuracy has been slightly increased. Ho-Young could not contain his excitement. Would these abilities resonate with each other? His heart was pounding against his ribs. The match got back underway. On the other side of the pitch, a Gremio player was getting shootout. The coach is going to kill me for that goal. I'm sorry, just focus up. Remember everything we practiced. The speaker was Alex Were, Gremio's captain and a Brazilian-American wingback. Alex surveyed the field. We stick to our dirty football. The mission was clear. Keep that kid away from the ball at all cost. He began to analyze. That guy's specialty is his long-range striking. Ho-Young is an explosive player with elite finishing the complete package. Alex knew the opposition had sniffed out their strategy. Both the coach and the players were fully aware of how Gremio played. He looked toward Ho-Young, who was wearing a look of pure enjoyment. The kid was actually having fun. A fire of resolve ignited in Alex's eyes. We will equalize soon and then take the lead. We are going to win this using our own brand of football. We're going to crush you with sheer force. Now, it's a direct showdown. Alex Were versus U HO-YONG. I won't let things go your way that easily. On the pitch, Rio has completely shifted their strategy. Did they really assign to markers just for me and 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒? Ho-Young felt the suffocating pressure. They were being crowded out with zero breathing room. Their man marking is incredibly tight. What a massive headache. Captain Alex of Gremio growled through gritted teeth. No matter how talented Hoon and 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 are, it's all for nothing if they can't find the net. We have to seize control of this game right now. He lunged in for a steal just as a long ball was unleashed. Hoon shouted from across the field, but Alex had already anticipated the play. He immediately sprinted to intercept with a fierce sliding tackle. However, Ho-Young was a split second faster. He shifted his weight just enough for the ball to glide past, then fired a one-touch pass back to his teammate. Great work, Ho-Young. The ball is live again. Ho-Young accelerated, and instantly the entire Gremio wolf pack swarmed him. He flicked a quick pass to escape the encirclement. As he kept moving, 2 or 3 more defenders closed in. "Where do you think you're going? I'm shutting you down along with him." A heavy collision. Ho-Yong was brutally fouled, sent tumbling onto the turf. The whistle shrieked. The referee's whistle echoed near the Sao Paulo bench, where the substitutes watched with growing anxiety. They're marking him way too hard, not giving him a single inch of space. The referee pulled out card number 4, a yellow. Alex smirked triumphantly. "I took a booking, but at least we killed their offensive momentum." In reality, the situation gives us the upper hand. The free kick was about to be taken. A set-piece opportunity inside the box. Alex felt a surge of confidence. We're extremely comfortable defending these set-piece scenarios. In an aerial battle, whoever claims the best position wins. The ball was lofted in. Ho-Yong soared high, using his physical strength to hold his ground. Alex was shoved backward. "This guy is stronger than I imagined," he thought in total shock. "But there's no way I'm losing to someone smaller than me." Both players leaped simultaneously, but Ho-Yong's raw power clearly had the edge. "Damn it, I'm being pushed back." Alex gnashed his teeth. He refused to give up, determined to at least disrupt the header. He overextended himself. And then boom. Somehow, Ho-Yong tracked the drop point perfectly and whipped a header toward the far corner. Goal. It's in, it's in. Sao Paulo FC nets their second goal. The entire team exploded in pure joy. Rosca ran over to high-five Hoon. "Hoon, you really are something else." A perfect delivery and a clinical finish. Meanwhile, Alex could only hold his head in utter despair. Damn it, he's fast, strong, and he can head the ball too. This is just too much to handle. A desperate question echoed from deep within Alex's soul. Why is this world so incredibly unfair? Up in the stands, Coach Caro stroked his chin, lost in thought. So, that's his very first headed goal since arriving in Brazil. Who would have guessed Hoon possessed such terrifying talent? Scoring a header at his height, and doing it in his debut match no less. Exactly when did his heading ability improve to such an elite level? The legend Romario could also score headers despite his small stature, but that was due to his one-of-a-kind genius. A wild, intrusive thought flashed through Caro's mind. Could Hoon actually possess a demonic talent similar to Romario's? A faint, greedy shadow loomed behind Ho-Yong, grinning wickedly, but Caro shook his head. "No, comparing him to Romario is a bit much. My expectations are getting high." He turned to his assistant and said, "We need to prepare a special reward for him." The whistle blew for halftime with the score sitting at 2-0 in favor of Sao Paulo. In the Gremio locker room, Coach Avanho looked deadly serious. Who could have known that U HO-YONG kid would play this well? Just trying to stop Rosca was difficult enough. For the second half, we're going to significantly bolster the defense. Switch the back four to a strict man-to-man marking system. He pointed directly at Alex. "Alexander, you stick to U HO-YONG like glue. Follow him relentlessly, even if you have to abandon your position. Got it?" "Yes, sir." The whistle for the second half sounded, and Sao Paulo immediately made a tactical adjustment. Ho-Yong dropped back into the midfield. Rosca shifted to defensive mid, and a new striker, Douglas, entered the fray. Gremio descended into total chaos. Capitalizing on the enemy's confusion, Sao Paulo launched a razor-sharp attack. Alex screamed in total helplessness, "Damn it." And there it is, the third goal for Sao Paulo. Ho-Yong celebrated wildly. "Goal." Alex collapsed onto the pitch. "This is impossible. Is the gap in our talent really this massive?" The final whistle shrieked, and the scoreboard displayed an unbelievable 6-0. The match ended in a complete blowout as Sao Paulo FC claimed victory. The players rushed over to mob Ho-Yong, the undisputed hero of the game. He couldn't hide his ecstatic smile, still unable to believe everything had played out so perfectly. A hat-trick in his very first game, and right then ding. A familiar chime rang in his head. Select the talent you wish to copy. Stylish volley C+. Without a second of hesitation, he made his choice. A brand new card was added to his rapidly growing collection. Ho-Yong glanced over at Rosca. "Soon, I'll be able to copy Rosca's talent as well. I'm really looking forward to that day," he thought to himself, a mischievous smirk dancing on his lips. Back in the lounge, the players were still busy celebrating their massive win. Huh? Frid was stunned. A 6-0 blowout in the very first match. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Exactly what I expected from our boys at Sao Paulo FC. What incredible talent, a deep, resonant voice echoed nearby. We really ought to give them a reward worthy of that performance. Ho-Yong jumped in surprise. He recognized the man instantly. He was the same person from the portrait hanging in the training center's main hallway. It was Director Victor. Ho-Young's teammates began to whisper excitedly. Is that really Director Victor in the flesh? Should we go over and introduce ourselves? But Ho-Young, carrying the unshakable confidence of a 24-year-old, walked straight up to him. Good afternoon, Director. His teammates stood there with their jaws dropped. How could he be so casual with someone like that? Director Victor simply offered a warm, gentle smile. You must be Ho-Young. It is truly an honor that an old-timer like me was even on your radar. Young man. Ho-Young thought to himself that the director didn't seem like the stiff, formal type at all. It might be worth trying to strike up a real conversation. His teammates were still dying to know what the prize would be. Director Victor raised his voice. Has anyone here ever dreamed of visiting Morambi? Morambi. The entire squad was speechless. the legendary Morumbi Stadium in Itaquera, the hallowed home turf of Sao Paulo FC. Of course, sir, that is the ultimate stage of dreams, Victor grinned, flashing a pair of tickets. Excellent. I will see you all at Morumbi tomorrow then. The team erupted in pure, unadulterated joy. Thank you so much, sir. This is incredible. Amidst the celebration, Coach 𝐆𝐄 pulled Ho-Young aside for an unexpected interview. Standing before the camera lens, Ho-Young felt a sudden wave of nerves. His very first interview in Brazil. He took a steadying breath, mentally asking for their patience. The reporter opened with a glowing compliment. This is a historic moment, the first hat-trick we have seen in 18 years since the era of Rivando. How are you feeling right now? Ho-Young flashed a radiant smile. I feel fantastic. Haha, that first goal was something else, a powerful long-range strike through the tiniest gap. Was that a calculated move? Yes. I have always been confident in my pace and my ability to strike from a distance. The moment I saw even a sliver of an opening, I did not hesitate to let the shot fly. Truly impressive. And right after scoring, you ran straight to Coach 𝐆𝐄. Was there a specific reason for that? I might have been the one who scored, but I believe it was the coach who gave me the opportunity to make it happen. The reporter looked slightly taken aback. So, you are saying the goal was purely an individual effort? Ho-Young shook his head with mature humility. No, it was a goal born from the team chemistry and coordination we have been building together for the past month. Once the cameras cut, the reporters couldn't stop raving. Not only was he a natural on the pitch, but his Portuguese was incredibly fluent. His humble answers were the icing on the cake. The following day, a Sunday in May, Monica sat alone at a cafe looking quite downcast. It seemed like everyone was off at the match today. A group of kids passing by started to pester and tease her. Monica, you aren't going because you can't afford a ticket, right? We are going with our parents. You are always just lurking around alone. Buzz off, losers, she snapped, before letting out a long sigh. She missed those days of watching the game at home with her parents. Monica, a familiar voice called out. It was Ho-Young. He held up a ticket. Would you like to come watch the game with me? They headed to the stadium together, Monica beaming with excitement. It has been such a long time since I have been here. Ho-Young was just as pumped. I have really been looking forward to this. It is my first time seeing a match live. Thanks for inviting me. Don't mention it, Monica, Ho-Young replied. You have been a huge help with my Portuguese lessons. After all, think of this as my way of saying thanks. I asked Maria too, but she was busy at the church. Just then, those same kids showed up again. Look, it is Monica, Monica the outcast. Ho-Young did not say a word. He just quietly reached out and took Monica's hand. Let's hurry, the game is about to start. Monica was stunned. Wait, Ho-Young, where are we going? He simply held up the ticket. We aren't in the general stands, section B, or even the VIP box. Monica was lost. Then, where are we sitting? They climbed toward a much more exclusive, high-end area. As the doors swung open, Monica gasped. No way, I can't believe this. It was the Skybox, the ultra-luxurious lounge in the clouds. With 20 minutes until kickoff, Ho-Young scanned the room. Where are the coach and the director? He finally spotted them standing with a group of distinguished guests. But there was someone else there too. He stepped closer. Hello everyone. Suddenly, he froze. A silver-haired man with an overwhelming presence was standing there with 𝐆𝐄 and Victor. An Italian flag fluttered in the background behind him. It was none other than Coach Ancelotti, the legendary manager of AC Milan from Italy's Serie A. Ancelotti. He narrowed his eyes, studying the Asian boy who had just walked in. Does this kid actually recognize me? Ancelotti wondered. An international student? For a moment, Ho-Young was completely starstruck. Ancelotti broke the silence with a smirk. You have got a sharp pair of eyes on you, kid. Beep. The match between Sao Paulo FC and Santos began. Out on the pitch, an angel seemed to be dancing with the ball. It was Ricardo Kaká of Sao Paulo. Even seeing it again, it was utterly breathtaking. Ho-Young watched in awe while Ancelotti and 𝐆𝐄 began their discussion in the VIP area. He kicked things off by putting intense pressure on the Santos defense. This kid is absolutely proving why AC Milan has their eyes on him. I just hope he doesn't burn himself out before reaching Milan. 𝐆𝐄 offered a reassuring smile, telling them not to worry about that. Once the season opener is over, we'll be carefully managing his schedule to keep him in peak condition. The U15 coach, Friend Nu, chimed in. Watching Kaká play, I'm reminded yet again of just how extraordinary Brazilian football talent truly is. It's no wonder there's such a massive influx of Brazilian players into national leagues worldwide. Enough that FIFA even had to create new naturalization rules. 𝐆𝐄 beamed with pride. And the man who shaped a player like Kaká is standing right here. Ancelotti turned toward him. I've heard you churn out incredible prospects every single season. So, who's the next big thing? Any chance you could give us a hint about who we should be watching? 𝐆𝐄 took a slow sip of water. If it's another rising star you're looking for, you might have already met him earlier today. Ancelotti turned back, his sharp gaze shifting toward Ho-Young. That Asian kid, really? 𝐆𝐄 responded with nothing but a mysterious smirk. You'll be seeing plenty of him soon, right, on PSFC TV. Down on the pitch, the crowd erupted as Kaká moved with the grace of a god. Ho-Young was completely mesmerized. Even back then, Ricardo Kaká was already being hailed as the ultimate star player. He was the definitive rising star of this era. Was this what a truly world-class playmaker looked like? An all-around powerhouse who could sprint past anyone while dictating the entire offense. When will I finally be able to copy his talent? Ho-Young wondered to himself. He'd heard the rumors that 𝐆𝐿𝐒 would be heading to AC Milan very soon. He knew he still had a mountain to climb before reaching that level. Suddenly, a piece of popcorn was shoved into his mouth. It was that dummy, Monica. While you watch. You're such a football nerd, Monica teased. Hey Ho-Young, are you a fan of 𝐆𝐿𝐒? Of course I am, he replied. Ho-Young's eyes never left the field. I want to be a legend just like him, but I've still got a lot of growing up to do. Monica added, I didn't really notice it when I watched the games on TV back home, but seeing it in person is wild. These guys don't stop running for all 90 minutes. Ho-Young muttered to himself. I wonder when I'll make the first team. Up in the stands, Ancelotti was still watching Ho-Young. Could that boy really be Sao Paulo's next big prodigy, the one to succeed 𝐆𝐿𝐒? It seemed hard to believe, yet 𝐆𝐿𝐒's eye for talent was legendary and rarely ever wrong. He needed to alert the scouts in Brazil this could be vital for AC Milan's future. By the first week of May, winter had arrived in Sao Paulo. Even in the dead of winter, temperatures only hovered around 10 degrees Celsius, so training sessions continued without a hitch. Ho-Young's life became a relentless cycle. Train, go home, head to school, and then right back to training again. His fitness coach pulled him aside. If you don't take care of your body during this growth spurt, you're going to pay for it later. You've got solid muscle, but your ligaments and tendons are still weak. Without proper care, your physical balance will fall apart. Once that happens, your coordination will tank, and you won't handle the pressure. Basically, I'm at high risk for an injury, right? Exactly. Your ACL is vulnerable, especially with how often you change direction and burst into sprints. You have to be incredibly careful. One bad knee injury is all it takes to end a promising career before it even starts. Taking the coach's advice to heart, Ho-Young overhauled his diet, corrected his posture, and dove into a grueling routine of stretching and physical therapy to maintain his balance. There was a mountain of work to do, and so many skills to sharpen with so little time. But balanced growth was the priority. It was all about making the right choices for a better future. By now, the national championship was already halfway through. The schedule was packed tight with games and training, but all that hard work was finally starting to pay off. Starting in the second round this week, Ho-Young racked up 2 assists and steered the team to victory. Plus, his chemistry with 𝐆𝐿𝐒 was reaching new heights. At this point, the regular national championship was the least of their concerns. Their real focus was the Super Cup next week, a prestigious tournament where last year's regional champions clashed to crown the nation's best. The prestige and prize money were massive. Their first opponents, Fluminense FC, the Giants from the Rio de Janeiro State League, a team with 29 titles and a roster full of top-tier talent. Coach 𝐆𝐿𝐒 called his 2 aces over, Ho-Young and 𝐆𝐿𝐒. Starting today, you two are going through special training specifically designed to tear apart Fluminense's defense. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 was caught off guard. So suddenly, is there something special about their defensive line? 𝐆𝐿𝐒 explained that Fluminense possessed a literal monster of a player who could dominate as both a forward and a defender. That's why your roles as the primary attackers are so vital. Who is it? Anyone I might know? Ho-Young asked. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 pulled out a photograph. Commit this name to memory. You'll be facing him at least 4 times this season. Marcelo Vieira da Silva Jr. Everyone calls him Marcelo. Ho-Young and 𝐆𝐿𝐒 stood there, completely frozen. A defensive prospect touted as the next Robinho. Coach 𝐆𝐿𝐒 leafed through a dossier containing the boys' scouting reports, strengths, and glaring weaknesses. This is 𝐶ELO's performance data, alongside a side-by-side power ranking of both squads. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 and Ho-Young listened with rapt attention. It is quite impressive for an amateur side. According to these records, Sao Paulo's performance last year was significantly lagging. Our under-15 squad was utterly dismantled by 𝐶ELO last year. All because of 𝐶ELO. That is exactly right. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 pressed on. Promoting Ho-Young to the under-15 squad is not just about adding a much-needed striker. We need a solid backbone. We need someone capable of breaking through the pressure and spearheading a counteroffensive against their backline. 𝐶ELO's pressuring ability stems from his explosive burst of speed. He leaves no breathing room, sticking to a striker before they even receive the ball. Do you follow me? Ho-Young immediately grasped the core of the issue. So, I need to sprint to break his press, while simultaneously pressuring him from the front to keep him from advancing. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 smirked. Precisely. Not only does he understand the theory perfectly, but he is already proposing tactical solutions. Still, it is easier said than done. 𝐶ELO is not the only elite defender in this league. This is not an opponent you can overcome with just a playbook and theories. That is why your role is absolutely vital. 𝐆𝐿𝐒, go report to tactical coach Franel Casemiro will be waiting for you there. As for you, Ho-Young, you will be starting a private training regimen. Private training, sir? Meet at the first team's training grounds tomorrow morning. I will introduce you to a great mentor. The next day, a tall man in a tracksuit stood waiting. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 approached him. Long time no see. Ricardo. Coach. The man turned around, a brilliant, familiar smile lighting up his face. How have you been, Ricardo? Is the transfer preparation going well? The club has been very supportive, sir. I have just been relaxing without doing much, Karo chuckled. Well, you do not look like someone who is completely relaxing. I heard you were out here training all of last night. I suppose some habits never change. I feel uneasy if I do not touch the ball for even a single day. So, what did you need from me? There is a favor I would like to ask on behalf of the club. Could you mentor a promising prospect until you depart? Mentor him? One-on-one guidance and advice. Simply put, be his teacher. Ricardo nodded. I understand. You always ask around this time. You had me guide Douglas last year. So, who is it this time? It would be no fun if I told you right away. I told the boy to be here at 10 o'clock, so he should arrive shortly. Just then, the locker room door swung open. I think he is here. Ricardo smiled. The boy is right on time. Haha. Hello. Ho-Young called out, hey there. And in that moment, their eyes met. Ho-Young was utterly starstruck. Ricardo Kaka, a legend of the world stage, was standing right in front of him. The mentor the coach mentioned was none other than Ricardo Kaka. Ho-Young's system activated instantly, scanning the same Trang target. Prince of football talent K, Prince's playmaking ability E, lightning dribble S, and a long list of other A+ ranked talents. Ho-Young gasped internally. He is not even in his prime yet, and he is already this incredible. The Prince of Football, that nickname was a perfect match for Kaka. From his looks and personality to his technical skills, Kaka was particularly exceptional when it came to creating opportunities. He possessed every skill required of an attacking maestro. His vision and ball distribution were absolute top tier. However, given his massive talent, the copy conditions were extremely demanding. Kaka leaves for AC Milan in June. Can I clock 1,000 minutes by then? Karo patted Kaka on the shoulder. From today, and for the next 4 weeks, your mentor will be Ricardo Kaka. Ho-Young bowed deeply, brimming with excitement. I am Ho-Young, please guide me. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An hour after the session began, Ho-Young was gasping for air. These are just basic drills, yet I am already winded. I knew he was diligent enough to train on his days off. But why is this so brutal? The intensity is overwhelming for a 12-year-old body, but I have to seize this chance while it is here. A pure heart, a calm mind, and fierce determination paired with a passionate spirit. I can do this. I will do this. At the end of the session, Kaka walked over. Do not overdo it. This is only the first day. Thank you for the advice, but I want to become a legendary player just like you, Kaka. Kaka paused in surprise and then burst into a laugh. Haha, really? He looked at Ho-Young, his eyes filled with understanding. Now I see what Coach Kara meant. Haha, it is nothing. Ho-Young, before we start the serious training, tell me, what role do you want to play in football? I want to lead the game. I have the soul of a maestro, a playmaker. Someone who orchestrates the attack, controls the tempo, and creates plays based on his read of the game. Ho-Young aspired to become a versatile threat who could dominate as a winger, an attacking midfielder, and a shadow striker just like Ronaldinho. Kaka gave a slow nod. With a challenging smirk, he snatched up a training cone. Let's see if you've really got what it takes. Time to test your potential. Show me your true quality. Kaka spoke. Talent. You can break down the qualities of a true maestro into 4 core categories. Intuition, decisiveness, sharp judgment, and foresight. Sometimes you must drop deep to collect the ball. Other times stay active off ball to create passing lanes. But the real foundation of playmaking, Hoon interjected without a second of hesitation, starts with ball retention, right? Exactly. Keeping possession is the very first step. Even if ball handling is secondary, you must receive the pass cleanly first. Kaka pointed toward a random array of cones. So let's test your judgment and vision. Stand there. When I pass the ball, sprint and meet it. Ho-Young nodded. This was a drill he had often practiced with Roska. Kaka thought to himself that while it sounded simple, the execution was far harder than it appeared. Using these cones means you can't just rely on speed. You need total spatial awareness. Plus, Kaka knew they hadn't built chemistry yet, making it a huge challenge for the boy to read his delivery. Keep your eyes on the passer, not the ball, Kaka instructed firmly. If you're just tracking the ball, it's too late. Now, try this. Kaka unleashed a powerful pass with a sharp, wicked spin. He expected a fumble, but Ho-Young moved like a gazelle through the cones. His gaze locked onto Kaka. He reached the landing point perfectly. Thud, the ball came to a dead stop right at his feet. Kaka was shocked. The boy's reflexes might be average, but his sheer speed was impressive. I see why Coach Kahlo sent him to me again. Back to your starting position. Kaka barked. Pass after pass flew toward him, and Hoon remained a blur receiving, returning, and repositioning. Soon, Ho-Young was gasping for air. I'm spent. Don't worry. You've done more than enough for today. Take a rest, Kaka said. But Ho-Young shook his head. I'm fine. We'll restart in 10 minutes. Just rest up, Kaka replied, watching his pupil. The kid was performing far better than expected. More importantly, he read the rhythm of the game well. Plus, his grit and determination were undeniable. Even during the break, Ho-Young didn't sit still, jumping right into his supplementary exercises. Kaka chuckled. It was like seeing his younger self. No rest. This is supposed to be your recovery time. Are you worried? Ho-Young shot back with maturity. Do I really look 12 to you? One must be diligent in small things to conquer the great ones. Kaka was stunned, then smiled with a radiant aura. Ho-Young was struck by the man's presence, the true superstar Kaka. Alright, let's get back to it. Good, diligence always pays off in skill or character. Let's try a different exercise this time. I heard your next match is big. Yeah, the other team has a defender named 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒. Ho-Young explained. Coach called him a beast, even for the top under 15 players. Kaka paused, thinking. 𝐆𝐶eLo, huh? If the coach said that, maybe we'll play for the national team together one day. Ho-Young was amazed. Kaka would eventually be teammates with 𝐆𝐶eLo. His foresight was incredible. Then let's strategize on how to beat him. Reading your opponent and reacting is vital for a playmaker. Following Coach Karo's advice to the letter, Hoon shadowed Kaka like a second skin. They were inseparable until Kaka went home, with Hoon soaking up every lesson. On the 4th day of their training, Kaka shared his story. To be honest, I grew up comfortably, so football was just a hobby. But eventually, it became my dream. I loved the game so much that I realized to enjoy it more. I had to be better. I jump rope and practice every night, plus morning swimming. Ho-Young was odd. That's when you stood out. Kaka shook his head. No, I was actually a bench warmer until I was 14. Wait, what? Coaches and parents pressured me to quit, but I never did. That same year, I had a growth spurt and won the title. Then, at 18, I had a terrible accident and suffered a spinal injury. Doctors said I'd never play again, but I kept the faith and by some miracle, I made it back. That's exactly what shaped me into the player I am today, Kaka said, resting a steady hand on Ho-Young's shoulder. What I am trying to say is this. You are much younger than I was back then, and you possess incredible talent. So Ho-Young, you need to start believing in yourself. And never forget, you have 10 teammates backing you up. Your hard work will eventually allow you to focus entirely on your game. Kaka's words were like a beacon of light cutting through the fog in Ho-Young's mind. This man was a true role model right down to his very core. Just being near Kaka seemed to clear Ho-Young's head completely. I understand. Thank you so much for the advice. With that, the two of them shared a firm handshake. A powerful bond had been forged between them. After 4 weeks of grueling training under a living legend, it was finally time to face the ultimate test. Kaka flashed a confident smile. Now, let's talk about how to shut down 𝐆𝐶eLo. The most important thing is finding a way to break free from his pressure, right? Exactly. And keep this in mind, it is a specific technique that I used to rely on all the time. Kaka reminisced about a terrifying defender named Johnny Van Vest from his under 15 days. On the day of their big match, the stadium was packed to the rafters with fans. It's pretty electric out there, isn't it? Yeah, that's a massive crowd for a youth game. They must have seen the latest headlines. Someone held up a newspaper with a bold headline. The dark horse Ho-Young, will he ascend? Oh, look. There he is. Tension hung thick in the air as both teams marched onto the pitch. Inside the tunnel, 𝐆𝐶eLo's gaze was locked onto Ho-Young. He wanted to see if this hyped-up prospect could actually deliver on the big stage today. Tweet. The opening whistle screamed, and the match was underway. 𝐆𝐶eLo and his teammate immediately surged forward to fight for possession. From a distance, Ho-Young kept a close eye on his primary rival, 𝐆𝐶eLo. The boy's style was gritty and physical, yet surprisingly fluid. That was the nature of 𝐆𝐶eLo's talent. A true football prodigy whose energy seemed to radiate across the entire field. Excellent ball control at rank A, +B+2, and several other skills. To copy them, I need for breakthroughs, 1 goal, and a victory. Fluminense played a rock-solid defensive game, looking to strike on a single counterattack, with every play revolving entirely around 𝐆𝐶eLo. But as Kaka had taught him, the ability to observe is the most vital quality of a true midfield general. Ho-Young spotted a weakness he could exploit. 𝐆𝐶eLo's dribbling was fluid and his technique was top tier, which often led him to hold onto the ball for far too long. He was also a master of the tackle, which gave him the dangerous confidence that he could just snatch the ball back even if he lost it. Ho-Young turned to Rosca. Rosca, when I give the signal, put the squeeze on number 2. Got it. Then, the perfect opportunity presented itself. A Fluminense player received the pass. There it was. 𝐆𝐶eLo started his run. Perfect. But at that exact moment, Rosca charged in from behind. The sudden pressure caught him off guard. Should I dribble out of this or send it forward? 𝐆𝐶eLo hesitated for a fraction of a second. In that heartbeat of indecision, Ho-Young was already there. When did he get so close? There wasn't even enough time for 𝐆𝐶eLo to turn his body. Is this why he had Rosca press me from the front? No way. You think this is enough to stop me? Not a chance. 𝐆𝐶eLo prepared to use his individual brilliance to break free. If I can just weave past you with my dribbling, your little plan falls apart. Nice pass. Send it over. But Ho-Young didn't just close the distance, bam. He threw his entire weight into a heavy body check. Pressure and a physical hit. 𝐆𝐶eLo grit his teeth, but the kid wouldn't budge an inch. Damn it, this guy is solid. The ball popped loose, and Ho-Young snatched it up instantly. 𝐆𝐶eLo growled in frustration. The kid was as fast and as sturdy as a boulder. Ho-Young just smiled. It was exactly as Kaka had predicted. Memories of their training sessions flooded back. Players like 𝐆𝐶eLo struggle against heavy physical contact, so you have to press them aggressively. Suddenly, the entire pitch seemed to open up before Ho-Young's eyes. What is this feeling? He could see Rosca slipping unnoticed into the penalty area. Thanks to his rank versatile midfield commander skill, his field vision had reached a whole new level. He unleashed a pinpoint long ball that soared over the defense. Rosca trapped it perfectly and immediately laid it back with the sharp, one-touch pass. It was a beautiful layback. As Ho-Yong charged forward, a Fluminense defender screamed, "Stop him. Don't let him through at any cost." But it was already too late. "I'll finish this with a clinical strike," he thought, activating his rank C+ inner and step shot. He struck a magnificent finesse shot. The defender could only watch in shock. An inside foot shot from there? The ball curled through the air in a perfect arc before tucking itself into the top corner. Ho! The stands erupted into a deafening roar. It was an incredible early goal. Up in the stands, Coach Carlo and Kaka both nodded in approval. He wasn't just forcing breakthroughs anymore. His game had become so much more versatile. It was stable, effortless, and a textbook display of talent. Rosca slapped a high five with Ho-Yong. Our timing was spot on. It felt like we've been practicing that play for years. On the opposite side of the pitch, 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈 could only gnash his teeth as he glared at Ho-Yong. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? The first half ended with a score of 1-0, but the psychological warfare was just heating up. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 kicked a bench in frustration. Damn it. His teammates tried to settle him down. Look, if we win this, the road to the final is wide open. Conceding one goal isn't the end of the world. We still have plenty of time to turn this around. But 𝐆𝐿𝐶 wasn't listening. His entire focus and rage were centered on a single person. The problem is that kid. Ho-Yong. He couldn't allow a kid like that to keep embarrassing them like this. 20 minutes into the second half, the atmosphere on the pitch turned incredibly aggressive. Fluminense began playing a rough game, racking up one foul after another. Asterisk tweet, asterisk a yellow card, damn it. They are intentionally trying to provoke a physical confrontation. Rosca shouted. From the sidelines, Coach Ko barked out instructions. Everyone, stay calm. Do not let them dictate the pace. They are using the same mud football strategy as Grêmio. This is going to make it much harder for Fluminense to play an attacking game. We have to exploit this opening. Douglas is ready to enter the pitch. Asterisk tweet, asterisk Sao Paulo makes a substitution. Coming on is Douglas Costa. Ho-Yong flashed a grin. It looks like they are hungry for more goals. He yelled out, spread out wider, everyone. With a lightning-fast winger like Douglas on the field, the momentum shifted instantly. Ho-Yong analyzed that 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was being too aggressive, which was stalling their ball distribution. We need to widen the lead before they get a chance to counter. The Fluminense backline is starting to fall into disarray. Their second and third lines are too far apart, causing their play to constantly break down. Ho-Yong signaled to Douglas. Douglas dropped back deeper to receive the ball. Short and quick passes. Got it. Sao Paulo began stringing together a series of rapid-fire short passes. The Fluminense defense was being pulled apart. Damn it, you cannot just run circles around us like that. A defender screamed while lunging for an interception, but it was already too late. Rosca delivered a sublime flick with the outside of his boot. The fans in the stands were left in awe. Sao Paulo's passing game is the real deal. Have they finally found their rhythm? Ho-Yong thought to himself. Thanks to Douglas's hard work, most of the opponent's pressure has been neutralized. If Douglas pushes up to the front line, I can break through if I time this right. And that moment was now. Ho-Yong accelerated. He blew past 𝐆𝐿𝐶 and received a pinpoint pass. Ho-Yong, you have got the ball. Facing the goal, he did not shoot immediately, but instead threaded a masterfully subtle through ball. The ball hit the net. 2-0. Ho. What a gorgeous goal. The Fluminense players stood there in total shock. When did he even get there? Our defense, 𝐆𝐿𝐶 could only grit his teeth, damn it. From then on, the match became completely one-sided. Fluminense's defense seemed riddled with holes, allowing Ho-Yong to break through time and time again. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 tried to mount a comeback, but could not find the back of the net. With their fundamental defense in shambles, he did not even have a chance to use his signature offensive rushes. Asterisk tweet, 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 asterisk the final whistle blew. Sao Paulo FC secures a 2-0 victory. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 collapsed. We lost. On the field, Ho-Yong celebrated with his teammates after scoring 2 goals. He truly is the most anticipated rookie. Ho-Yong looked at the scoreboard, feeling deeply satisfied with the results of his hard training. No matter how grueling the preparation for each match is, this sense of accomplishment makes it all worth it. Coach Carlo walked over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, excellent work. Thank you, coach. After such a resounding win, it was time to collect the spoils of victory. Ho-Yong sat alone in the team meeting room. If I have to pick one of these, it has got to be the football genius talent, right? Select the talent you wish to copy. Football genius rank. He calculated his options. They would face 𝐆𝐿𝐶 3 more times this season, so he could take his other talents later. Finally, he made his choice. Select the talent you wish to copy. Football genius rank. Then, something miraculous happened. That rank talent merged with Ho-Yong's existing football prodigy skill to create a massive breakthrough. Football genius a plus rank. It will take 15 days to fully copy this talent. You cannot copy other talents during this period. Incredible. Ho-Yong opened his locker. A great start, is it not? If they made it to the quarterfinals, it would be a straight shot to the finals. The roar of the crowd still echoed in his ears. Hearing them cheer for his performance made his heart race with excitement. It was not just about the talent. Winning the match made him even happier. In a quiet cafe, a blond man sipped his coffee with a thoughtful expression. Antonio Soriano, a professional scout. There are so many promising talents this year. The number of scouting reports I need to write is staggering. Between reports, youth scouting, and transfer negotiations, it is a mountain of work. I really need to get moving on this. Let us start with the high priority items first. He flipped through the files. Let us see. Santos FC's Neymar and Cello were both shut down by that Iran kid. He pulled out a photo of HO-YONG. The boy's profile was spread across the table. 3 days later, a national tournament match began. The first match is Santos FC versus Cordoba FC, right? Soriano took his seat in the stands. The crowd was mostly families, friends, and journalists. Everyone's eyes were glued to one player. So, this is the number one prospect, Soriano noted. After observing him for about a year, he still lacked stamina. But he was a highly skilled and balanced player. He possessed incredible agility, flashy footwork, and refined ball control. He perfectly blended Brazilian flexibility with flamboyant technique. Astor's tweet. The match ended with Santos FC winning 3-0. Just as expected, Santos took the win. Soriano's side. The championship title this year will likely go to Santos. Next up is Sao Paulo FC against Bahia. My eyes are fixed on Casemiro, Douglas, Rosca, and U HO. The whistle blows, and Soriano is instantly captivated by a single figure on the pitch. This kid is truly something else, U HO. His fundamentals are rock solid, and he moves with a flair that's entirely his own. He doesn't just dictate the play as a midfielder, he seems to have the entire field covered. Watching HO-YONG play is like watching a highlight reel. He's the definition of a versatile threat, Soriano muttered to himself. 9 successful dribbles and 3 shots on target. He was subbed out around the 60-minute mark, likely to keep him fresh for the rematch against Fluminense. Natural-born talent, elite technical skill, and raw physical power, the boy has the complete package. He wouldn't look out of place in the professional leagues. Soriano's eyes flashed with a rare intensity. I can't wait to actually meet him. The match concludes with Sao Paulo taking a 3-0 victory. The players head off in high spirits. The teamwork today was top-notch. A 3-point win is as perfect as it gets. We executed our set pieces flawlessly. Let's carry this momentum and crush the next game too. HO-YONG walks alone, separating himself from the celebrating group. He's deep in self-reflection. It was a good performance overall, but my finishing was a bit disappointing. I could have bagged another goal if I hadn't been subbed. Next time, I'll have to study his scoring techniques more closely. The season is long and the world is teeming with talent, so there's no need to rush. Hey, HO-Y. An unfamiliar voice calls out. HO-Y turns to find the blonde man he noticed in the stands. I'm Antonio, a scout for a professional football club. I'm here to learn more about you. He extends a business card. HO-YONG reads the name, Antonio Soriano. A scout is already here. He looks closer at the card. Antonio Soriano, international scout for Club Madrid from Spain. Soriano offers a mysterious smile. Hey, don't overthink things for now. Just remember that a Spanish team thinks very highly of your talent. He waves as he walks away. I'll be rooting for you. HO-YONG stands there frozen, the business card in his hand feeling as heavy as a mountain. For days after that crucial win, the away leg officially begins. After a grueling 5-hour flight, the squad finally touches down in Rio de Janeiro. Inside the tactical meeting room, Coach Caro is firing up the team. We've been resting our starters in the National League specifically for today's rematch with Fluminense FC. We took them down into 0 last time, but don't expect them to just roll over and take it. Remember, this is Fluminense's home turf. A single lapse in concentration will lead to a fatal result. Caro holds up 3 fingers. If we win this, we've got a smooth road straight to the finals. A win, a draw, or even a loss by a single goal. Hitting any of those 3 marks will punch our ticket to the Super Cup quarterfinals. Let's show all of Brazil our true strength on that pitch. Yes, sir. The team roars in unison. As the teams march out, Casemiro and HO-YONG share a handshake, but Casemiro's eyes are burning with pure hostility. Look at this guy, HO-YONG thinks. It's blatant provocation. Casemiro is gripping his hand hard enough to crush it. But Ho doesn't flinch. He squeezes back, his gaze unwavering. I'm not giving an inch in this fight. This is the perfect chance to snag Kaká's talent, reach the Super Cup quarterfinals, and claim Casemiro's skills for myself. The system updates the conditions. Is it because I've already copied a genius? The difficulty requirements have actually dropped. This time, it's going to be a battle of pure individual skill. Beep. The game starts, and Hun immediately notices a tactical shift. Fluminense has bolstered their flanks with a dedicated winger. It's a 4-4-2 formation, clearly a direct counter to Sao Paulo's style. Our team thrives on a narrow, compact pitch, and that right winger, it's none other than Casemiro himself. So they're planning to ignite their attack from out wide. HO-YONG anticipated this. Luckily, we have a plan of our own. He signals his teammate Rosca to drop back. If they push the wings, we're switching our shape to a 4-3-3. A 4-4-2 provides width, but it leaves their central midfield loose and exposed. We need to dominate the middle and cut off the supply lines to their flanks. 8 minutes have passed in the first half. The match is incredibly intense. Fueled by their home crowd, Fluminense players are charging like madmen. Casemiro is constantly swarmed by 2 or 3 defenders. It's not just energy. They're playing as if we're mortal enemies, fighting like their very lives depend on this ball. This is becoming a major problem. We're having a hard time seizing control of the midfield. Our strategy isn't clicking the way it should. Then an opponent catches Rosca with a nasty, cheap foul. Damn it, stay out of my way. The player continues to provoke him. With his short fuse, Rosca is struggling to keep his temper in check. Ho screams, Rosca, watch out, but Rosca lunges into a challenge. There's a heavy collision. The Fluminense player hits the grass, clutching his leg in agony. Rosca loses his balance and goes down as well. Tweet, the referee's whistle pierces the air. Rosca scrambles back up. Then, to everyone's absolute shock, the referee reaches out and brandishes a straight red card. Rosca stands there completely stunned. Red card. Ho-Yong gaped in pure disbelief. This simply could not be happening. Rosca had only slipped for a moment while trying to keep his balance. It was a clear accident, yet the referee brandished a red card. Such a penalty is reserved for violent conduct or denying a certain goal. However, this was far more devastating than a typical ejection from the pitch. Under the Brazil Super Cup rules, any player sent off with a red card faces an automatic two-match suspension. This meant even if they reached the quarterfinals, Rosca would be barred from playing. The ref demanded his name as Rosca screamed it was unintentional. This is your final warning. Give me your name. Ho-Yong rushed over immediately to intervene before things escalated further. Just do as he says for now, Rosca, Ho-Yong urged. The decision was final, and protesting further would only result in a harsher punishment. Rosca spat out his name through gritted teeth, seething with resentment. Rosca Danos. Fine. As he trudged off, he whispered something to Hoon. Shouldn't you be protesting that call? You were supposed to be taught how to handle these situations during your training. Rosca left the field in a fit of rage. Damn it. Ho-Yong watched his teammates retreating back before turning to his visibly shaken squad. He spoke up, his voice sharp and filled with iron resolve. I know everyone is feeling frustrated right now. We all are. We put in for days of grueling, specialized training just to prepare for this single match. Our blood-soaked efforts are being trampled by pure injustice. Regardless of their home field advantage, we are just dealing with a streak of bad luck. He tightened his fist. Fine then. If luck is a skill, we will just have to beat them with our actual talent. We will win despite the unfairness and the despair. Now, it is time to face the reality of the situation. With Rosca gone, we were down to 10 men. Coach Carl barked from the sidelines. Fred knew. It is fine to lose possession, but focus entirely on cutting their passing lanes and closing down every possible shooting angle. Avoid any unnecessary physical contact. His eyes sharpened. We are switching to the false nine tactic immediately. Pull DGAS back and have whom play as the false nine. Captain Fred New acknowledged the command with a sharp nod. The false nine, a versatile role where a center forward drops deep to support the midfield. Essentially, a playmaker disguised as a striker. To maintain the structure of their organized play and launch effective counterattacks. Hoon now carried a massive burden. He had to manage attack, defense, and the midfield battle. Ho-Yong was their only remaining hope. How exactly would Sao Paulo FC navigate their way through this unfolding crisis? The match resumed, and Hoon ran until his lungs burned, determined to honor the coach's trust. He bolstered the midfield and tracked back constantly. He committed fully to the defense, intercepting passes while carefully avoiding any reckless challenges that might draw a foul. Soon, he realized they would lose at this rate. The void left by Rosca was simply too vast to cover alone. No matter how much they fortified the defense, the opposition just kept ramping up their pressure. Furthermore, 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈 was dominating the wing today. He was covering every inch of the grass. 𝐆𝐶ELO eventually found space and whipped in a cross that led to a Fluminense FC goal. The score hit 1-0. Fluminense fans roared, "Great job, 𝐆𝐶ELO. They're falling apart, do not give them an inch." Then tragedy struck again. During a high ball scramble, the Sao Paulo goalkeeper rushed out of his position. 𝐆𝐶ELO scored again, another goal for Fluminense FC. The whistle blew for halftime with the score sitting at 2-0. The Sao Paulo players filed into the locker room, the atmosphere as heavy as lead. Suddenly, a violent crash echoed through the room. A fist slammed into a locker in frustration. Damn it. How did it come to this? Those punks are walking all over us, cowards. The door swung open and Coach Carl walked in, exhaling a long, disappointed sigh. Pathetic. What on earth are you all doing? The team hung their heads. Why are you letting them intimidate you like this? What are you so afraid of? Fred mumbled quietly. It feels like we will get whistled for a foul for even the slightest touch. Naturally, that is making everyone play a lot more cautiously than usual. Carl snapped back. I told you to be careful with contact, not to play like cowards. This isn't even a rare situation on the pitch. You might still be young, but this is effectively a semi-professional stage of competition. Have you forgotten everything about having a professional mindset? Losing your drive like this is completely unacceptable, no matter what happens. He scanned the room as his voice softened slightly. I trust you understand now. Ho-Yong spoke up. Yes, sir. I understand your hesitation, but the fans and the club will not. Our only goal here is to win. To do that, you must at least show them everything you have prepared. The team seemed to wake up. Yes, coach. Carl pulled Ho-Yong aside privately. Ho-Yong, you did well earlier. If you had not stepped in, Rosca would have faced a 3-match ban. But because of that, the others aren't pressing the opponents properly. They are scared and playing far too passively. Then you've got to start using your brain a bit more proactively. That is exactly why I put you in as a false nine. It will be a grueling task, but given our current situation, your role is absolutely vital. Ho-Young stared directly into the coach's eyes. I understand. Out in the hallway, Roscoe was already waiting. Why did you stop me back there? You should have let me handle it. Ho-Young didn't respond immediately, simply looking at his battered teammate. Thanks anyway, Roscoe muttered softly. Give it your all out there for my sake, too. They stood together in a moment of silent understanding. Ho-Young finally turned away. Right? Of course I will. Just leave it to me. The boy stepped onto the field, carrying the weight of the entire team's hopes. They were a man down and trailing on the scoreboard. And now, the true battle for survival begins. On aggregate across both legs, the score against Fluminense is currently tied at 2-2. If Sao Paulo concedes just one more goal, they are out. If things stay as they are, the match will head into a penalty shootout. Every single movement the players make in the second half will decide the final outcome. There are no more signs of Sao Paulo being under threat. Their energy is night and day compared to the first half, especially with Captain Fred New meticulously organizing the defense without a single distraction. Ho-Young's words still echoed in Fred New's mind. Don't let the pressure get to you. We will hold down the midfield. Fred smiled. Finally, he had teammates he could truly rely on. He began commanding the backline. Rafinha, press a bit lighter. Santoro, cover the front. And the primary target was Marcelo. Sao Paulo established a double-layered defense to keep that monster locked down. They refused to let any attack develop. Marcelo grit his teeth. Damn it, I can't break through. And they aren't making any mistakes for me to exploit. Their playstyle had completely shifted since the start of the second half. In the stands, Coach Kahlo and the substitutes clenched their fists tight. The Sao Paulo defense was fighting tooth and nail to maintain possession. Fluminense couldn't find an opening. Don't back down, play tough. Ho-Young watched the team. They had been playing passively without realizing it. But with sheer willpower, they were now fighting as one. I need to step up too. Right now, the only thing that matters is our defense. Defense was the absolute key for Sao Paulo in this disadvantageous position. However, Marcelo was clever. Even under a double team, the left wing was slowly being breached. But they couldn't shift to a three-man defense, or the right side would collapse. The bigger issue was stamina. With only 10 players, the physical toll was massive. As time ticked away, the situation grew dire. 25 minutes into the second half, the Sao Paulo players were gasping for air. Fluminense's coach, Carvalho, smiled. Just as he expected, they held the advantage in both numbers and energy. Now was the time to strike. It was a predator's strategy, targeting the exact moment the opponent began to wither. Fluminense pushed forward, stretching the play as wide as possible. Damn it. They tore right through Sao Paulo's exhausted defensive line. Crap, they're going to score at this rate. Fred cried out in desperation. A shot was fired, boom. But the goalkeeper made an incredible save. In the stands, the substitute's heart skipped a beat. That was too close. That shot should have been a goal. Fluminense continued their relentless assault using their superior stamina. Another shot, clang. The ball rattled the crossbar, but once again, it didn't result in a goal. Nevertheless, Fluminense was raining down effective shots at a terrifying pace. With only 10 minutes left, the Sao Paulo players had reached their breaking point. Ho-Young was no exception. Think. I have to think. I have to stop Marcelo. Just hold on until extra time. There are less than 10 minutes left. The coach screamed from the touchline. We share the pain, work together no matter what. The whole team had to support one another. Yes, Ho-Young told himself. If the body responds passively, the mind must take the lead. He took a deep breath. Think. There has to be a way through this. The biggest problem was Marcelo on the left wing. If they could just contain that side, they could balance the defense to some degree. Marcelo was continuously probing and targeting Santoro on the left flank. It wouldn't be surprising if they conceded at any moment. They needed to break through something to halt that man's momentum. Then a sudden spark ignited in his mind. All right, it's all or nothing. It won't hurt to try. In the stands, the Fluminense fans were screaming, "Go, Fluminense, crush them right there." On the pitch, Marcelo danced past a Sao Paulo defender and smirked. Heh, these guys are totally gassed. No matter what they say, we have the physical edge. Besides, that Ho-Young kid is struggling because he's carrying Roscoe's weight too. He isn't in any condition to perform well. Back in the Fluminense locker room after the first half, their coach had drafted a perfect plan. Sao Paulo will hit their physical limit soon. They'll run out of gas. In the second half, ramp up the speed to break their pressure and launch an all-out offensive. All right, boys. Let's put one more in the net and wrap this up. Just as they'd planned, Fluminense started to crank up the pressure, clearly looking to deliver the final blow. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈 is pushing the ball up the pitch, but Ho-Young has already dropped back into a defensive stance to meet him. He realized that Sando, who'd been shadowing 𝐆𝐿𝐶 all game, was completely spent. This was the perfect moment to seize the advantage and break through. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 pulls off a slick feint, but the ball rattles right off the post. That was an incredible save from Ho-Young. He literally threw his body into the line of fire to seal the gap. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 stood there, shell-shocked. Instead of an exhausted Santo, he was facing Ho-Young, who was fresh, fit, and locking down the defense. Are they really planning to give up on the attack and just drag this into a penalty shootout? Is that the kind of game you want to play? 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was starting to lose his cool. He knew HO-YONG's skills were the real deal, so much so that he secretly wished the guy was on his own team. But since they were rivals, the only way for him to truly shine was to absolutely crush him. I'm going to impress those scouts and carry my team to a win. This time, I'm taking you down, HO-YONG. It was the 37th minute of the second half. HO-YONG stepped up for a direct showdown. Don't be scared, 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 just below right past him. One of his teammates barked. HO-YONG just shot them a taunting look. Go ahead, try and take it from me. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 hesitated. What? You're afraid of catching a foul? Whatever. There were plenty of other ways to win besides a one-on-one. He decided to look for a teammate rather than trying to force a breakthrough himself. I'll just move the ball without breaking a sweat. But the moment 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 let go of the pass, HO-YONG was already moving. He snatched the ball clean out of the air. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 couldn't believe his eyes. His reaction time was insane. Did he seriously predict the direction of that pass? Damn it. You should have opened up the passing lane a bit more. My bad, 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 muttered, kicking himself for the mistake. No. It was because he hadn't taken enough time. With the clock running out, it looked like they'd have to settle this in extra time. But Coach Paulo had other plans. Sao Paulo was going on the offensive. HO-YONG, who had been darting back and forth across the pitch all game, somehow still had the lungs for a full sprint. With only 60 seconds left in the second half, a single philosophy echoed through the coach's mind. It doesn't matter how low your possession is or how many players you have left on the field. The team that scores more goals wins the game. Even with just 1 minute on the clock, a match is ultimately decided by goals. Sano fires a pass over to HO-YONG. Their coordination was absolutely flawless. From the stands, the substitutes were screaming, "Go! Push the counterattack!" Panic swept through the Fluminense ranks. This was a disaster, and they couldn't let him get away. HO-YONG charged forward. Sao Paulo Football Club's very own U HO-YONG. How could he possibly maintain that kind of speed this late in the match? He was tearing through the defense at an unbelievable pace. The entire stadium felt like it was going to explode. HO-YONG's legs felt like heavy lead. He had worked like a dog for every second of this game. But there was still 1 minute left. He dug deep, finding just enough strength for one final desperate burst of pure willpower. Sao Paulo Football Club launched their final counter-offensive. This was their moment. On the sidelines, the staff and subs held their breath, praying for a mistake or a turnover. But HO-YONG kept charging, gasping for air as his lungs burned and his legs threatened to give out. It's not just me, he thought. My teammates are definitely suffering through this exact same hell right now. Everything rested on this one play. He gritted his teeth. This was proving to be even more grueling than the match against Bayern Munich. The game had been pushed to its absolute limit, and it felt like they were moving forward on nothing but sheer grit. He remembered his brother's words: keep a cool head, a fierce body, and a heart set ablaze. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 was in total shock. It was completely absurd. How could they possibly have this much stamina left in the tank? The defense had been left in the dust. Santoro was cutting into the penalty box from the right wing. There was no time for HO-YONG to overthink it. He was going for the shot. Boom. A thunderous strike erupted as he broke through for Sao Paulo Football Club. The first goal hit the back of the net. The bench erupted in pure joy. They were actually going to make it to the quarterfinals. He actually pulled it off. That HO-YONG guy. There's no doubt about it. The kid is a total monster. HO-YONG dropped to his knees for his signature celebration. See you. But then, a strange, powerful energy surged from deep within his body. Did my talent just awaken? A flaming new card manifested in his mind. Burning Will Ranke. He'd watched his teammates closely for the past year, but a late-blooming awakening like this was incredibly rare. Was this a talent he'd earned through blood and sweat, or had it been dormant inside him all along? Well, one thing was certain: this was only the beginning. Burning Will Ranke. This meant his growth potential was now limitless. With this ironclad spirit and burning resolve, the fight was far from over. Even with a 3-2 lead in the first leg, stay sharp until the very last second. Got it. And then, the final whistle blew. Tweet. Sao Paulo Football Club was heading to the Super Cup quarterfinals. With a 3-2 aggregate victory, the entire team exploded in celebration, swarming their hero in a massive hug. HO-YONG flashed a triumphant smile. Please select the talent you wish to copy. HO-YONG had successfully mirrored 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒's talent. He glanced over at 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒, whose face was a mask of pure frustration. There was no room for doubt. That dribbling was top tier. I will definitely be snagging those fluid moves the next time we face off in the tournament. We are likely destined to clash at least 2 more times before this season comes to a close. In a strange way, the guy was actually a pretty great friend. I have secured a spot in the quarterfinals and walked away with 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒's talent to boot. Your talent sheet has just been updated with a brand new, high-value skill. With a newly awakened, burning resolve, your journey toward global dominance has ascended to a whole new level. Meanwhile, 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 sat slumped and utterly broken in the empty locker room. Damn it, he muttered. I was so close to a win. And I know for a fact those scouts were watching that match closely. This was supposed to be my big break to get noticed. He growled in anger, his frustration boiling over. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. You're HO-YONG. 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒 looked up, his eyes brimming with tears as they began the customary jersey swap. HO-YONG held out his own shirt with a respectful nod. 𝐆𝐿𝐶E hesitated, clicking his tongue. To think I'd actually find comfort from this guy of all people. He pulled off his sweat-soaked jersey and sighed. I admit it, I lost. I'm never going to forget today's match. I'll use this experience as a stepping stone to come back even stronger than before. Inside the Sao Paulo locker room, Coach 𝐆𝐄𝐒 was giving his final thoughts. You boys played your hearts out, but we've only reached the quarterfinals. We cannot afford to let our guard down now. There are still some incredibly important matches waiting for us on the horizon. Beyond the national tournament, we have the regionals in month 6 and the Champions League kicking off in month 12. Get your minds right and be prepared. HO-YONG could hardly contain his excitement. The Champions League meant he would finally get a crack at elite talents from other nations. It was basically going to be an all-you-can-eat buffet of legendary talents, wasn't it? He was absolutely buzzing. By the way, HO-YONG, 𝐆𝐄𝐒 called out. Yes, coach? You should head up to the stands. Someone is waiting to meet you. A mystery guest? HO-YONG made his way toward the stands, where a man turned around to face him. Hey there, HO-YONG, it's home T-Seed. Remember me? Memories instantly came flooding back. When he had returned to South Korea last year, this was the journalist who had met him at the airport to cover his story. Of course I remember you, sir. I'm currently in Brazil as a special correspondent for the 2014 World Cup. When I heard you had a game today, I just had to stop by. Thank you so much for coming out. The journalist let out a hearty laugh. No, I should be the one thanking you. You've given me some incredible material to write about. HO-YONG, you're already quite the star. But I think things are going to explode once this article hits the press. Are you feeling the pressure yet? Not in the slightest. Dealing with high expectations and nerves is just part of being a professional. I'm actually very grateful for it. HO-YONG added with a mischievous grin. But please, just go easy on the evil editing, okay? Evil editing? What do you mean by that? You know, stuff like this. HO-YONG mimicked an imaginary headline that focused solely on criticizing him. The journalist burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha. Don't you worry about that. Now, let's get down to a proper interview, shall we? After a while, the reporter chimed in again. Since we're almost finished, let me ask one last thing. I know you're quite close with Coach Cha Bum-kun. If he were to ask you to join the national youth squad in the near future, would you take him up on it? Yes, without a second thought, HO-YONG replied instantly. Representing one's country was the ultimate dream for every single football player out there. He thought to himself that if he wanted to learn from a legend like Cha Bum-kun, making the national team was non-negotiable. Suddenly, the system interface flared up, displaying the legendary Cha Bum-kun's talents. I'll have to put my move to Europe on the back burner for that. So, what are your plans for the future? The reporter asked. Are you eyeing Europe, or are you looking toward a professional debut right here at Sao Paulo? Right now, I'm just focusing on the present moment, HO-YONG answered tactfully. Ha, are you dodging the question? Well, let's wrap this up here. Thanks for giving me your time. I know you must be exhausted, so I'll make sure this article is top-notch. And once again, congratulations on making the quarterfinals. I also want to congratulate you in advance on being named man of the match. But the man of the match hasn't even been announced yet, has it? The journalist smirked. Even a random kid walking by could tell you're the one getting it. Sure enough, the man of the match title for that night was awarded to HO-YONG. However, he was so drained that he crashed early, only finding out the good news the following morning. Man, my whole body is aching from yesterday's match. He sat up in bed, and the system interface flickered to life. All the necessary conditions had finally been satisfied. I can finally claim one of 𝐆𝐿𝐒's legendary talents. Since I've already got agility and long-range shooting covered, I'll pass on those for now. I'm torn between the prince's playmaking ability and that sculpted aesthetic look. The A+ U-rank ability is a unique talent that only 𝐆𝐿𝐒 possesses, whereas the general ranks aren't exactly rare. The priority should definitely be the U-rank talent. Plus, securing the U-rank first will lower the difficulty of the next set of conditions. It'll make snagging the rest of the talents a lot easier down the line. I can always come back for the others. Standing in the practice room, he finally made his choice, the prince's playmaking. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 looked over at HO-YONG with concern. Are you really doing okay? You must have pushed yourself to the absolute limit yesterday. I'm fine. I want to keep going while the fire is still there. In that case, I won't stand in your way. And just then, HO-YONG felt a massive surge of fresh energy coursing through his veins. System, Ricardo 𝐆𝐿𝐒's S-rank lightning dribble detected. Hidden requirements unlocked. Success. The difficulty level has decreased. Additionally, the hidden objective requires 2,000 minutes of personal mentoring. I can copy the S-rank lightning dribble by clearing the hidden quest. An S-class talent just for fulfilling a secret requirement. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 offered a smile, noting my high spirits. It is all thanks to Coach Ha. HO-YONG replied with a thumbs up. I'll put this talent to good use. Meanwhile, Coach 𝐆𝐿𝐒 met with Director Victor in the club office. Come to think of it, those scouts have been pestering us lately. They're digging for info, asking if I caught yesterday's match. 𝐆𝐿𝐒 smirked. There will be more soon. HO-YONG's current form is absolutely incredible. Winning the league isn't just a dream anymore. I want to help every one of them reach their peak performance. To ensure that, I need you to appeal 𝐆𝐿𝐒's red card. Director Victor nodded. Consider it done. A few days later, the Federation finally responded to Sao Paulo FC's request. The committee ruled 𝐆𝐿𝐒's actions unintentional, admitting the referee had made an error. His red card was rescinded, sending the whole squad into a frenzy of joy. Awesome, 𝐆𝐿𝐒. We can stay on the pitch together. What a massive relief. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Journalist Home TC's interview was viral. The Korean prodigy, Ho-young, had been named man of the match in the Super Cup round of 16. He expressed a strong desire to join the national youth squad, with a potential call-up as early as next year. The article sparked a tidal wave of fan reactions, ranging from glowing praise to bitter comments trying to tear him down. At the Brazilian training grounds, Kaká came to say his farewells. "Take care, Ho-young. It is a shame I have to head back to Milan now. I will see you on the pitch." "I'll definitely come visit," Ho-young replied, feeling genuinely grateful. He stared into the distance, reflecting on his progress. "Kaká, thanks to you, I've gained some incredible skills." These were the fruits of his special training sessions with the star. A few of them would take time to manifest, but he was patient. First up was Rosca's talent. Precision judgment at rank A. Next was Kaká's A+ rank sculpted aesthetics. And finally, the chance to unlock the S rank lightning dribble after 2,000 minutes of mentorship. The S-class talent requirement was met. Following the grueling battle with 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒, the rewards were in system, S rank lightning dribble unlocked. Can be synthesized with a similar talent. The U rank sprinting speed of the chain editor, the raw power of that legendary speed, would be transferred into the S rank lightning dribble. It turns out a U rank talent could be converted into an S rank one. This implied that, occasionally, a U rank could be less valuable than a rank. The conversion process would take 15 days. He began organizing his findings. The system became increasingly intricate as his level ascended. There were 9 key takeaways he had gathered so far. First, you can't unlock a lower version of a talent you already own, though plus ranks are obtainable. Second, talents are categorized into TLU and SB ranks. These categories are independent. Third, T-rank talents are reserved for elite professionals over the age of 18. Fourth, U-rank talents are unique traits exclusive to a single specific player. Once a legend retires, their U-rank shifts to L rank. Fifth, a talent's rank doesn't necessarily dictate its rarity. Sixth, the C+30 rating isn't 3 times better than a C rank. It might only be double, or even just 1.1 times stronger. The exact multipliers remain vague. Seventh, there's a limit on how many talents you can copy simultaneously. Eighth, the number of available talent slots varies per person. Ninth, information on talent synthesis is still scarce. What's certain is that U and S ranks of the same type can be merged. That covered everything. What intrigued him most was the ranking system. Kaká already possessed an S-rank talent, and he hadn't even reached his prime yet. Gabriel Malk only had 1 S-rank, but a mountain of ranks. Were there levels that went even beyond those? He hadn't even glimpsed the skill sets of the world's absolute best yet. What kind of powers were they hiding? They probably had 10 different S-rank talents. And if U and S ranks could merge, something entirely new might be born. He checked the progress bar, the chain editor's sprinting speed merging into the lightning dribble. The transfer was underway, with 15 days left until the synthesis was complete. Ho-young grinned, unable to contain his excitement. June bled into July. Then, a bombshell hit the news. Greece had been crowned the champions of Euro 2004. Ho-young and Monica were watching TV together. Who on earth could have seen that coming? She asked. He just smiled. It was exactly as he expected, matching the future he remembered perfectly. Right down to Greece's win through their unbreakable defensive wall. Monica glanced at him. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face, HMM? Something's definitely off. Monica suddenly leaned in, bringing her face inches away from Ho-young's. Then she shouted, "Maria, what is this?" Maria stepped out from the room and said, "Ho-young, let me take a look." The two girls crowded around, scrutinizing Ho-young's face. His appearance really did seem a bit different. Something had definitely changed. You have lost weight. Your face looks a bit more chiseled." "Really?" Ho-young replied, feigning surprise. "Sculpted beauty, rank A+. Could this be the effect of that talent?" A few days later, Ho-young was sitting on his bed, deep in meditation. Today was the day he had been waiting for, the day the synthesis process would finally be complete. Ding, sprint speed of cha at you, lightning dribble, rank S. The transfer was finished, but the system did not stop there. A new notification appeared, glowing more brilliantly than ever before. Attempting to acquire Storm Dribble, rank SU. It will take 75 days to fully copy this talent. Storm Dribble SU. This was the first time he had seen in SU rank. Perhaps it was a special, unique tier. Ho-young ran out to the training field to test his new power. Storm Dribble SU. A talent that belonged to no one but himself. It would take 75 days to completely integrate it into his body. But he could wait that long without any issue. 75 days from now would be October 23rd. He could hardly wait for that day to arrive. Many days passed, waking up on the grass and falling asleep on the team bus. August was even more hectic, with the Cup D France in full swing, leaving him feeling dizzy from the pace. September was no different, as both mental and physical exhaustion continued to pile up. In his office, scout Antonio Soriano was reviewing his latest reports. The player to keep an eye on was the youngest member of the team, U HO-YONG. He was the youngest, yet he was leading Sao Paulo FC toward second place in the national standings. Let's see here. In the past 5 months, across 23 matches, he had 17 wins for draws to losses, 24 goals and 11 assists. His dribbling ability was already fast, but it had improved even more over the last few months. With a bit more refinement, he would shine even brighter. This kid is the real deal. The next match will be crucial. at the 3 Hapuna training ground. Our next opponent is Santos FC. There is someone on that team you are all familiar with, recognized by everyone as Brazil's top talent, 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒. The primary reason I came to Brazil. HO-YONG thought to himself that he was finally facing the day. October 7th, Sao Paulo FC vs Santos FC. I am really looking forward to today's match. It was headline news everywhere. Both teams were in a position where they simply could not afford to lose. The spotlight was on the clash between Sao Paulo and Santos. Everyone wanted to see how the strikers would perform, right? 𝐆𝐿𝐶 and HO-YONG would be the key players to see who could lead their team to victory. Personally, I think 𝐆𝐿𝐶 will win. In the Santos FC locker room, Coach Pamela was giving instructions. Today's match decides the top of the table. We must defend it at all cost. We absolutely must win. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was confident. No problem, coach. Santos said the same. Of course. And 𝐆𝐿𝐶 just smirked. It is a small matter. We will definitely win. Coach Pamela was still worried. Do they really understand? I am worried. She called 𝐆𝐿𝐶 aside privately. As I have told you over and over, watch out for U HO-YONG. U HO-YONG, I have watched the tapes of his gameplay. He is good, I will admit that. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 looked at the clips of HO-YONG's plays on the screen. But he is not better than me. He turned away with a confident, almost arrogant smile. Do not worry, coach, just leave it to me. This match is going to be fun. It was the most anticipated showdown in Brazilian youth football. Genius versus genius, the stage was set. HO-YONG looked toward his opponent. That guy must be 𝐆𝐿𝐶. He definitely possessed a talent ranked higher than his own plus football genius. And he thought about what it would be like to play alongside 𝐆𝐿𝐶. If it were the old me, I would not have even dared to dream of this. But now I am fighting from an equal position, and it is all for the sake of victory. His eyes burned with fire. No matter what, I will win. The match began from the very first moments. Santos charged forward. Oh, they're attacking right from the start, 𝐆𝐿𝐶. He dribbled past a defender. The Sao Paulo defender roared. Do you think I will just stand here and watch? But 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was too fast and too skillful. The moment I bypass a defender, that is what truly makes my adrenaline spike. 13 meters to the goal, I can definitely make the shot. On the other side is 𝐆𝐿𝐶. He is ready for a follow-up shot. I can do this. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 unleashed a powerful shot. Clang. The ball struck the crossbar. Still, it was a good effort. Here we go. The ball bounced back and landed right at Rosca's feet. Coach Pamela of Santos screamed, watch out for Rosca. He is excellent at distributing the ball. We could be counterattacked in an instant. Rosca did not hesitate for a second, lofting a long ball forward. HO-YONG. The ball was delivered right to U HO-YONG's feet. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath. And then he accelerated. His speed was truly unbelievable. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 and his teammates could only stand and watch that incredible pace. He broke through all by himself. Sao Paulo FC scores the opening goal. It was a goal by U HO-YONG. Rosca and Hoon trade high fives in celebration. That was a perfect pass. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. This shouldn't be happening. It wasn't a mistake. It was just pure bad luck. My shot hit the post and simply fell right to the opponent. But that wasn't the worst of it. That kid. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 glared at HO-YONG with eyes full of burning resentment. That storm dribble. He didn't even use any high-level techniques or special skills. He scores just by running and dribbling, while I use every trick in the book and still can't find the net. He makes it look effortless. The cheers 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was so used to now felt like daggers to his pride. 𝐆𝐿𝐶, the boy wonder. The one destined to lead the future of football, a talent blessed by the gods. He ground his teeth in frustration. A genius's pride had been shattered. The Sao Paulo players returned to the pitch, drenched in sweat. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 pulled himself together, handling the ball with fluid grace. Damn it, Captain Fred New growled. On the bench, Coach 𝐆𝐶 and his assistants analyzed Sao Paulo's opening goal, though Santos FC had since seized control of the game. And 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was at the heart of it all, a genuine mastermind. Once he has the ball, he creates his own space with world-class dribbling. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 is the kind of player who truly shines with the ball at his feet. Coach 𝐆𝐶 looked pensive. Our starting 4-1-1-2 was meant to use for midfielders to suppress their 3 attackers. But the plan has fallen apart. On the field, Hoon barked orders, telling Casemiro to drop back. We have to push the back for higher. 𝐆𝐿𝐶's superior skill is letting him glide past us far too easily. He decided to ignore the tactical formation and rely entirely on his solo runs. In the stands, the crowd roared just as 𝐆𝐿𝐶 expected. Keep going, 𝐆𝐿𝐶. Coach 𝐆𝐶 scowled. He is attacking us much more aggressively than I anticipated. In response, the coach ordered Rosca to move into the center and switch to a double pivot. Casemiro was tasked with defending the wings. What about the attack, sir? His assistant asked. Coach 𝐆𝐶's eyes sharpened. He focused the play around Hoon, and the new strategy worked. Sao Paulo began to claw back possession. Captain Fred New felt the momentum shift. Support Fred. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 received the ball, and Fred closed in immediately. But 𝐆𝐿𝐶 was too quick and too nimble, blowing right past him. This is bad. Goal. 𝐆𝐿𝐶 finished it spectacularly. The score was leveled at 1-1. The Sao Paulo players could only trade glances soaked in sweat. Beep, the first half ended. Inside the locker room, the air was thick with tension. Captain Fred New slumped down. It's 2-2. But I can't seem to stop 𝐆𝐿𝐶. We've worked so hard for this, and yet here we are. As captain, I have to keep my head clear. A hand landed on his shoulder. It was Hoon. Fred, it's fine. We aren't losing. If it wasn't for you, we'd be down by 2 more goals already. If they score again, I'll just go out and take the lead back. Don't put all that pressure on yourself. Fred looked up with a faint smile. Thanks, man. Over in the Sando locker room, Dima was deep in thought. Our defense is looking shaky today. It should have been an easy game, but we've let Hoon break through way too often. Why can't we stop him? He snapped at his teammates. I can't focus on the attack when I'm constantly worried about our backline. Coach Pamela walked in. For the second half, I'm bringing on Philip Lua. Philip Lua, the center back. He has great defensive chops. His reflexes and judgment make him a nightmare in one-on-one situations. Mark your man, mind the gap, and stay locked in every second. One slip up is all it takes. Philip Lua looked confident. Don't sweat it. I'll make sure to shut at least one of them down. The second half kicked off. Santos FC immediately subbed in Philip Lua. Hoon, his teammates shouted. I've got this. Hoon charged forward with the ball, full of confidence. Philip Lua narrowed his eyes. The target was coming straight at him. Hoon, I have to stop him at all cost. He backed off slightly to maintain a safe distance. He knew Hoon's specialty was the lightning-fast breakthrough. I've watched his match tapes over and over. His penetration skills on screen were already incredible. But somehow, he's on an entirely different level today. Seriously, where did this guy even come from? Regardless, Philip focused. This guy also has a high assist rate. He might try a through ball to Douglas on the right wing. I need to brace for his drive while simultaneously closing the gap to block any potential pass. But then Ho-Young stopped. He just stood there, just hold him off a little longer. Once we set our defensive line, but Ho-Young didn't give him that chance. With a single touch, he whipped the ball to a teammate on the left. It wasn't a solo drive or a pass to the right. It went left. Douglas made his move on the right. He totally faked me out. I don't recall seeing him play like that in any footage. That ball control is incredible. There's no way a B+ to ranker just burned me. Ho-Young's teammate receives the pass. Sao Paulo FC finds the net with a clinical finish, all thanks to a brilliant assist from Ho-Young. Philip could only beat himself up. Damn it, I completely misjudged the play. The whistle blows 3 times. It's over. Sao Paulo FC clinches a nail-biting 3-2 victory. The whole team is ecstatic. We actually beat Santos FC, and I had 2 goals. On the other side, Neymar and his squad collapse in frustration. The gifted Neymar possesses S-rank talent. Copy conditions are now fulfilled. Having outscored Neymar, the man of the match honors go to Ho-Young. He can't help but smirk. Is that kid seriously only 13 years old? Does he truly deserve to be called a footballing genius? I have met nearly every requirement. They announced the man of the match tonight. For now, I'm copying that a +3 genius dribbling. I still haven't figured out the hidden requirement, but I'll be ready to copy that talent in our next encounter. Ho-Young looks at Captain Fred New. Surviving 80 minutes against Neymar was absolute hell. I'm grateful for my teammates' support. Fred approaches. Ho-Young, thank you for saving me today. Don't mention it. We won because you refused to back down and held the line. You're the true heart of this team, Captain. Haha, thanks. A bond of friendship begins to form. Ho-Young glances at Neymar, who is watching him with a fiery gaze. He walks up to his captain. By the way, Cap, what time do you usually get up in the morning? 8 o'clock. Then you'd better start waking up at 6 starting tomorrow. Why? Ho-Young holds up one finger with a daring grin. Because we are going to have to win again next time. The morning after the Santos victory, Sao Paulo reclaimed the top of the league. But Santos FC is already gritting their teeth for a rematch. The ultimate showdown will likely take place during the national tournament next February. Coach Carlos sits in his office, lost in thought. It's too early to get comfortable. Our defensive line is still far too shaky. We cannot continue like this. Fred New is having a harder time containing Neymar than I originally anticipated. But for his own growth, he needs to face that massive wall. From that match, he must have gained a feel for Neymar's style. Now, we need a concrete plan to shut him down. He gazes out at the practice pitch. Despite that grueling match yesterday, he's already out there training. Ho-Young has both raw talent and incredible drive. He must truly live for the game. But surprisingly, Ho-Young isn't alone. Fred New and Casemiro are already on the field. Coach Carlo walks out toward them. Oh, Coach, are you here? It's great to see you boys putting in the work. Ho-Young clenches his fist tight. We have to win the next match too. Carlo smiles. Now that's a professional mindset. From that day forward, Sao Paulo FC shifted their focus almost entirely to practical, match-based training. Whenever possible, Ho-Young would gather his teammates to lead extra practice drills. Fred New, tasked with marking Neymar, and Casemiro, providing the cover, both trained relentlessly. Now, Rosca has joined them too. Let's do some 2-on-2 drills today. I'll play the roles of Neymar and Rosca. You take on Cabagon. Ready, let's go. Give it everything you've got. As Ho-Young begins his move, Fred can't help but gasp. Has he always been this good? He's physically dominant and lethal in the air. His ability to break through a defense is on a totally monstrous level. It's a relief he's not an opponent. Ho-Young barks out, Fred, focus. Neymar is on a whole other level compared to me. I'm going to mimic his style as closely as possible. So make sure you get used to the rhythm of his movements. Understood. I watched Neymar's gameplay countless times before I regressed. His fundamental style hasn't changed a bit since then. He's fluid and creative with a clinical touch. Recreating his signature moves will be the ultimate training exercise for us. Once the session ends, Fred asks, "Why are you putting in all this effort to help me?" "I'm helping because we're a team." It's an obvious answer. If I were you, I wouldn't do this much even as the captain. Then just show me what you've got in a real game. That would be the best way to pay me back. Besides, this serves as great practice for me too, so it's okay. Thanks to these sessions, my C+3 flashy footwork has evolved into the B-rank mesmerizing footwork. My other skills are steadily improving as well, and I've even started eyeing a few of Rosca's talents for myself. Ho-Young places a hand on Fred's shoulder. Let's keep growing together. On December 22nd, they face Santa Cruz FC in the final. They have a winger who relies heavily on his dribbling, though he isn't nearly as elusive as Neymar. With the whistle signaling the start, this is the perfect moment to see if our grueling training sessions have actually paid off. The Santa Cruz winger attempts a bold breakthrough, but our line holds firm. Wait, Sao Paulo's defense is suddenly wide open. It is a lightning-fast counterattack. Ho-Young charges forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Boom. Sao Paulo FC strikes first, and the stands absolutely erupt in a frenzy of cheers. Ho-Young rushes over to celebrate with Prinu. Incredible work, Prinu. We owe that goal to your rock-solid defending. Both share a confident grin. Their chemistry on the pitch is nothing short of perfection. That marks the 7th goal for Sao Paulo FC, and the scorer is none other than Ho-Young. The match concludes right here. The newly crowned cup champions are Sao Paulo FC. By January 2005, Sao Paulo was struggling with intense fatigue from a grueling domestic schedule, leading to an early exit from the South American Champions League. Despite that setback, they are still maintaining a spectacular lead in both the Super Cup and the Copa. Meanwhile, Ho-Young is busy prepping for an international middle school exam focused on linguistic talent. Everything is moving exactly according to his master plan. Looking at the current league standings, Sao Paulo FC is dominating with 23 wins, 9 draws, and 5 losses, securing 78 points. Santos FC is breathing down their necks with 75 points. Round 37, Sao Paulo FC versus Santos FC, the ultimate showdown to decide the champion. The final battle is underway. Just before kickoff, Ho-Young turns to Casemiro. "Hey, have you been keeping an eye on 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒? Is he primarily a right-footed player?" "That is part of it, but his real threat is a cannon-like long shot and his uncanny ability to judge distance from afar. Going toe-to-toe with him will be tough." Ho-Young falls into deep thought. "If I play this correctly, I can finally meet all the requirements to copy his talent. 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 football prodigy talent, B+3. Elite passing, B+2. Solid foundation, B. Powerful long shot, B. Complete the following tasks to copy a talent. Condition 1. Win the match. Condition 2. Do not allow 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 to score a single goal from a long-range shot." A smirk plays on Ho-Young's lips. Clearing this will open a much bigger door. The hidden condition for Neymar's S-rank football prodigy talent. Finally, the greatest secret is out. To unlock the hidden condition for the S-rank football prodigy, you must have copied at least one other talent first. And the final hurdle, winning the league's golden ball. That is right, the MVP trophy is the key. With the path finally clear, victory in this round is mandatory. He turns to his teammates, hand over his heart, eyes burning with a fierce determination. "With everything we have practiced, I know we can pull this off." The referee's whistle echoes through the stadium. Right from the kickoff, Santos launches a blitz. The ball flies straight up the pitch toward 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒. Without a second of hesitation, he unleashes a thunderous long shot. A brutal opening strike intended to stun the defense. But Casemiro was one step ahead. He lunges forward to deflect the ball. Asterisk, did he really just read my every move already? Asterisk. He immediately pokes the ball to the captain, who signals the entire squad to shift into an all-out offensive formation. The sea of white jerseys from Sao Paulo surges forward in unison. Push up, move faster. They create a suffocating pressure right in the Santos half. The passing is sharp and rapid. Ho-Young takes a quick breath to steady himself, keeping his focus razor sharp. He knows the danger isn't just their strikers. The Santos defensive line is equally formidable and cannot be underestimated. Their holding midfielders, Maestro and Jota, are dropping back to shield the defense. Jota is a pure destroyer, tasked with shutting down any incoming threats. Meanwhile, Maestro plays the sweeper role, focusing on covering gaps and stopping any creative breakthroughs. Jota signals to his partner, "You just worry about those through balls." Maestro gives a quick nod. "Got it." Just then, the Santos right back, the man assigned to shadow Ho-Young, charges in with a fiery intensity. "Come on then, Ho-Young. This is my chance to shine." He knows that if he can just neutralize Ho-Young, every scout and fan in the stadium will have eyes only for him. Asterisk, if I shut him down, I will be the hero of this match. Asterisk, to get ready for this moment, he had spent countless hours training alongside Neymar and 𝐆𝐿𝐶𝐒. He is brimming with confidence that he can take Ho-Young down. A menacing aura flares around the defender as the number 12 on his back seems to glow. Ho-Young stares down the wall of defense. Breakthrough or pass? He chooses the direct approach, a head-on confrontation. He throws a quick step over, but the defender doesn't flinch. He growls, "That is not good enough. I am not falling for those amateur tricks." Ho-Young smirks, counting the rhythm in his head. 1, 2. He executes a sudden feint, darting the opposite way. The number 12 for Santos is already there, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Asterisk now. Asterisk he launches into a decisive, committed slide tackle. But suddenly his boot hits nothing but air. The Santos defender freezes in pure disbelief. Damn it, where did he go? He was sure he had read the movement perfectly. How could he have missed the tackle so completely? In that split second, Ho-Young had tucked his leg back and glided effortlessly past his opponent. He had breached the first line of defense, but Manhwa and Jota were already waiting, their trap set and ready for him. Ho-Young's gaze locks onto Manhwa. Target acquired. Asterisk it is time to shut Manhwa down right here. Asterisk the Santos number 12 looks on, his eyes filled with utter confusion. How could this be? I studied his moves, I practiced until I was numb. Yet I still can't lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, Ho-Young was already charging toward the next line of defense. Yoda's voice cracked as he screamed from behind, begging Manhwa to just stall him for a heartbeat. Manhwa gritted his teeth and lowered his center of gravity. He knew the monster was coming, and he was determined to be the one to stop him. Manhwa poured every ounce of focus into his stance, readying himself for the collision. He whispered to himself that holding him off for just a single moment would be enough to change everything. But Ho-Young moved faster than the defender's own sapses could fire. With one exquisite touch, the ball zipped past Manhwa's flank before the poor guy could even blink. Manhwa was history. Ho-Young didn't even look back, his eyes already locked onto the final line of defense. The last man standing for Santos, Philip Ruiz, stepped up. Watching their teammates fall like dominoes, both Ruiz and Jota looked pale with pure anxiety. They could feel the situation spiraling out of control. Facing Philip Ruiz head-on, Ho-Young didn't ease up on the gas for even a second. A flash of pure panic flickered in the center back's eyes, and then snap. With a silk-smooth nutmeg, the ball whistled through. The ball rocketed right between Philip Ruiz's legs, leaving the poor defender rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a mixture of shame and utter helplessness. He had been toyed with in the most humiliating way possible. The entire Santos defense had crumbled into dust, leaving Ho-Young completely unmarked and in the clear. As he bore down on the goal, the team's tactical layout flashed through his mind like a blueprint. The plan was a slow build-up while the two strikers moved constantly to stretch the defense thin. Over on the left wing, Douglas was executing his role to perfection. Sao Paulo FC was now just one final touch away from taking the lead. In a high-stakes match like this, they needed to be clinical. And in that split second, Ho-Young realized he was standing in a sea of empty space. It was a lethal opening, the kind of clear-cut shooting opportunity every striker dreams of. A Santos defender lunged in a desperate, futile attempt, screaming for someone to block the shot. But it was too late. Whoosh! Ho-Young's leg swung with enough force to tear the air apart, sending the ball screaming like a bullet. The Santos goalkeeper threw himself across the goal with everything he had, but he could only watch as the ball buried itself into the corner of the net. Goal! The netting hissed as it caught the ball, marking the opening score for Sao Paulo FC. Ho-Young broke into a celebration with Rosca and the rest of the squad, unable to wipe the grin off his face. He offered a silent prayer of thanks for that rank Charlie +3 finishing skill he had, snatched from P at the start of the season. It had truly proven its worth when it mattered most. Brilliant work, Ho-Young. His teammates swarmed him, pulling their hero into a sea of ecstatic embraces. But up in the stands, an older man with sharp, predatory eyes was dissecting every movement. It was Charlie Regression. Charlie Regression, the legendary scout for the Giants FC Barcelona, muttered to himself that even with the opening goal, the tension on the pitch remained suffocating. Dima's movements were still razor-sharp, capable of flipping the game on its head at any moment. The rest of the Santos players were also throwing everything they had into the fight. They were flaunting their individual flair and taking long shots, though their desperation sometimes backfired. But that kid, Ho-Young, he was a different breed entirely. The scout realized the boy possessed a level of self-control that was unheard of for his age. He only unleashed his technical prowess at the exact moments it was required. It suggested an incredible, instinctive grasp of the game's underlying rhythm. One could even say he was the one pulling all the strings out there. In just the first 30 minutes, he had completed over 9 successful take-ons. An absolutely staggering statistic. Charlie Regression stroked his chin, his eyes wide with disbelief. He admitted to himself that while he had come to watch P and Denma, he had accidentally stumbled upon something far more precious. A mental scouting report formed in the veteran's mind for Ho-Young. Overall rating, elite. Top speed, 10. Acceleration, 10. Ball control, 9.5. Off-the-ball movement, 9.5. These were near-perfect metrics. Regression let out a sharp breath. It had been an eternity since a player had left him this stunned. It defied logic. The Barcelona scout found it impossible to tear his gaze away from the boy wearing the number 14 jersey. Time marched on until the whistle blew for halftime. Inside the dressing room, the atmosphere was light and optimistic. Sao Paulo was holding a 1-0 lead. Captain Brinu was doing his best to keep the momentum going and bolster everyone's spirits. He told the team that as long as they stayed this focused and he fulfilled his own duties, victory was practically guaranteed. Then he turned to the team's cornerstone, Ho-Young. Ho-Young just smiled and praised the captain's defensive work during the first half. He mentioned that thanks to Brinu, the pressure on the midfield had eased up significantly. Brinu sighed in relief, but then Hoi-on leaned in with a word of advice regarding Daima. He told him not to let the guy get under his skin. Brinu looked surprised as Hoi-on explained that football requires a completely ice-cold composure. If you let anxiety creep in, everything falls apart. He added that it was a lesson a close friend had once taught him. Brinu fell silent, mulling over the depth of that advice. Hoi-on extended a fist, a simple gesture of trust and encouragement. Let's give them hell in the second half. Brinu looked at his teammate, and the fire of determination reignited in his eyes. He bumped Hoi-on's fist. You got it. Then the whistle shrieked. Santos immediately surged forward from the opening seconds. Daima and another forward formed a three-pronged spearhead, charging straight for the Sao Paulo goal. Paulo Daima's mind roared with fury. He was dead set on reclaiming control this time. The trio moved in perfect harmony, hungry for that equalizing goal. Daima was certain he would be the one to finish this. The Sao Paulo backline was being ripped to shreds by the three attackers, but Ho-Young barked orders from the rear, demanding his teammates stay focused and keep their cool. The weight of the world fell on Casemiro as he faced a nightmare 3-on-1 situation. He vowed to stop them no matter what. There was far too much ground to cover, yet Casemiro didn't blink. He flashed back to those grueling months of training with Ho-Young. He knew he had this. His gaze turned razor sharp. He quickly weighed the options. Would they pass or try to break through? Since their mid-range shots were shut down all through the first half and time was fading, a risky solo break was unlikely. That left only one possibility. In this spot, a pass to Daima was the classic Santos play. Just as he suspected, the ball was squared across to Daima. Then, with a sudden lunge, a perfect slide tackle intercepted the ball just before it reached Daima's feet. His opponent let out a frustrated roar. Damn it, what is wrong with this kid? He had poured his entire soul into that defensive stand. Yet every shot and pass he attempted was being shut down. Daima managed to recover the ball, but he had been forced into a tight, awkward angle within the box. Gasping for air, he saw the halftime locker room flash before his eyes. The Santos coach had snarled at him. Daima, what the hell are you doing out there? Start playing like you actually deserve your reputation. He reminded Daima that his raw talent had catapulted him to the top at a young age. Now, his only task was to smash through this final barrier. A mix of fury and wounded pride began to seethe within Daima's chest. He knew his deadliest weapons were his feints and dribbling. His superhuman agility turned every movement into a literal work of art. And his defender, Brinu, was nothing more than a mid-tier player in this league. Daima was certain the boy was no match for him. He would dismantle Brinu just as he had in their previous encounter. Daima unleashed his signature crossover, but Brinu didn't bite. He held his ground, eyes locked onto the ball like a hawk. A flicker of shock crossed Daima's face. Wait, he didn't go for the bait. Pivoting quickly, Daima tried to go for a nutmeg, but Brinu snapped his legs shut just in time, sending the ball ricocheting away. Daima stood frozen as the entire stadium held its breath. The commentators shrieked. What a stop. Brinu actually pulled it off. Daima was in total disbelief. He couldn't break past Brinu. How could anyone improve this much in just a few short months? No. Daima tried to steady himself. Don't lose it. That was just a lucky save, a total fluke. But deep down, he knew it was no accident. Despite Santos' desperate onslaught, even when Daima managed to slip past Brinu, the ball never found the net. Every golden opportunity was squandered. As the clock ticked down, panic set in, and Santos' team chemistry completely evaporated. Then, Sao Paulo snatched the ball back. With 40 minutes gone in the second half, Ho-Young roared, signaling for a total offensive. This was their final shot. Rosca screamed at the top of his lungs, this is it, move. Get up the field now. Ho-Young poured every ounce of remaining energy into his legs, Rosca's frantic shouts echoing right behind him. He didn't even need to look. Their synergy had been forged in hundreds of battles. He knew exactly where Rosca would place the ball. Then, a massive long ball soared over the defense. This was true teamwork in action. Boom. The ball stuck to Ho-Young's foot like a magnet. The stands erupted as the stadium stood in awe of the unbelievable play. A golden aura suddenly flared around Ho-Young, blowing the Santos defenders away like withered leaves. He was accelerating at an impossible pace. Every stride he took felt like a seismic tremor ripping through the pitch. The Santos players were paralyzed. Who is this monster? He's like a hurricane. No. He is the Hurricane *. A system window flickered into view, revealing an S-rank skill he had never fully unleashed. Tempest Dribble. The announcer's voice cracked. Ho-Young of Sao Paulo FC is on an unbelievable solo run. He's bypassed everyone. It's just him and the keeper now. The Santos goalkeeper realized in an instant just how much trouble he was in. Ho-Young's eyes flashed with absolute resolve. He wound up and let fly a thunderous strike that tore into the net. The winning goal for Sao Paulo FC. With that terrifying burst of speed and a clinical finish, Ho-Young had single-handedly settled the score. The entire squad swarmed him in a chaotic celebration. Then tweet. The final whistle echoed. It was over. Sao Paulo FC were officially the new Brazilian under-15 national champions. One side's glory was another's bitter defeat. The crowd erupted in cheers as the demon finally tasted defeat. Ho-Young was truly in a league of his own. Brazil's #1 prodigy could only bow his head in bitter acceptance. while the hero of the match collapsed onto the pitch after pouring every ounce of his soul into that final play. He gasped for air, completely spent. The season had been incredibly brutal. Storm dribble, he whispered under his breath. Today marked his first time unleashing its full potential. The results were staggering, but the physical toll was absolutely devastating. He didn't even have the strength to stand back up. Ho-Young realized then that he needed to push his physical conditioning and endurance even further. Without a stronger vessel, these god-tier skills would eventually burn his body to a crisp. But first, a system window flickered into view. Please select the talent you wish to copy. 2 options appeared: Elite Passing at B+2 or Solid Fundamentals at B. Without hesitation, he picked Elite Passing. Then a familiar voice called out it was Brinu. The captain had been standing there all along, reaching down to pull Ho-Young to his feet. The 2 players shared a meaningful look. Thanks, Ho-Young managed, his voice trembling slightly. It was a sincere expression of gratitude from the bottom of his heart as a smile played on his lips. He told him that this wasn't his victory alone. It was the result of everyone's combined sweat and tears. From the grueling practices to the matches, the meals to the celebrations. It was a collective triumph. Moved to tears, Brinu couldn't hold back. He was speechless, simply pulling his teammate, their true spiritual leader, into a tight embrace. In that fleeting moment, the words of Coach Ka echoed clearly in Ho-Young's mind. There are 10 players fighting right behind you. Your absolute devotion to football will always light your path forward. He thought to himself that his mentor was right. This match had taught him so much. Then the entire squad swarmed him, hoisting their hero onto their shoulders. This victory belonged to everyone. Dima, still dazed from the loss, slowly walked toward Ho-Young. He reached out a hand. Dima looked up and clasped his opponent's hand. But the moment their palms met, Dima froze in utter shock. How could Ho-Young's hands be this rough and calloused? He realized his rival wasn't just born with genius. He must have trained his body without a single moment of rest. Meanwhile, he had been far too complacent, coasting on his own natural talent. He had been so careless. Dima bowed his head in bitter acknowledgement, vowing to carve this defeat into his heart as he aimed for an even higher peak. He turned and walked away, his silhouette radiating pure determination. Next time, the victory would be his. Surrounded by a sea of reporters, camera flashes went off like a thunderstorm. Wu Ho-Young, the hero of Sao Paulo, was the undisputed center of attention. When a reporter asked how he felt, Ho-Young gave a radiant smile and admitted it felt truly unbelievable. Another asked about his future plans. His next target was the Super Cup, the final piece of a triple crown. In the dressing room, the intoxication of victory filled the air. The team cheered in pure ecstasy, as if they were living in a beautiful dream. Rosca clapped the captain on the shoulder, acknowledging his master-class performance against Dima. Hard work never betrays you, and this result was the ultimate proof of that truth. Coach Ko walked over to praise the captain's flawless performance, but Brinu humbly shook his head, crediting the entire squad. Kahlo said, "It was your own grind that brought you here." Brinu hesitated before finally making a confession. It was actually Ho-Young who had practically dragged him to practice every single day. No matter how tired or vocal he was about complaining, Ho-Young never stopped helping him. That was the only reason he could perform like that and win the championship. It was all thanks to Ho-Young. Coach Ko just smiled. He realized the kid he had brought in was far more than just a promising prospect. Finally, an eventful day drew to a close. That night, the Youth Football Association officially named Wu Ho-Young the man of the match. Back at home, the reward Ho-Young had been craving finally appeared. He could finally copy one of Dima's legendary talents. He scrolled through the requirements for the top-tier skill, genius dribbling at a +3. He had to win the match, outscore Dima, and be named MVP. He had cleared every hurdle from the list of options. He decided to claim superior flexibility at rank A. His fitness coach always emphasized that to use one's body effectively, the balance between raw power and flexibility was paramount. This talent would be a game-changer for his balance when executing sharp turns or dribbling at high speeds. It was the perfect synergy for the high-level dribbling skills he already possessed. For days later, during round 30 at the final match of the season, Sao Paulo took the field with the title already secured. They played with complete freedom, cruising to a dominant 5-0 victory. In that match, Ho-Young hammered home an unbelievable long-range strike, cementing his status as the league's top scorer. All these achievements culminated in the final ceremony. At the season's awards gala, his name echoed through the hall, Wu Ho-Young. He stepped onto the podium of glory to claim the Golden Ball for the league's most valuable player. With 29 goals as the top scorer and a spot in the best 11, he had swept the 3 most prestigious individual honors of the season. Finally, the ultimate reward manifested the football prodigy talent, S rank, was officially unlocked. The system explained that the hidden requirements were met, winning the Golden Ball and successfully copying a talent. Thanks to that Golden Ball victory, the prize was finally his. Though fully absorbing it would take 40 days, he couldn't copy any other skills during the synchronization period, making Ho-Young eager for those 40 days to pass. Facing elite opponents had certainly paid off. By the 28th, he would truly become a legendary football prodigy. Meanwhile, the remaining honors were announced, with Patrick claiming the best forward title after netting 27 goals. Dima secured 3rd place in the scoring charts, earning himself the silver ball for his impressive performance. On a brighter note, Brinu and Casemiro were recognized as the 2nd and 3rd best defenders in the league. Rosca was named best midfielder, while Pedersen took home best goalkeeper. That night, Sao Paulo truly owned the spotlight. They swept nearly every individual honor, prompting the club to throw a massive celebration. Later, Ho-Young collapsed onto his bed. His heart swelled with pure satisfaction, as if he had just scaled a massive peak. He had actually pulled it off. His goals in Brazil were within reach. He felt proud of himself for never backing down and constantly pushing forward. This journey through the Brazilian league would undoubtedly remain an unforgettable chapter of his entire life. Over at the training grounds, a strange stillness settled over the air now that the national championship had concluded. Without the frantic pace of back-to-back matches, the players found the days stretching on much longer than usual. Standard drills suddenly felt empty until a sharp voice barked from behind, warning them not to get lazy. The squad jumped as Coach Caro approached. He sternly reminded them that while the season was closing, relaxation wasn't allowed. One massive hurdle remained on their schedule, the high-stakes showdown of the Super Cup final. On the 27th, at the legendary Maracana Stadium, they would take their final step towards securing a historic treble. Coach Caro cleared his throat and began his final pre-match address to the team. The rivals for the trophy were CR Bakagaza, led by the dangerous and highly talented Felipe Coutinho. As an attacking midfielder, he was hailed as Iniesta's successor and one of the brightest rising stars in Brazil. The players exchanged glances, having already bested Daima and Pat. They felt no fear toward this familiar opponent. He gave a firm nod, warning them that even the slightest slip-up would invite a storm of harsh criticism. So, leave everything on the pitch until the final whistle, he commanded, met by a thunderous roar from the squad. The Super Cup clash between Sao Paulo FC and CR Bakagaza finally kicked off, and a system window flashed before Hun. Target: Felipe Coutinho. Talent: rank of football genius. Status: masterful technical skill. Passing: rank B copy condition, score 2 goals and intercept 1 pass. Easier than the Daima mission, he thought. Ho-Young set his sights on that incredible agility. A confident smirk played on his lips. Today would be productive. The whistle blew. Ho-Young fed his teammate and exploded forward like lightning as the crowd's roar intensified. Push forward, he bellowed, spearheading a ruthless and lightning-fast counteroffensive. Driving into the central zone, Ho-Young unleashed a ferocious long-range strike that screamed toward the net like a bullet. Just 1 minute in, he scored. As Sao Paulo took the lead, a sudden spark ignited in Ho-Young's mind. A system alert chimed. His heavyweight mid-range shot, rank B+2, had officially evolved. He realized that as his base stats climbed, his talents matured faster. From that moment, Sao Paulo completely controlled the pitch. Every spectator in the stadium could see the glaring gap in quality between the two sides across every position. It was turning into a total blowout. Their league title wasn't for show, though Coutinho remained a versatile threat, functioning as the team's primary maestro. The young Brazilian's control over the game's rhythm was nearly flawless. A true visionary, he was capable of magic. This isn't the same Sao Paulo team from last year, Coutinho muttered. Their entire structure, from defense to attack, had evolved. And it was all because of that one specific player. Just as Coutinho prepared to thread a pass, Ho-Young materialized out of nowhere, snatching the ball away. The onslaught continued. Goal, Sao Paulo doubled their lead. Goal again. A third strike hammered the point home. The halftime whistle signaled a breather, with Sao Paulo holding an incredible 3-0 advantage over their opponents. The dressing room was electric, buzzing with confidence. We're on fire. If we keep this up, we definitely win. However, the captain quickly reined them in. Focus. It isn't over until the final whistle blows. Don't be careless. The squad fell into a hushed silence, nodding in unison. Their captain was spot on. Surveying his teammates, Ho-Young realized just how much they had evolved together. Thinking back to his first encounter with Rosca, Brinu, Casemiro, and Douglas, he flashed a confident grin. Let's move. This match carried a heavy weight. It would likely be his final appearance on Brazilian soil. He cherished every remaining second on the pitch with them. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Coach CO narrowed his eyes. The CR3 squad had completely shifted their formation. They were parking the bus with a 5-man backline supported by 2 holding midfielders. It was a literal double-decker defense designed solely to survive. On the grass, Rosca pinged a pass toward Hun. Pushing off with explosive speed, Ho-Young narrowed his gaze. If they wanted to play for a draw, he'd just have to tear that bus apart to claim a perfect victory. He intended to close this chapter with an absolute masterpiece. Ho-Young charged forward, and the Sao Paulo players moved as one, sensing perfectly with his rhythm. The Baku defense instantly buckled under the pressure. Carving out a path, he delivered a pinpoint, lethal pass. Waiting at the end of the line was Douglas. Douglas unleashed a rocket, 2-0 for Sao Paulo FC. It was a textbook execution that left the opposition reeling, as Sao Paulo added another to their tally. Once again, Ho-Young was the architect. The onslaught didn't stop as the entire Sao Paulo squad, driven by Ho-Young's command, swarmed the box like a relentless storm. It is in the net again. The scorer was none other than Wu Ho-Young. A sensational hat-trick. Suddenly, a translucent system window flickered into view. Talent slots full. Football genius grade S 29 days remaining for full integration. Would you like to select a talent to copy in 29 days? Ho-Young let out a soft smile. having already fulfilled the requirements for Coutinho's abilities. He didn't hesitate to lock in superior agility for his next evolution. The final whistle echoed twice. It was over. Sao Paulo FC had decimated their opponents 6-0 to claim the Super Cup. The team erupted in pure euphoria. They'd actually pulled it off, with their third trophy secured. Sao Paulo FC had officially achieved the legendary treble. That night, the Brazilian football scene was sent into a frenzy. 12-year-old U HO-YONG had dominated the youth leagues, announcing his arrival to the entire world. The head of the Youth Technical Committee for the Brazilian Federation made a bold public statement. He claimed that if this boy's trajectory continued, he would become a global icon that the entire world would be forced to watch. And those words weren't mere hyperbole, they were a warning. In a high-end boardroom, Barcelona's technical director, Carlos Rexach, presented HO-YONG's highlights, noting that the Asian Football Confederation had already ranked him among the top 5 global prospects. Tell me, how can we possibly let a talent like this slip through our fingers? A skeptical financial director interjected, arguing that Europe was already crawling with prodigies. Rexach's voice grew cold. Are you really questioning my scouting eye? For years ago, I signed Messi despite everyone's protest. My intuition is never wrong. We need to strike a deal before every other elite club realizes what they're missing. Meanwhile in Brazil, Monica handed the phone to HO-YONG. It was Coach Cha Bum-kun, mentioning that someone important wanted an audience with him back in South Korea. Someone wants to see me. Who is it? A very close friend of mine, the manager of the national youth team. What? The name was Park Kyung-hoon, the man in charge of the U17 squad. HO-YONG was stunned. Why the jump to the under-17 so suddenly? Coach Cha gave a warm chuckle, explaining that the U17 World Cup in Peru was approaching. This year, they weren't throwing him into the fire just yet. Don't be afraid, he said. But inside Hoon's mind, a daring spark ignited. The U17 World Cup, the ultimate proving ground where the world's elite youth stars were born. If a 12-year-old could actually step onto that stage, he wouldn't just be playing. He'd be shattering every record in existence. He could become the youngest player to ever land a professional contract. That night, Hoon tossed and turned in his room, his mind consumed by the U17 World Cup. A 12-year-old competing against athletes whose average age was 16 or 17. It would be like a grade schooler wandering into a den of high schoolers. In professional sports, the physical gap of those years was massive. If they decided to play dirty and use their superior size, he could be crushed in an instant. However, he quickly calmed his nerves. The coach wouldn't have brought this up without a reason. Could he actually pull it off? No, he couldn't afford to doubt himself now. He resolved to push his physical limits, focusing on core strength and flexibility to bulletproof his body against injury. A few days later, he received the news. Congratulations. You've earned the advanced certification in the Brazilian International Language Exam. HO-YONG and Monica shared an enthusiastic high five. He hugged his best friend tight, thanking her repeatedly. It was all thanks to her. Monica beamed with pride. HO-YONG felt a deep sense of gratitude despite how taxing tutoring was. She had never hesitated to lend him her time. He swore to himself that he would find a way to repay her kindness. But first, a reward for his own relentless grind appeared. A system window popped up. Talent slots full. Football Genius Grade S1 is 7 days remaining. The system provided an opportunity to select a single talent from Monica to duplicate. A list materialized before him. Gymnastic ability, exceptional physical equilibrium, an innate gift for languages, and superior hip mobility. Should he choose to replicate that natural linguistic talent? Option B. Securing this would streamline the requirements for acquiring further talents down the road. Next on the list would be his physical balance. He watched Monica's radiant smile and felt a sense of peace. Time passed until the beginning of March at Incheon International Airport, South Korea. The moment he stepped through the terminal doors, Hoon was floored. A massive swarm of reporters stood waiting, a crowd even larger than when he had last returned home. Through the cacophony of the crowd, a pair of familiar voices reached him. It was his father and mother calling out to their son. He called back to them happily, but the press corps instantly hemmed him in. Just a moment, please. Could you look this way for a second? Are there any high-profile players you consider close friends that the public might know? HO-YONG gave a small smile and rattled off names like Brinu, Rosca, Casemiro, Douglas, and even Caselu. A reporter pressed him again, asking if there were any names the public would recognize. HO-YONG chuckled. Kaká and Malik. The entire press pack froze in shock. Ricardo Kaká and Gabriel Malik. He explained it casually. He had been training alongside Kaká and regularly exchanged emails with Gabriel for professional advice. The media frenzy reached a breaking point. Could you tell us a bit more about that? We want the details. Right then, a resonant, steady voice cut through the noise to bail him out. It was HO-YONG's mentor, Coach Cha Bum-kun. He apologized for the delay, explaining that the start of the professional season had kept him incredibly occupied lately. Coach Cha noted how much the boy had grown and matured. He then introduced his companion. And this is me, HO-YONG. I am Park Kyung-hoon, the head coach for the under-17 squad. HO-YONG felt a lump in his throat. This was him, the national team coach. Coach Park offered a gentle smile and told him not to look so terrified, joking that he wasn't going to bite him. HO-YONG realized that a strong performance here could make him the youngest player in history to join the national roster. It was a golden opportunity to harvest some truly incredible talents. Coach Park spoke up asking, "So, what do you actually know about the under-17 team?" He explained their third-place finish at last year's Asian Championships, which secured their spot in the under-17 World Cup after they took down Qatar. Coach Park got straight to the point. They were looking to bring him onto the national squad by September, but they wanted to know if his schedule was clear until April. After Ho-Young confirmed his availability, the coach revealed there was an under-16 tournament happening in France later this month, the Montagu tournament. It clicked for Ho-Young immediately. They planned to test his mettle with the under-16 team first before making a final call on the September call-up. While Ho-Young was busy calculating how to overcome the hurdles of the age gap, Coach Cha turned to get his father's input. His father, unable to hide a beaming, proud smile, gave a firm and clear response. Speaking as a parent, he said he had absolutely no reason to stand in the way of his son representing the national team. Ho-Young let out a soft sigh, thinking his father seemed even more thrilled than he was. Coach Park offered some reassurance, noting that with Coach Cha's backing, this was a perfectly natural step. It dawned on Ho-Young that he might have been the only one getting worked up and overthinking the whole situation. A surge of pure adrenaline and anticipation swelled in his chest. Being the youngest player was a flashy title, but the real prize was the raw talent he could acquire. Where he was headed was essentially an all-you-can-eat buffet of elite skills, gathering the best talents from every corner of the globe. He had to grab this opportunity with both hands. Already, the newspapers were filled with sensationalist headlines. Ho-Young rewrites the history of Korean football. On the verge of joining the national youth squad, the boy who conquered the Brazilian powerhouse. One Brazilian football analyst had even gone so far as to rank him among the top 5 youth prodigies in the world. The entire nation was buzzing with excitement. Korea was finally emerging as a footballing titan, and the dream of a World Cup victory no longer felt like a fantasy. Tucking himself into the car, Ho-Young flipped through the various papers and sighed to himself, wishing the hype would just dial it down a notch. There were even fabricated stories popping up, the classic hero making machine at work. He valued the recognition, but things were starting to spiral out of control. He looked over at his father behind the wheel and decided to ask a crucial question. "Dad, what would you think if I said I wanted to move to a team in Europe?" He explained that if he was going to make his professional debut, he couldn't do it solo. Either his father or his mother would have to relocate to Europe with him. His father didn't even blink. "So, you finally figured that out, huh?" "Of course we have been thinking about it. We are talking about our son's future, after all." He told him that if turning professional was the goal, Europe was the only real choice. Ho-Young trailed off, torn by the thought of his family being pulled apart for his sake. His father reached over and placed a steady hand on his shoulder, his eyes reflecting nothing but absolute faith. "Ho-Young, do not worry about a thing. Your only job is to focus on your football." A comforting warmth began to spread through Ho-Young's chest. He gave a small, firm nod. "I will." He tightened his grip, a fresh fire of resolve burning within him. "I'm going to give it everything I've got." Eventually, the car pulled into the Paju National Football Center. As he stepped toward the pitch, Ho-Young watched the figures warming up. That was them, the under-17 national team. He muttered to himself, "I guess there aren't any real geniuses here." Then he quickly corrected that thought. His standards had skyrocketed after his time in Brazil. This was actually the normal level for everyone else. "Hey," a familiar face, Seok Hyungjun, ran over and happily called Ho-Young's name as they greeted each other. Hyungjun was stunned. Only 1 year had passed since they last met, yet Ho-Young was somehow taller than him now. Ho-Young grinned, mentioning that he had reached 171 centimeters. Hyungjun teased him about growth hormones in Brazil. Their chatter drew a tall senior player's attention as he approached. "Who's making that noise during practice? Quiet down." He stared Ho-Young down with a cold, piercing gaze. It was Kim Shin-woo, the under-17 captain. Ho-Young and Hyungjun quickly apologized for the distraction. Ho-Young sized up Shin-woo, the team's oldest player, the captain, and the undisputed pillar of their defense. Shin-woo warned him coldly, "Don't mess around. I won't go easy on you just because you're new." Ho-Young felt the tension. In Brazil, everyone felt like friends, but here, the atmosphere was suffocating. He needed to adapt to the local hierarchy fast. During warm-ups, Shin-woo approached again. "So, I heard you trained in Brazil. What of it?" Shin-woo leaned in close to Ho-Young's face, his voice dripping with intimidation and a clear threat. "I don't care how they train you there. In Korea, you learn through hardship. No special treatment for kids here." He smirked, saying it was the only way to grow. Ho-Young just stared back, remaining perfectly silent. Tweet, the coach's whistle blew, calling everyone to gather for a 9-on-9 practice match. The first team in white was led by the captain. The second team in blue included all the new recruits. Positions were announced: keeper, defenders, and finally Ho-Young as midfielder. Blue captain Gui Yang eyed him suspiciously. Yang thought the media was overhyping this kid, acting like he was some kind of legendary talent. But he was just an elementary student. No matter how talented, he was only 13 years old. Yang sighed at their roster. Ho-Young decided to stay low-key and just focus on fulfilling his specific role. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened and a cold, piercing aura began to radiate from his entire being. No, he would show them clearly. He was going to demonstrate his own unique brand of football. Coach Park Ji-woo called him over. "Ho-Young, your role in distributing the ball is vital. You understand being a maestro?" "Yes, of course, sir." The assistant coach looked impressed but was internally riddled with deep anxiety. Building chemistry was hard enough without adding an elementary schooler into the starting mix. He explained that the generation gap would create barriers. So, Ho-Young couldn't just play like he did in Brazil. "Got it," Ho-Young replied instantly. "You mean I shouldn't try to play alone?" "Exactly." The coach warned him not to overextend and to pass. As Ho-Young walked off, the coach could only sigh. Despite his talent, he was still just a child. He wondered what the head coach was actually thinking. The match began. White midfielder Seok Ho barely touched the ball before a blue shadow lunged at him. This kid. It was Ho-Young. He was fast, but high-pressing for a midfielder. It seemed like a reckless move. Seok Ho quickly offloaded the ball to his teammate Kim Tae-jin. Tae-jin thought he was safe, but Ho-Young was suddenly right there in his face. Swipe. A perfect, lightning-fast tackle. Tae-jin froze, unable to react as the kid struck like a bolt and vanished. This was the ball-cutting skill he'd copied from Casemiro, now refined into his own signature move over 2 years. Tae-jin was reeling. Wasn't this kid supposed to be a pure offensive player? That tackle was top-tier defender material. Nobody had warned him that the kid could defend like that. During the briefing, the head coach had told them to watch Ho-Young's movements and sudden breakthroughs. Don't underestimate him, the coach had said. Now, Tae-jin realized just how dangerous the kid really was. While they were dazed, Ho-Young reclaimed the ball and fired a shot. Whoosh, the net shook violently. The coaches were stunned. Team Blue had actually scored first. His speed was absolutely incredible. Tae-jin's teammates rushed over, looking shaken. There was simply no way to stop that specific play. Then, Captain Kim Shin-woo marched over and grabbed Tae-jin's collar. "Focus on the game," he roared. "If he presses you, find a way out. You're really getting handled by an elementary school kid." Jin mumbled a quiet apology, but his mind was screaming. How could anyone react to that kind of speed? If he was so great, he should have blocked it himself. On the sidelines, the coaching staff were deep in their own private thoughts. Assistant Park admitted Coach Cha had been right all along. Meanwhile, head coach Park Kong-un recalled the match footage he had meticulously studied. Those specific highlights of Hoon's performance during the match against Santos. The head coach realized this kid consistently performed at his peak, unleashing his full potential on the biggest stages. He was born for high-stakes matches. At that point, what do positions or formations even matter? What use are tactics when the player himself becomes the strategy? It was just like the legendary Maradona in the 1986 World Cup, dribbling past 9 defenders to score a miracle. Football is traditionally a game played by 11 people. But in that moment, Maradona transcended the sport entirely, and now someone like him had appeared. Assistant Park let out a nervous laugh, calling the comparison a ridiculous fantasy, though deep down, he felt that impossible dream might actually be coming true. "All right," head coach Park Kong-un said, his gaze sharpening. "Let's see how the white team's ace responds to this." Out on the pitch, a pink-haired player wearing number 11 for the white team began tightly marking Ho-Young. It was time to test his skills. 10 minutes had passed in the scrimmage, and the blue team held a 1-0 lead. A fierce battle broke out in the midfield, but one boy stood out far above the rest. With his signature pink hair, it was the white team's midfielder, Lee Chung-rong. Ho-Young recognized him instantly. He was already a member of the professional club's second team. Even before regressing, Ho-Young had always been a fan of his. This was the first professional player he had ever faced in a match. Suddenly, a system window flickered into view. Lee Chung-rong's talents: football prodigy grade B C+, lightning fast feet, and exceptional composure. Grade B as expected of a pro, he possessed significant talent, especially that exceptional composure that was something Ho-Young truly coveted. The confrontation intensified, even under heavy pressure, and Hoon's relentless attempts to intercept the ball. Lee Chung-rong still managed to keep possession and launch smooth attacks. His playstyle was effortless yet incredibly sharp. Ho-Young silently admitted that pros were truly built differently. As time ticked away, the blue team's midfielders began to tire. Lee Chung-rong spotted an opening. Hoon was positioned a bit too far away. This was his chance. He fired off a pass, but zip, Hoon was there. Had he been lurking in that space, anticipating this specific pass all along? A blue team defender snapped out of it, realizing he had been looking at things all wrong. They didn't need to sync with each other. They needed to sync with him. As long as they supported him, age wouldn't matter. Fueled by that belief, his teammates sent a return pass. Ho-Young received the ball, and his storm dribble skill immediately activated. He charged forward like a whirlwind. The white team's captain, Kim Shin-woo, rushed out to block him, determined to shut him down. But from the stands, another player shouted out, asking if he really couldn't even stop a little kid. Shin-woo gritted his teeth. No matter how good the kid was, he was still just a child. He'd use his physicality to stop him if necessary. Shin-woo lunged in, but Hoon executed a perfect phantom turn that left the captain grasping at thin air. Shin-woo was left stunned as Ho-Young glided past him like the wind, closing in on the goal to score and perform his iconic celebration. The whistle blew to end the match, and the coach declared the blue team the victors. The white team players were in total shock. One of them stammered, "That kid, Yu Hung. He's absolutely unbelievable." Kim Shin-yu stood frozen in the middle of the pitch. What on earth had just happened? A national-level award-winning defender like him couldn't stop a 13-year-old. This boy was unlike any youth player he had ever faced. His movements were flashy yet efficient, precise, and backed by terrifying speed. Shin-yu realized this was exactly what people meant when they spoke of a genius. He then remembered his own earlier words. In Korea, you improve by being beaten. That was how he said players got better. Shin-yu was speechless. Damn it. Why did he have to say that? He felt too ashamed to even look his teammates in the eye. "Captain." Shin-yu looked up. It was U HO-YONG, watching him with an unreadable expression. Ho-Young approached the dazed captain and bowed politely. "Great game, sir. Thank you for playing with me." Shin-yu looked up and asked the one question he couldn't understand. "You're really 13. How can you be this good?" Ho-Young offered a smile that was both confident and humble. Because skill on the pitch doesn't have an age requirement. Shin-yu was stunned by the simple, undeniable logic. He had lost, and he accepted his defeat completely. Surprisingly, he didn't feel half bad. The kid possessed a stellar personality, was quite easy on the eyes, and most crucially, his football skills were top tier. The moment Shin-woo extended his hand, "I knew I had lost." "You played a great game," he said, realizing age was just a number on the pitch. Talent was the only thing that truly mattered. Right then, Lee Chung-yang walked over to offer Hoon some well-deserved praise. Hoon felt like fireworks were exploding in his chest. His absolute favorite player was actually reaching out to shake his hand. He shook it with deep respect, mentioning his dream of playing together. Lee Chung-yang laughed warmly, telling him to drop the formalities and just relax. A sense of warmth filled Ho. The man was genuinely kind, proving the rumors entirely false. Best of all, he was bestowing an incredible gift. A system notification suddenly flickered into existence, signaling that the requirements to copy the talent had been successfully fulfilled. Without a moment of hesitation, Ho-Young selected superior composure. Copy successful. This was an amazing way to start his first day on the national squad. Time marched on until it was the 20th of May in Montagu, France. Young football prodigies under 16 had gathered from across the globe for the Montagu International Tournament starting on the 23rd, and Hoon was ready. Inside the South Korean national team's strategy room, the head coach announced that their opening match was against France. Though he insisted there was nothing to be afraid of. "The only real difference between us and them," he joked, "is that we eat rice while they eat bread." He added that despite missing players due to age limits, they remained strong. However, France would fight like cornered beasts as the host nation. Ho-Young pondered the tournament structure. Since it was a league format, one loss wouldn't mean they were immediately kicked out of the competition. He remembered that in his previous life, Korea finished second here, led by standout players like Choi Yoo-hui and Jang Hyuk-kyu. This time, he intended to rewrite history. He couldn't help but wonder if any familiar names were on the current French roster. 3 days later, on the 23rd, they arrived at the Maxi Bassa Stadium in Montagu. Inside the French locker room, a massive player was warming up. It was the defensive titan, Badu Sakho, better known as the Monster. He growled, anticipating a fun match. He was itching to get out there. In the tunnel, Sakho looked incredibly full of himself, even with a few of their key starters sidelined by injuries. How good could a team like South Korea actually be? As long as his defensive line held firm, nothing else mattered. Outside, the roar of the massive crowd was already deafening. As the teams marched out, Sakho's eyes immediately locked onto one specific player. That kid, Woo Ho-Young. He was 3 years younger than him. He recalled his coach's warning, but only smirked. He'd heard the hype from Brazil, but how much impact could one little kid really have? With scouts from all over the world watching, the kid better not end up crying his eyes out by the final whistle. The opening match of the Montagu International Tournament, South Korea versus France. The whistle blew. France deployed a 4-3-3 to counter Hoon's central penetration. The Korean team also mirrored them with a 4-3-3 formation. Ho-Young realized that with 2 strikers positioned ahead of him, he would be operating as the highest playing midfielder on the pitch. He glanced toward the beastly Badu Sakho. "All right then," he thought. "Let's see what kind of monster you really are." 15 minutes into the first half, a Korean player shouted as he was closed down, firing a lateral pass toward his teammate. The match remained fairly balanced during the opening minutes, but the momentum slowly began to shift in favor of the French hosts. The monster Badu Sakho was completely dominating the center of the pitch. He shot a disparaging look toward that Ho-Young guy. In the first 15 minutes, the kid couldn't even manage a decent touch on the ball. He didn't seem special at all. The coach had clearly exaggerated. A country like this reaching the World Cup semifinals? The very idea was beyond ridiculous to him. Sakho seethed internally. Teams that relied on sheer luck rather than actual technical skill always managed to get under his skin. He planned to use his power to crush them. A menacing aura radiated from Sakho, while Hoon was being marked by another Frenchman. After a brutal physical collision, Hoon was shoved back and hit the grass. Sakho roared, "You're never getting past me, kid." He stood like an immovable steel wall in front of Ho-Young. Ho-Young climbed back up, his body stinging from the heavy impact. Sakho noticed the boy was surprisingly well built for his age, but he was still nowhere near being in the same league as him. Ho-Young started moving again. Sakho just smirked. Go on, run around like a madman. As long as I'm here, nobody gets through. Suddenly, a long ball was launched from the Korean defensive line, soaring through the air directly toward Ho-Young. The scouts in the stands started whispering that number 7 is dropping deep to get the ball. Isn't he a forward? Another scout remarked that if he kept sprinting all over the place like that, he'd be totally gassed by the second half. But a veteran scout muttered about the boy's incredible focus. Hoon's eyes flashed as a familiar skill activated indomitable spirit. Ho-Young trapped the ball and immediately fired off a perfect one-touch pass to his teammate. Sagna realized it with a start. Damn it, we're being dragged right into their rhythm. Ho-Young pulled off another incredibly sharp off-the-ball run. The scouts were floored by his movement. Face me head-on, you brat. Sagna roared, desperate for a real challenge. Ho-Young kept his silence, continuing his sprint until a perfect through ball sliced through the defense. The ball found 𝐆𝐄 Hyun-jun in a prime position. He fired a shot just as Ho-Young crashed the box. Boom! 𝐆𝐄 Hyun-jun delivered a pinpoint long ball straight to Hoon's feet. Ho-Young accelerated with godlike speed, gliding past the backline with ease. The opposition and the crowd watched in stunned silence. What on earth? He's like a total whirlwind. The French side is starting to panic under his sheer mobility. A teammate screamed at the beast. Sagna, stop him. Sagna's eyes burned with pure, unbridled rage. That little brat was humiliating him on his own turf. But then, his fury twisted into a dark, smug grin. He relished the challenge. Come on then. I'll stop you no matter what. This is my chance to impress the scouts. Ho-Young drove forward, charging directly at the iron wall known as Sagna. The showdown the beast had been waiting for was finally here. But the moment they closed in, Ho-Young moved like a flash of lightning. What? Ho-Young unleashed a hammer of a shot that left the keeper frozen. The net rippled violently. Sagna turned back, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Damn it, just before the half ended, South Korea had taken the lead. During the halftime break, the French head coach, Dory, decided it was time to overhaul their tactics. For the second half, they'd pivot from the middle to the wings, pressing inward to exploit any gaps they could find. The second half kicked off, and just as expected, the French side began applying heavy pressure from every direction. Korea was pinned back. If this keeps up, they'll lose all control of the pitch. The situation is looking grim. The French onslaught finally opened a gap for a long shot, but the Korean keeper pulled off a miraculous save. He immediately launched a counter. An intense aerial battle for the ball broke out right in the middle of the pitch. The ball was headed forward, and there he was, Ho-Young. Sagna's inner beast roared in frustration. Damn it, don't back down. You cannot let them past you. You have to stop him at all cost. If they break through here, it's all over. Ho-Young faced the iron wall. Was he going to shoot? No, it was a pass. A slick, subtle pass found Lee Chung-yong in stride. Sagna was completely fooled. He was certain Ho-Young would finish it himself. Lee Chung-yong hammered the ball home with total conviction. Goal, Korea's second. The entire team erupted in joy. That was some incredible teamwork from those two. Lee and Ho-Young shared a high five. Man, what a pass. In the distance, Sagna knelt on the turf in humiliated defeat. Ho-Young glanced over, acknowledging France's top-tier talent. He'd planned this all along. Since Sagna's strength was physical contact, Ho-Young had intentionally avoided a direct clash. He chose to outmaneuver him instead. It was all for his ultimate goal, that innate, monstrous physical power. He recalled the rumor that Sagna was so strong he'd actually broken medical equipment during a physical. Seeing that raw power now, he believed every word. After the match, Ho-Young walked over and reached out a hand. Sagna brushed him off. "TCH, brat," he muttered. "Next time, I won't lose." He turned and stomped off, fuming. The match pressed on, despite the back and forth. 𝐆𝐄 Hyun-jun found the net again in the 67th minute. By the 80th minute, Ho-Young was subbed out to preserve his energy. In Brazil, he'd only played 80 minutes total. A full 90-minute match was still a bit much for him. Besides, they needed to be ready for tomorrow's game. In the final minutes, the home crowd grew anxious. France managed to quick goals in the 88th minute, but it was too late. Tweet, the final whistle blew. Final score, 3-2. A massive victory for South Korea. Exhaling on the bench, Ho-Young realized the second half was brutal. His and the team's biggest weakness was clearly stamina. Tomorrow was Ivory Coast, then Germany the day after. They were going to have to push themselves to the absolute limit. But putting that aside, a system window appeared. The conditions to copy Sagna's talent were finally met. He already had the high work rate. Now it was time for that innate physical power. System confirmed. Perfect. The tour was off to a fantastic start. While Korea celebrated, the atmosphere on the French bench was draped in gloom. What a massive headache, Coach Dory sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. He thought today was a sure win. As the hosts, they needed to reach the finals at the very least. He reflected on Woo Ho-young. Despite being a recent addition, his ability to link up with the squad was nothing short of perfection. He was a total dark horse, a wild card no one anticipated. With talent like that, he could carry this team to the finals, honestly. It would not be shocking to see him single-handedly dominate the entire pitch. He concluded that South Korea was the ultimate mystery factor in this year's tournament. He turned his attention toward a player sitting on the bench, U HO-YONG. Once your injury heals, do you think you can shut him down next time? Chisoko offered a smirk full of confidence. Coach, why would you even ask something so obvious? After the match, the stadium's massive screen flashed the name U HO-YONG as the man of the match. The crowd was buzzing. They could not believe a French player did not win. Yet they had to admit the kid was incredible. During the post-game presser, a reporter asked pointedly, "You dribbled past Badou Choco 4 times. Was he really that easy to beat?" Ho-Young gave a humble reply, "Not at all. He was a very tough opponent and extremely physically imposing. I think I just got lucky finding the right gaps to exploit." The reporter continued to press, asking what France's biggest failure was today. "Do you think the French players have anything to learn from someone like you?" After the translation, Ho-Young gave a diplomatic response, noting that France played hard and the result could have gone either way. "You face Germany in 2 days, and they are heavy favorites for the title. What kind of match are you expecting?" Ho-Young thought to himself that this was the perfect chance for revenge after his loss 3 years ago. "It sounds exciting," he smiled. News of the South Korean victory spread like wildfire. Headlines began calling him the little Maradona of Korea. The internet was in an uproar, comparing his old photos to his current self while marveling at his growth and sharp looks. On the 24th, they held a tactical briefing before their upcoming showdown. The coach warned them that the Ivory Coast was an African powerhouse and absolutely not an opponent to be taken lightly. However, they just lost 0-3 to Germany, so their morale is likely shaken. "We need to capitalize on that frustration." He emphasized that the Germany game would be a war, making today's victory an absolute necessity. Though worried about the team's stamina, he believed using Ho-Young wisely could lead to a blowout. One player voiced concerns about the opponent's freakish athleticism. The coach nodded and laid out the strategy. They would launch an all-out offensive early on while keeping the defense airtight. Ho-Young answered firmly, "Understood, sir." Before heading out, he scanned the opposing lineup, but saw no standout talents. Everything they brought to the table was something he had seen before. He could focus entirely on his own performance. He felt a surge of intuition that today was the day. "I am letting it all loose." Tweet. The match between South Korea and the Ivory Coast kicked off. 8 minutes into the first half, Ho-Young received a pass and unleashed a thunderous long shot. Whoosh! Just 8 minutes in, South Korea took the lead. The entire team erupted in a wild celebration. At the 15-minute mark, Ho-Young struck again with a powerful header. Goal. The Ivorian keeper, Manhwa, could only sink to his knees in despair. "Every shot he takes feels like a cannonball. Could you maybe take it a little easier on me?" Manhwa felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. He had just been called up to the national team only to be thrown into this hell. "That guy is U HO-YONG, right?" Manhwa silently prayed for mercy. But no, Ho-Young had the ball again. He danced past a defender and prepared another lightning strike. Manhwa guessed the direction, but the ball was too heavy to handle. It fumbled through his grip and rolled into the net. Another goal. The poor goalkeeper lay sprawled out on the grass, defeated. "I hate this tournament." After completing his hat-trick against the Ivory Coast, a system window materialized in front of Ho-Young. His heavy middle-distance shot skill had leveled up to grade B+3, putting him just one step away from a promotion. He marveled at how much the talent he copied from Yun Young-ho had evolved. He had systematically dismantled the keeper's weaknesses. More importantly, this victory brought him closer to an even loftier objective: to copy Cha Bum-kun's legendary talent. He needed 30 long-range goals in official matches and a semi-final appearance in a FIFA-sanctioned event. He was nearly at 30 goals now. The target was finally within his reach. The rest of the match passed without much drama. South Korea kept the pressure high and showcased their superior finishing. Tweet. The final whistle blew. The match ended with South Korea defeating the Ivory Coast 3-0. His teammates celebrated, knowing they had given it their all. That made it to consecutive wins. And once again, the stadium's big screen announced U HO-YONG as the man of the match. Panting for breath, he realized this U16 tournament felt easier than the UFIFTEN level in Brazil. Thanks to his teammates' support, he could play with total freedom. His goal for this tournament is the world title, and he is more than capable of reaching it. But that same day, an unexpected result shook the match between France and Germany. France pulled off a shocking 2-0 victory. The return of their stars and a key German absence sealed the deal. With this shift, France and Germany are now tied, trailing behind the group leader, South Korea. That night at the hotel, Lee Chung-rong grumbled, "We have the German roster, but these names are impossible to pronounce." Ho-Young scanned the list. It was a squad overflowing with elite talent. Their formation made one thing clear: they were here for the trophy. Then, his eyes stopped at one name: FC Bayern's Thomas Müller. Memories flooded back. "It looks like we are clashing again." Meanwhile, Lee Chung-rong was still mangling names like Thomas Müller. Ho drifted into another memory. 3 years ago, at the NBS World Youth Final, a German giant had completely overwhelmed him. This was the perfect chance to see how much he had grown. "Müller. You know this guy?" Ho-Young nodded. "I have faced him before." "Really? Did you win?" "No, I lost that time." Ho-Young explained that effort alone is not enough. It takes more than one star player to win. He pointed to another name. "Look, the man who watched tomorrow is Thomas Müller." Lee Chung gasped. "You know Müller too?" "I faced him last year as well. Is there anyone you haven't played?" "Did you win?" Ho-Young smirked. "1 win, 1 loss." That is exactly why I will win tomorrow. Lai Changran understood. Fine, I will back you up. I have got your cover. Just focus on scoring. Thanks, Ho-Yang replied. In return, I will show you how to handle her. Meanwhile, at a different hotel, Tona's jeweler warned his teammates, keep a close eye on Ho-Yang. Turber, the giant from years ago, looked skeptical. Is he really that dangerous? He was pathetic 3 years ago. Jeweler snapped back. That was 3 years ago. He admitted Ho-Yang's dribbling was elite, but nothing to lose sleep over. I was too hot-headed last time and got sent off. But not now. I cannot wait for tomorrow. This time, I will face him fair and square. June 25th, Mongtaku Stadium. Both teams lined up for the ceremony. Ho-Yang stood before Tona's jeweler after a full year. Jeweler noted he had grown 15 centimeters and his talent had clearly evolved. A system window flickered. Football prodigy A. Space infiltration A+. Solid foundation A. Genius football IQ. Ho-Yang smirked. This was going to be one hell of a reunion gift. He scanned the field. Where was that guy? There he spotted Turber sitting on the bench. 3 years ago, that man made him feel utterly helpless. How would this match go? He had been itching for a challenge like this. I want to show them that my skills have evolved beyond any possible comparison to the past. First half, minute 1. The group's most anticipated match finally kicked off. The ball moved with lightning speed. German midfielder Daniel lunged for an interception, but Ho-Yang had already read his intent. Seeing the 1.80 opponent, Ho-Yang knew a physical clash was a losing bet. He slipped past elegantly, leaving Daniel stunned. The moment he bypassed the first line of defense, Ho-Yang saw the German backline was perfectly synchronized. At the heart of that iron wall stood the heir to the legend Beckenbauer, a master commander of the defense, humor. A system window suddenly appeared. Humor. Football prodigy A. Sharp judgment A. Instant interception B+. His presence was overwhelming, far surpassing Daniel in both skill and aura. Only 16, yet already scouted by Bayern Munich. This was exactly what Ho-Yang craved to clash with the true powerhouse. His heart hammered against his ribs. As humor charged, Ho-Yang felt as if a massive boulder was pressing down on him. Resisting would only get him shoved off the ball. If the opponent used brute force, he would simply use that force against him. Skill, elite flexibility A, activated. Using his body's fluidity, Ho-Yang spun gracefully, utilizing humor's own momentum to glide past. Humor froze. What? He tricked me. The Achilles heel of towering, powerful players is their agonizingly slow change of direction, combining the Marseille turn copied from Marcello with his elite flexibility. His breakthroughs had reached a terrifying new level. Only to defenders left. They did not rush in, maintaining a calculated distance. There was no gap to exploit. Forced to retreat, no. No matter how tight the space, I will shatter it. Storm dribble. The crowd roared as he beat another defender. But Jerome Boateng had already tracked back to cover. He was another core pillar of their defense, versatile and strong. He thought, so this is Ho-Yang. Fast, but this is my territory. Ho-Yang was stunned. The man had actually caught up. Even Boateng couldn't hide his sheer amazement. How could a center back possess such terrifying speed? Just one more stride. But it was already too late. Ho-Yang exploded past him, leaving Boateng gasping in disbelief. He moved like a sprinter, clocking 10 seconds in the 100 meters. Boateng gritted his teeth. He'd anticipated Ho-Yang's pace and intentionally kept his distance. Yet he was still overtaken. Ho-Yang exhaled in relief. That was close. Thanks to his improved flexibility, his explosive burst of speed had reached a new level. Only one man left. The final German defender began to panic. Damn it, this is bad. What do I do? Ho-Yang spotted a teammate in space and fired a pass. He then sprinted to receive it back and unleashed a clinical finish. That was the opening goal for South Korea. The entire team erupted in joy after that unbelievable breakthrough finally broke the deadlock. The scorer was none other than Ho-Yang. He celebrated with Lee Chung-yong, praising the brilliant coordination and the perfect pass. Across the pitch, the German players stood frozen. They couldn't believe an Asian player possessed such incredible talent. One player even compared him to 𝐆𝐄𝐍𝐈𝐔𝐒 of Dortmund. However, they quickly regained their composure, relying on their monster striker. With Ryu's on the pitch, they could flip the script at any moment. They were Germany, after all, a team born to win. Following that early setback, the Germans showed their resolve, tightening their defense to ensure they wouldn't concede another goal. Despite several dangerous moments, they protected their net through incredible goalkeeping saves and the composed defending of their backline. They gradually reclaimed control of the match by utilizing their physical height, focusing on dominating every aerial challenge. Beep, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Meanwhile, in a different location, Jonas, the German head coach, was pacing back and forth restlessly. A staff member hurried over. France scored against Ivory Coast. Their first half is over. This is trouble, Jonas muttered. Now we must beat Korea to reach the semifinals. He thought back to the recent interviews he had watched. The French coach admitted Ho-Yang was both powerful and intelligent. The Ivory Coast coach was more blunt. He scored twice against us. What else is there to say? Despite their differing temperaments, both managers were clearly wary of Ho-Yang's presence. I spent days preparing tactics, but this situation is completely unexpected. Jonas thought to himself. Coach, a voice called out. It was Ter Stegen, glancing down at his heavily bandaged wrist. I'm going in. The second half began. In the tunnel, Ter Stegen approached Ho-Young. It has been a long time. The little kid I knew has certainly grown up. Ter Stegen, I'm going to beat you, Ho-Young replied, offering a smile as he reached out. Those are my words, Ter Stegen countered, shaking his hand. It won't be easy. We have the strongest midfielder on our side. Ho-Young looked surprised. He glanced over Ter Stegen's shoulder and saw a platinum hair player. With an icy expression, a system window appeared. Tony Cruz, football genius, rank A+, accurate power shots, rank A, exceptional passing, rank A. A top-tier talent scouted by giants since age 15. Ho-Young's expression turned serious as the realization hit him. This was the star of the 2014 World Cup. Along with Müller and Ozil, he was the heart of the German attack. A truly world-class playmaker. Although he focused on creating opportunities, his arsenal of talents was vast. They survived the first half, but now it felt like scaling a snowy peak after finishing a mountain. Ho-Young viewed them as a grand feast. If he played his cards right, he could claim the talents of all three. 10 minutes into the second half, the momentum shifted completely. Germany switched their formation from a 4-4-2 to a 3-5-2, aiming to seize total control of the midfield. Hunger, originally a center back, was moved to defensive midfield specifically to man-mark Ho-Young. More importantly, since Cruz entered, Germany's attacks became lightning fast. He created space with precise, short passes, suddenly accelerating the game's tempo. Driven by Cruz's pinpoint playmaking, the South Korean defense was being picked apart and toyed with. Another pass from Cruz found Müller. A Korean defender realized too late that he had left his guard down. It was a clear one-on-one. The keeper screamed, but it was useless. The ball hit the net. Germany equalized, and Müller celebrated with his teammates. The tide had turned. With that goal, the score was leveled at 1-1. The match was back to square one. Damn it, the South Korean captain roared in frustration. How are we supposed to stop a play like that? The weight of the world felt heavy on his shoulders. If we lose because of this, it's all on me. Damn it all. As the team's morale began to crumble, Ho-Young walked over to the captain. We have to use our heads to stop him. The captain looked at him, puzzled. Use our heads. Ho-Young explained that Müller was a master at finding unexpected gaps. If you try to track him with just your eyes, you'll be too late. You must use your mind to anticipate his next move. The captain finally seemed to understand. He gave a sharp nod. I got it, he said, patting Ho-Young's shoulder. Now get moving fast. We will cover your back as much as possible. The game resumed, and as Müller took the ball, the Korean captain immediately closed in. Dory sensed the shift instantly. This defender's movements had changed. It was as if he could suddenly read every single play. The captain let out a silent roar in his mind. Asterisk like hell, I am going to let you pass me that easily. Asterisk. A quick change of direction, but the Korean defender did not bite. Asterisk damn, they are switching tactics. Asterisk the ball zipped to Müller, who fired a shot. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Germany takes the lead. The score is 2-1 as the German Panzer completes the comeback. Ho-Young stood there, completely stunned. Another clinical assist from Kreh. Is that guy even injured? He can conjure a goal-scoring opportunity out of thin air in any situation. Ho-Young realized they needed to bolster the defense to handle �𝐒, but dropping back now would drain his remaining stamina completely. He decided to put everything into the attack. If he stayed focused, the opening he needed would eventually present itself. On the sidelines, Coach Jonas muttered to himself, that is it. It would be perfect if we could just grab one more goal. Kreh spearheaded another assault on the goal. It was time to put this match to bed for good. Their golden pass found Jules' feet, but the captain anticipated it, sliding in to block the strike. Jonas groaned as the chance vanished. Damn it, if he had just made it past that spot, it would have been a guaranteed goal. Suddenly, the clearance fell right to Ho-Young. He took off like a literal arrow. The German player screamed, stop him. Block him now. The man standing in his way was none other than Tunji. Asterisk I surpassed that wall a long time ago. Asterisk Ho-Young growled internally. As the memory of his helplessness from 3 years ago flashed by, a blue system window flickered into existence. To Kapitan's talent, he had to win. Ho-Young shielded the ball, executed a flawless spin, and left Tunji in the dust. He surged forward with the ball. John, find a gap. Tun screamed at his teammates, desperate to intercept the coming pass. But Ho-Young bypassed them all. He faced the keeper one-on-one and blasted a shot directly into the top corner of the net. Seconds before the final whistle, Korea scored the equalizer. After that miracle strike, the entire stadium erupted into a deafening roar. Korea scores. A system window popped up. Asterisk scoring ability C+3 has been successfully upgraded. Asterisk. It was now asterisk stable scoring B asterisk. Ho-Young let out a jubilant shout. Asterisk yes. Even my natural talent is finally leveling up. Asterisk. On the other side, the German players collapsed. Müller looked at a dejected Tun and said coldly, I told you to stay sharp. Tun could only howl in a mix of fury and regret. Then asterisk beep asterisk the match was officially over. Korea and Germany finished in a 2-2 draw. Against all odds, Korea advances to the semifinals as the top team in the group. Unbelievable, we finished first. Tell me I am not dreaming. A player gasped as the captain walked over to join them. Great work, Ho-Young. The captain smiled. I knew you would stop too. See? My instincts are always top tier. He looked smug for a second before admitting, okay, honestly, I was just praying for luck. Ho-Young could not help but laugh. Hey, luck is a skill too. Just then, a tall figure approached the pair. It was Tommy Kra. He gave a simple thumbs up. That was a good game. Ho-Young was stunned. Despite the uncertain result, the man showed true class. Asterisk now that, asterisk Ho-Young thought to himself. Asterisk is one seriously cool guy. Asterisk. He dreamed of playing on the same team as him someday. In Group A's final tally, France beat Ivory Coast to take second. It was settled. Korea and France were headed to the semifinals together. The German Giants were out despite Kra's assist and Juler's goals. The man of the match award went to U HO-YONG. Back at the hotel, Ho-Young reviewed his gains. He had successfully met the copy requirements for all 3 star players. He could now copy Hummer's A-tier judgment, Juler's A-tier genius IQ, or Kra's A-tier precision shooting. He was ecstatic. 3 A-tier talents from a single match, it was incredible. But he was not satisfied yet. He wanted that first championship trophy. Their semifinal opponent was Japan, who advanced with 1 win and 2 draws. This was going to be an intense showdown. Meanwhile, back in Korea, journalist Hong TC was beaming as he read the front page. Asterisk the miracle of Korea. U HO-YONG does it again. Asterisk. He chuckled to himself. He used to be tucked away in a corner. Now he was front and center. It felt amazing. He bought every single copy of the paper. Over in Madrid, director Mizem was currently tearing into a scout named Antonio. I sent you out to find real talent, and you bring me a 13-year-old kid. Are you kidding me right now? You seriously think this U HO-YONG kid belongs in the same conversation as Hernandez? Antonio stayed calm. Save the lecture for later, and just look at the report first, he said, beginning his pitch. He has experience with Brazil's U15 first team and even secured a treble this year, scoring over 40 goals. On top of that, thanks to his mother's Spanish citizenship, Ho-Young is fluent in Portuguese and can pick up Spanish in no time at all. The manager seemed convinced but still hesitated. The kid was clearly a catch, but he instructed Antonio to keep sending regular scouting reports. Antonio spoke with total confidence. Trust me, every powerhouse club is already keeping a close eye on him. Do not rush things, the manager replied. We will talk again if he makes the final. Antonio let out a laugh. Then consider it a done deal. That kid is definitely making the final. The manager narrowed his eyes. Based on what? Antonio's gaze sharpened. To put it simply, the kid is a complete monster. September 26th, a beautiful day for a semi-final clash. Stepping onto the pitch, Ho-Young felt a surge of confidence. Then he spotted a very familiar face. It had been 3 years since he last saw Shinji Kagawa. Memories flooded back to their last encounter when Shinji vowed to win next time. Now, standing right in front of Ho-Young, he issued the same challenge. Ho-Young, this time, I am winning. Ho-Young just smirked. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Suddenly, a system window flickered into view. Shinji Kagawa, football prodigy B+, elite touch B+, solid off-ball movement B. But this time, a special condition appeared, the fated Korea-Japan derby. If they beat Japan by 3 goals or more, he could claim Shinji's potential. He stared in shock. What is this? What does potential mean? He had never seen this feature before, but he quickly pushed the thought aside to focus. Regardless of the reward, he had to lock in. This was a match he absolutely could not lose. Korea versus Japan, the whistle blew. The semi-final was underway, but an immediate surprise caught everyone off guard. Korea lined up in a defensive 4-5-1 formation. Many expected an all-out blitz from Korea, so the cautious start was a letdown. However, analysts argued it was a calculated tactical move. Their opponent specialized in extreme defensive play. To secure a win, they needed to take decisive, carefully planned measures. During the tactical briefing, the coach explained that the rivals rarely conceded goals and boasted top-tier counter-attacking capabilities. That is why we are running a 4-5-1. Hyungjun is the lone striker, with Ho-Young and Lee on the wings. While conserving our energy, we will dominate the midfield to shut down their transition play. The plan worked as intended, with Korea maintaining high possession. They used the full width of the pitch, but remained overly cautious. They would pass backward at the slightest hint of risk. The crowd grew restless, and boos began to echo from the stands. What are you doing? Attack! Boo. Ho-Young flinched, momentarily thinking the jeers were directed at him. He realized the game had become stagnant and dull. He glanced back at the special objective, score 3 goals or more. A stable strategy was fine, but more than anything, he wanted to hear cheers, not heckling. Then, he spotted a gap, time to go. The coach watched, stunned, as Ho-Young suddenly exploded into a sprint and called for the ball. Hey, over here. He received the pass and charged instantly. Bulldozing through a Japanese defender, the stadium's energy instantly spiked. The fans erupted in cheers for Ho-Young. It seemed as though the slow start had all been part of the plan. A teammate gasped in surprise. Why the sudden charge? Ho-Young's eyes were fixed ahead. Just back me up. I'm breaking through. Fine, get moving. They're looking rattled. The coach barked from the sidelines, just be careful not to lose possession. He knew Japan's defensive organization was elite. Most attacks would simply be swallowed up by their lines. But on the pitch, Ho-Young, who had been quiet since the start, finally woke up. His breakthrough was nothing short of incredible. He tore through the Japanese defense and unleashed a thunderous strike. The Japanese goalkeeper pulled off a miraculous save. A teammate patted his shoulder. "Do not worry, Ho-Young. That was a great shot." But Ho-Young's gaze remained intense and burning. "Keep the pressure up. We can break them." Following the saved shot, the Japanese players scrambled to regroup. They decided to press right from the halfway line to close the gaps. Shinji issued orders. "I will provide the support. Just do not give them a shooting angle. Press the space, man-mark them one-on-one, and shut down Ho-Young's attacks." 5 minutes later, Shinji squared up against Ho-Young. "You are not getting past me." Instead, Ho-Young flicked a perfect one-touch pass to Hyungjun, who fired a lightning-fast shot. 1-0 for Korea. The whole team celebrated. "Excellent work, Hyungjun." On the sidelines, the Korean coach nodded with a satisfied smirk. "That is how you do it." An assistant whispered, "It is like watching Park Do-hung out there." "No," the coach replied. "It is something even better." Meanwhile, the Japanese players started bickering. Who was supposed to mark Hyungjun? We all agreed to double-team Ho-Young. Shinji had to step in to stop the arguing, demanding that everyone focus and reorganize their defensive line. Ho-Young noticed the defender's movements had shifted slightly. He and Lee began trading passes, searching for another opening. "Cover him," a Japanese player screamed. Amidst the goalmouth scramble, Lee and Ryong roared, "That second goal is mine." But the defense smothered him. Suddenly, Seo Hyungjun appeared, poaching the ball to fire home the second goal. Commentators erupted over Seal's brace. Lee and Ryong's assist was clinical, but Woo Ho-Young's explosive sprint stole the show. Incredible! The stadium shook with cheers. This match was proving even more electric than the clash against France. Kagawa Shinji stared at Ho-Young. "That demon boy." The first half ended. The coach offered a proud pat. "Keep it up for the second half." Ho-Young was gasping. "Exhausted already?" "No, coach. I'm ready. I can still run," he thought. This game felt like hell, but he only needed one more goal. The Japanese locker room was silent and grim. They hadn't even managed to showcase their true play style. Their coach bellowed, "We have to fight back now. Don't retreat, give them everything until the final whistle." 10 minutes into the second half, Gu Ya-Yong unleashed a long-range rocket, 3-0. The result seemed set in stone. In the 65th minute, Woo Ho-Young was subbed out. A teammate approached him with a look of concern. He claimed he was fine, but internally his muscles burned. His stamina was still his biggest hurdle. At this rate, the under-17 tournament would be brutal. That week, South Korea crushed Japan 3-0. They were finals bound. In the locker room, Ho-Young checked his system rewards. A new talent acquired. Delicate ball control B+. Conditions met. He had successfully copied Kagawa Shinji's signature talent. He mused, "We won 3-0 today, but Shinji's skills will definitely be more dangerous next time." After all, the guy was a classic late bloomer. He's B rank now, but he'll hit a rank in years. However, Ho-Young focused on the special condition reward. System potential, B rank. It could evolve possessed talents from B to B+2 level. Best to save this for my most vital skill, Ho-Young thought. Stunned by such a powerful special talent, leaving the stadium, the team encountered an elegant man in a suit who greeted them in French. It was the legendary Marcel. Ho-Young's teammates just blinked in confusion. "Who's this guy? What did he say?" Ho-Young explained he was a Les Blues legend, World Cup winner, and Chelsea icon. A system window flickered. The French legend Marcel. High-tier talents appeared. Immovable Rock T, peerlessly best and extraordinary physique S. Nicknamed The Rock, he was a premier defender throughout the 90s and early 2000s. Ho-Young grinned. Marcel's physique could fix his weaknesses, but the requirements for a legend were insane. Win the tournament, Golden Boot, MVP, and receive personal advice from the man himself. Everything rested on the outcome of the final match. Seizing the moment, Ho-Young stepped forward and greeted the legend in fluent English. Marcel smiled back. "Impressive, kid. You played a hell of a game today." He continued his praise. Seo Hyungjun scored, "But you were the real standout. You'll be on the pro stage very soon." "An honor, sir," Ho-Young replied. Marcel looked surprised. "Oh, you actually know who I am?" "John Terry's mentor. Of course. I'm a Chelsea fan." The legend laughed, delighted by the boy's knowledge. "I didn't think I'd be recognized." He ruffled Ho-Young's hair. "See you at the trophy ceremony." After Marcel left, Ho-Young finally exhaled. His teammates were shocked. "Your English is incredible." He hadn't actually studied, but the system's talent was already refining his speech naturally. With Monica's language talent, Europe would be easy. A teammate joked about spying on future opponents. The captain smacked him. "Idiot, the next team is France. They speak French, not English." The championship final was set. Headlines screamed, France versus South Korea, the fated rematch. As kickoff approached, the passion of the South Korean fans reached a fever pitch. Knife fell over France on the 28th. Through the speakers, the home crowd heard their hero's name. Number 7, Resources. The crowd roared for their hero. Then the visitors, number 7, Woo Ho-Young. The French fans recognized him instantly. "That's him. Ho-Young. He's the one we have to stop." Coach Dory gave his final orders. The two captains met mid-pitch for the handshake. The whistle blows for the Montaegu International Final, South Korea versus France. As the match kicks off, Hoon immediately feels the crushing weight of Resources' raw power. The guy is a total titan, way more imposing than he ever looked on a television screen. He is on a completely different plane of existence from the highlights. A literal, all-around monster. The system pings, football prodigy B+3, physical B+3, and unstoppable dribbling a +2. With his freakish entrance and a tank that never runs dry, he is dominating every single inch of the pitch. He is the ultimate box-to-box midfielder, sweeping across the entire field like a relentless set of windshield wipers. Even Hoon's fellow midfielders are getting bullied off the ball, but even a titan like Sis has a chink in his armor. His fundamentals are shaky and his tactical awareness is lacking. That is exactly the opening that I need to exploit. The commentators notice Ho-Yong dropping deep to hunt for the ball. He realizes if he can't outmuscle Sis, he has to outsmart him. If Sis wants to wreck the midfield with raw power, I will counter with sheer output. Thank God for my high work rate. Using a skill poach from Roska, Hoon begins to tear through the French lines. Sis lets out a frustrated, primal roar. Damn it, that kid is just all over the place. Our defensive shape in the middle is starting to fall to pieces. Sis corners Ho-Yong. Stand still, you little brat. Stop running. Ho-Yong just smirks. Running? What are you even talking about? He slips past Sis with ease again. The Frenchman is fuming. Hoon keeps avoiding a direct clash, acting like a constant, irritating thorn in his side. This is France. This is our house. I'm going to remind you exactly whose home turf you are standing on. Sis decides to get physical, throwing his massive, hulking frame into a brutal shoulder charge to send Hoon flying. Hoon is completely leveled, but the referee's whistle stays silent. The home field advantage is painfully obvious. Ho-Yong staggers back up. He cannot find a lane to shoot or drive. And Sis is shadowing his every move. Getting smothered like this is brutal, but that is just the game. The only person to blame is myself for not bridging the strength gap. On the touchline, the French coach, Dory, looks on with a smug grin. His master plan is working to absolute perfection. In the middle of the stalemate, the words of Coach Cho echo through Ho-Yong's mind. When your body is forced to play small, your mind has to play big, right? I just need to hold the line until my moment arrives. 43 minutes into the first half, France draws first blood. The South Korean fans are struck dumb in the stands. Sis is absolutely destroying him. I guess the physical disparity is just too much to overcome. Hoon collapses onto the grass. Damn it, the rhythm he built in Brazil is not working here. Panic starts to set in until a heavy hand thumps his back. Hey, snap out of it. The match is just getting started. The whole squad rallies around him. Lee Young-ryan speaks up. If Ho is being marked out of the game, the rest of us have to step up and find a path. Even if breaking them down individually is a nightmare, we can find a crack with a well-placed long shot. Ho-Yong looks up, the fire returning to his eyes. I get it. You're right, this is not the first time I've hit a brick wall. The team lets out a collective roar to boost their spirits. Let's go. Ho-Yong balls his fist. I am going to run until I burn this pitch down. I will keep getting back up, no matter how many times they knock me down. As the first half winds down, South Korea surges forward for the equalizer. Lee Young-ryan catches the ball and unleashes a rocket, but it takes a wicked, strange hop off the turf. The French keeper somehow tips it away. So close. The fans clutch their heads in agony. Ryan screams in frustration. Damn, that was the golden ticket. And just like that, the whistle blows for halftime. France leads 1-0. Hoon drops to the turf, gasping for air. Suddenly, a hand appears at his rosacus. You okay? He hauls Ho-Yong up. Keep your head up. The match is not over yet, is it? Ho-Yong is stunned by the gesture. Thanks, he replies. I definitely plan to. As Sis turns away, a fierce aura erupts from Ho-Yong. I'm going to do a lot more than just keep my head up. The real battle begins now. Inside the locker room, Coach Park lays out the strategy for the second half. One player looks skeptical. I am not sure if this will work, but it beats doing nothing and rolling over. Focus up and leave everything on that pitch. An assistant whispers to Coach Park. Ho-Yong looks spent. Should we sub him out? Don't be absurd, Park snaps back. Coach Park growls. It is only a 1-goal deficit, and we have got an entire second half left to play. The assistant persists, arguing for a more physical player. Coach Park glares at him. Tell me, do you know why a football is round? If you do not know the answer, go think about it and stop talking trash on my touchline. Hoon speaks up. Coach, thank you for believing in me. Coach Park offers a small smile. You are the one holding the keys to this game. I am riding with you until the final whistle. Ho-Yong knew he had to justify that faith. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. 100% synchronization complete. What? A brilliant golden aura surged through him. The S-tier soccer prodigy talent had been fully integrated into his soul. This was the power he had been cultivating. It should have taken 40 days. But today, September 28th, the wait was over. There was more. Every other skill he'd mimicked and held in reserve triggered simultaneously. Soccer prodigy S was finally live. Superior agility, B rank. Natural physicality, B rank. Sharp intuition, a rank. Genius football intelligence, a rank. High precision shooting, a rank. Every single one of those elite traits now belonged to him. He tightened his grip, feeling the surge. With this newfound strength, I will justify everyone's belief in me for the coach, my teammates, and every single supporter in the stands. On the sidelines, Dory, the French head coach, wore a condescending smirk. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had anticipated. They only held a single goal lead, but it felt insurmountable for South Korea to even dream of a comeback. As long as their playmaker, Ho-Young, stays marked out of the game. We just need one more cushion goal before parking the bus. The second half whistle blew, and the French powerhouse immediately ramped up the intensity. Resources began imposing his massive physical presence once again. From the dugout, the assistant coach watched with growing anxiety as South Korea shifted into a 4-4-2 formation. They were clearly banking on their speedy wingers to flood the flanks with crosses. However, the Korean head coach's expression remained grim. This is a disaster. We drilled for a 4-3 counterattack system. Switching to this lineup leaves us wide open for a knockout blow. On the surface, the match looked even, yet France clearly held the upper hand. 𝐶𝐶 was constantly bullying players with challenges that bordered on illegal. "You're not getting through," he sneered. The referee turned a blind eye, letting the home field advantage dictate the flow of the game. 𝐶𝐶 threw his weight into Ho-Young again, but this time, the boy didn't budge. He was stunned. Why didn't he go down? Something felt fundamentally different. A shove like that would have sent him sprawling across the turf back in the first half. Ho-Young held his ground, realizing that his newly acquired muscle reinforcement talent had made him a wall. 𝐶𝐶 stared in disbelief at the kid's sudden durability. Then, a cascade of high-level abilities ignited within him. Masterful ball control, genius-level tactical awareness, and split-second decision-making. He left 𝐶𝐶 in the dust. A fan watching at home gasped, "Is it just me? Or is Ho-Young making a fool out of 𝐶𝐶?" Consumed by rage, 𝐶𝐶 began a desperate, frantic pursuit of the young playmaker. "Damn it, he's been running circles around me all day. Why can't I touch him?" 𝐶𝐶 cursed. Duran screamed from the touchline, "𝐶𝐶, stay in position." But his warning came too late. A sharp pass sliced right through the gaping hole 𝐶𝐶 had vacated in. His frustration. 𝐶𝐶 let out a roar of frustration. He'd been so obsessed with Ho-Young that he'd lost his mark. Goal. South Korea equalized midway through the second half. It was a tactical bait-and-switch. Ho-Young knew exactly how to lure them in just to shatter their defensive structure. This was the fruit of 2 years of intense training in Brazil. By the 30th minute of the second half, the momentum had shifted entirely. Dory was livid. "Get your head in the game, 𝐶𝐶. Quit falling for his obvious provocations." The coach realized that while 𝐶𝐶 was hyper-focused on Ho-Young, the rest of their pressure had evaporated. What the hell did they do in that locker room? But he couldn't pull 𝐶𝐶 off now. They lacked any other box-to-box midfielders with that engine, and no other defender on the bench stood a chance against Ho-Young's pace. Now at the 45th minute, the captain's voice boomed across the pitch. "We're almost there. Give me everything you've got left." Ho-Young tightened his fist. This wasn't just about his own individual talent anymore. "I have to trust the squad. We're going to carve out a path to victory together." He locked eyes with 𝐶𝐶 once more. His lungs were burning, but his body felt like it was moving on pure instinct. "Just a little longer." 𝐶𝐶 snarled, "You little brat. Do you really think you can just dance away from me like that?" Scanning the field, he spotted an opening as Ho-Young dragged 𝐶𝐶 out of position. The ball was zipped straight to his feet. A thin smile touched Ho-Young's lips as the stadium erupted in a deafening roar. This wasn't their final shot at glory. This was the ultimate moment to turn the tide. The entire South Korean squad surged forward in a desperate wave. It was for attackers against 3 defenders. The numbers were in their favor. Ho-Young kicked into high gear, leaving a French defender rooted to the spot. He moved like a blur, a whirlwind tearing through the French backline. The crowd went wild. "Look at that kid fly." He was absolute chaos for the defense. When the ball returned to him, Ho-Young realized the shooting lane was too narrow for a clean strike. 𝐶𝐶 came charging in like a madman, screaming, "I've got you now, you're finished." But Ho-Young only cocked his leg for a feint. It was a dummy. 𝐶𝐶 stood frozen in horror as the ball skipped past him toward an unmarked Hyung-run. With the goal gaping, Hyung-run wound up for the kill, only for 𝐶𝐶 to launch a reckless, desperate lunge from behind. A sharp whistle pierced the air. 𝐶𝐶 looked down at his opponent writhing in pain before the referee reached into his pocket and brandished a straight red card. "𝐶𝐶, you're disqualified." The stands are erupting in a chorus of boos. "What are you looking at?" The ref, why was 𝐶𝐶 sent off? But 𝐶𝐶 knew that foul was far too reckless to ignore, even with the home field advantage on their side. Ho-Young rushed to his teammate's side. "Hung-jun, are you okay?" But Hung-jun was already being carried off on a stretcher. Ho-Young bit his lip, overwhelmed by guilt. "If only I'd caught that pass, Hung-jun wouldn't be hurt." His teammates crowded around him. They were worried about Hung-jun's injury and wondered who would take the free kick. The captain declared they had to score here. Ho-Young stepped forward. "Captain, please let me take this shot." The clock hit the 45th minute of the second half. Ho-Young stood over the ball. The home fans jeered, screaming for him to hurry up and stop wasting time. He took a long, deep breath. "Right now, regret and anxiety are luxuries I can't afford. If I'm truly sorry, there's only one thing to do. I have to turn this chance into a goal." He took his run-up, swung his leg, and sent the ball screaming into the net. The entire team rushed to embrace him. An absolute stunner of a goal for Korea. Suddenly, a system window flickered into view. The stylish toe-poke free kick C+3 has evolved into a new talent, the precise free kick. Bi-hoon erupted in joy, the goal itself not being enough to contain his excitement. "My talent is evolving too." The crowd and the coaching staff broke into wild cheers. Did you see that free kick? He's a beast at both breaking through and set pieces. Off the pitch, Sis watched, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Damn it. Why did it have to be him of all people? Beep, 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 the final whistle blew. The match was over. South Korea are the champions of the Montaegu International Tournament. After pushing hard in the second half, they've pulled off a spectacular comeback. Ho! The team hoisted their hero into the air. I knew you could do it. Amazing job. In the distance, the French players collapsed in despair. Sis knelt on the grass, whispering, "We lost. This can't be happening." Lucas, the teammate who had confidently vowed to crush Ho-Young, simply said coldly, "Why ask something so obvious?" Sis ground his teeth in frustration. Badu and Saha also glared at him with resentment. That brat acts so damn arrogant. Meanwhile, Saha approached Ho-Young. "Ho-Young." Saha admitted it was a fantastic match. "I'll never forget this." Ho-Young smiled and gave him a firm thumbs up. "I had a blast too. Let's face off again on the professional stage next time." Saha could only offer a sheepish grin in response. At the awards ceremony, a reporter approached Ho-Young for an interview. "In the first half, you seemed completely neutralized by Sis's dominance. But your second half performance was night and day. Did something happen during the break?" Ho-Young gave a mysterious smile. "I had an awakening," he explained. "I simply found the will to never give up. The flow of the game was constantly being disrupted, but I refused to let that break my spirit." The reporter asked if he was referring to the poor officiating. But Ho-Young skillfully dodged the question. "The MVP award will be announced soon. Who do you think will win?" Ho-Young replied confidently, "Who else could it be but me?" And he was right. He had met all the conditions winning the tournament and being the top scorer. To copy Desali's talent, the only hurdle left was the MVP trophy, and he was completely certain it was his. The MVP award was announced moments later, and it went to Ho-Young. The legend Marcel Desailly presented the trophy. "Congratulations, I knew you'd get it." Ho-Young clutched the MVP trophy and his gold medal, beaming with happiness. "Thank you so much." 6 goals and 3 assists in 5 matches, plus for man of the match titles. It was a result that no one could dispute. The next day, following tournament tradition, the players selected for the best 11 shared a lunch together. The legend recounted how, 11 years ago, he defeated Johan Cruyff's Barcelona dream team for 2-0. Ho-Young asked, "How did you do it, sir?" "Pure physical power," Desailly stated firmly. "With that, you can overcome any obstacle. You must focus on building muscle. It's essential for victory." Desailly also praised Ho-Young for his mental fortitude in the face of Sis's provocations. "As a footballer, I hope this boy continues to grow as solid and unshakable as a rock. I'll be rooting for you." "Yes, sir." That day, France was swallowed by controversy. Public outrage erupted over Sis's behavior, though opinions on Ho-Young remained divided. However, Desailly's interview that night changed everything. He called Sis a lost lamb who had forgotten the spirit of the game. At the same time, he showered Korea's Ho-Young with praise for maintaining incredible sportsmanship throughout. Ultimately, the French Youth Football Federation stripped Sis of his eligibility for the U17 European Championship and World Cup. The next morning, South Korea exploded with excitement. A championship, the U16 team is legendary. Ho-Young's fan club saw a massive surge in new members. Back at home, his parents were bursting with pride. "Wow, whose son is this? He's incredible. We have to throw a massive party the moment he gets back." The following day, the U17 team returned home after their historic victory to a hero's welcome. "Major props to you all, but let's be real, Hoon. Your fame is just in a different league now. Look, it's Ho-Young. His star power is through the roof. He even landed a lead spot in that big 20-year anniversary ice cream commercial." Once the cameras stopped rolling, a female model walked over, blushing. "Wow, you're actually way more attractive in person than on screen, Ho-Young. Mind if I grab your digits?" she asked. Ho-Young blinked, totally clueless. "My what? I don't even own a phone." Stunned, she offered to ink her number straight onto his palm instead. Ho-Young bolted in a panic, yelling back over his shoulder, "Sorry, I've already got Monica." Back at the training ground, Coach Cha approached him with a grin. "Ho-Young, the hype surrounding you right now is absolutely insane. I bet every agency in the business is blowing up your line," the coach added. Ho-Young nodded, knowing his entire career path depended on this next move. Coach Cha leaned in, explaining that in the world of pro football, agents are the invisible puppet masters pulling all the strings. They do more than just ink deals. They're the ones who map out a player's entire journey. With a move to Europe on the horizon, picking the right representation wasn't just important for Ho-Young, it was critical. The coach's advice was simple. Find an agency that already has a foot in the door at the massive European powerhouse clubs. A few days later in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Ho-Young sat across from a stranger. The rumors didn't do you justice, you're a natural star," the man remarked. "I'm Giuliano Rucci, CEO of Euro Export BRD. Ho-Young knew the name. They were South American giants currently making huge waves in Europe. It was perfect. Rucci cut straight to the chase. "We're looking for elite talent with limitless potential. So, which club is on your radar?" Rucci asked. When Ho-Young dropped the name Real Madrid, Rucci's eyes lit up with pure excitement. "Perfect choice. A star with your presence belongs with the royalty of Madrid," Rucci said before diving into the legal logistics. He detailed a plan to appoint Ho-Young's grandparents as legal guardians. A clever workaround for those tricky FIFA transfer regulations. They had the track record and the right connections to make it happen. Let's do it, Ho-Young agreed, sealing the deal. Out of all the sharks in the water, Ho-Young officially signed with Eurosport. Almost immediately, the transfer rumors started catching fire. Top-tier clubs were already breathing down each other's necks to snag him. A few days later, Ruchi showed up with a thick stack of offers. 9 clubs are officially in the hunt for you, Ho-Young, Ruchi noted, presenting paths. A quick August move or a more calculated December exit. Ruchi strongly advocated for the second route. It allowed more time for the paperwork, and if Ho-Young crushed it at the Under-17 World Cup, his market value would skyrocket. Ho-Young nodded but added one non-negotiable condition. I don't care if my salary takes a hit. I want a clause that guarantees training sessions with the first-team veterans. Ruchi winced, admitting it was a tall order, but he promised to pull every string to make it happen. Ho-Young decided to dedicate the entire next month to pure physical conditioning. His main goal was mimicking DC's natural talent. He spent his entire vacation hitting the weights, finally hitting that 4,000-minute milestone. He knew core stability was everything, and he still needed to mirror Monica's skills before he set foot in Spain. He finished his final set, and the requirements were officially met. A new unique talent called Rock Solid was finally unlocked. It took 50 days of grueling work to master his fourth special ability. He reflected on the other unique skills he'd acquired from the likes of Showrim, Gabriel Malik, and Ricardo. He could feel his physical power surging, but then a system alert popped up. You have no more available talent slots. Level +3 required to expand slots. Ho-Young froze. This couldn't be some kind of hard limit on his potential.